18. The Council. I could glimpse the jester's figure up ahead of me, so I wasn't going to get lost in the immense labyrinth of corridors and stairways. But I had to hurry to keep up with Cleekly in his grey and blue leotard. Well-trained servants in livery opened the doors for the goblin to admit him, and therefore me, into the inner sanctum of the royal palace. My desire to tear the little green mischief-maker's head off was gradually fading, but my new friend decided not to tempt fate and he kept his distance from me. And basically he was right. The Joker certainly deserved a good thump. I swerved round a corner, trying to catch up with the goblin, and came nose to nose with a bevy of court matrons taking their aging little daughters for a stroll. Without even stopping, the jester bowed with an irreproachable technique worthy to be included in all the textbooks on etiquette, and skipped straight through this unexpected barrier of wide skirts. I smiled politely at the ladies, but failed to make an impression. Or rather, I made precisely the opposite impression to what I had intended. The ladies wrinkled up their high society, aristocratic little noses as if I reeked of the cesspit. In actual fact, they were the ones who stank. Their aromas were so pungent that I almost fainted. The scum! They think their made-up titles and phony airs make them stink less than those of us who have to struggle. Your Excellency! The jester called to me from the far end of the corridor. How long do I have to wait for you, Duke? When they heard that I was a duke, the ladies suddenly changed their opinion about my own humble person. The wrinkles on the little noses disappeared, and coquettish smiles appeared on the little faces. They weren't at all disconcerted either by my less than elegant garb or the bruise on my face. I was a duke, and an aristocrat can get away with anything. I scowled and dashed on by. Who needed them anyway? Life is complicated enough without adding a woman to the chaos. The goblin was shifting impatiently from one foot to the other as he waited for me in front of a pair of massive white doors with gold inserts showing an Oberhunt. There were 6 guardsmen standing rigidly to attention beside the doors. While I was walking toward them, the jester managed to pinch one of the men in grey and blue on the leg, stick his tongue out at another, and then try to grab yet another man's sword from him. The goblin was basically making as much mischief as he could. The soldiers in the guard of honor didn't turn a hair, but I could quite clearly read in their eyes the desire to flatten the little snake just as soon as the watch was changed. As soon as he saw me getting close, Cleekly stopped his comic antics and pushed open the doors. Harold, keep your wits about you, now, he squeaked in a merry voice. Easily said. It was the first time I'd been in the throne room. It was huge, so huge that it could accommodate all the nobles in the kingdom if they were packed in good and tight. And wouldn't I love to see that? But seriously, the space was quite big enough for rehearsing military parades. At least there would be more than enough space for the cavalry. The windows were huge, too. They ran from the square black and white tiles of the floor all the way up to the ceiling. Somewhere far, far away in front of me was the king's throne with 2 guardsmen frozen beside it in a guard of honor. Apart from them there was nobody in the hall. Didn't you tell me the king was hauling his courtiers over the coals? I asked Cleekly, and then immediately shut up. My voice, amplified tens of times, echoed all the way round the hall. There must have been some magic involved. Even if you spoke in a whisper, anybody anywhere in the throne room would hear you. Well, what if I did? You never know what sort of things a jester might say. The goblin giggled. He listened to the resounding echo and then began doing something which, in his own goblin opinion, was extremely important. He lifted up his left foot and started skipping on his right one from one white square on the floor to another, trying not to step in the black ones. We walked the entire length of the throne room like that, the goblin hopping on one leg, and me walking at a moderate pace, trying to resist the powerful temptation to break into a run and strangle the light-hearted villain. The jester hopped as far as the throne, which, I must say, didn't look at all special against the general background. There were no gold castings, no rubies the size of a tiger's head. None of those rich and extravagant whimsies for which both of the empires were so famous. The emperors there try to outdo each other in their display of luxury. Our own glorious Stauchen, may he sit on this throne for another 100 years, preferred to put his gold into the army, not into gorgeous playthings of dubious value. Paying no attention to the mute guards, the jester climbed up onto the throne, picked up the royal scepter, which looked more like a heavy staff, the kind you could easily use to beat off attackers, off its velvet cushion, and jumped back down onto the floor. Don't hurt yourself now, I jibed, which earned me a contemptuous glance. Cleekly did put his new toy back on the cushion though, only he added the stump of the carrot to it. He stepped back, holding his head on one side, like an artist admiring the work he has created, and then, pleased with the result, he beckoned me onward. At the very end of the hall there was another pair of doors exactly like the ones through which we had entered so recently. The jester kicked them as if he were the master of the house. After you, he said, gesturing for me to go through. I found myself in the room to which Frégolantin had brought me the time before. I already knew everyone there, so no introduction was necessary. I bowed politely. When I looked up, I was looking straight into sparkling golden eyes. We acknowledged each other and looked away. Enough of that, Master Harold, said the king. Let's leave your dubious etiquette to my courtiers. Have a seat. What took you so long, Cleeklee? Why ask me? The jester asked, pulling a sour face. It's so hard to get Master Harold to move. It took me at least 15 minutes to persuade him to come. I choked on my indignation at this barefaced lie, but controlled myself and decided to ignore the king's jester. Thank you, your majesty, I muttered. This time Stockin didn't look anything at all like a genial innkeeper in a sweater and soldier's trousers. I thought the expensive clothes and the narrow ring of the crown on his head suited this man far better. Master Artsivus has informed me that your endeavors have been crowned with success, said the king. Artsivus frowned. He was obviously out of sorts. One of my friends used to have an expression like that when he was tormented by constipation. I just hoped that the archmagician had a different reason for his bad mood. He gave me a look that wasn't exactly the friendliest, but he didn't say anything. Yes, your majesty, I have completed all the preparations for our little undertaking. I have many questions. Would you be so kind as to tell us once again what has happened to you? The king's wish is the law. I sighed, and for the umpteenth time that week started telling the story of my adventures, only on this occasion I kept nothing back. Well, almost nothing. I didn't say a word about Velder this time, either. Halfway through my narrative, my throat finally dried up and I began talking more and more quietly. Noticing this, Stockin clicked his fingers casually, and the attentive jester poured me some wine. I kept my eyes on him to make sure there was no laxative in the glass. Then I went on with my story. Artsivus merely raised an eyebrow every now and then, usually when he heard something for the first time. Something I had kept secret from him during our ride in the carriage. The most interesting thing was that no one interrupted me and my listeners were not bored by my interminable story. But everything comes to an end sometime, and eventually I was able to sigh in relief and wet my throat once again with the remarkable wine from the king's cellars. A fine kettle of fish, said Cleeklee, the first to break the silence. You put it too mildly, fool, Olistan Markos blurted out. This time he was dressed in an ordinary guard's uniform. The famous armor that had become a legend among the warriors of Valiostre must have been taking a rest that day. The kettle is boiling over, my dear jester, and we can only hope that we won't get scalded. Forgive me, your majesty, but despite all our secrecy the forthcoming expedition has become known to our enemy. Not only to our enemy, Miralissa purred. You are forgetting about the master. For a moment I wondered how such a sinister sentence could sound so pleasant. The race of elves were known to have good voices. Where had I heard that bit of wisdom? Have you heard of him before? The king asked the elfess. No. The archives will not be of any help to us, either, the rat added morosely. The royal sandmen have searched for days and found nothing. Not exactly nothing, Stockin objected. They have found something. Ah, the captain of the royal guard said with a dismissive wave of his hand. That's nonsense. What are you talking about? Asked Artsivus. You see, your magicship, as we were plowing through the old chronicles, we came across the interrogation of a certain Jock Imargo. The man whom everyone knows under the name of Jock the Winterbringer. He claimed that he had been deliberately framed for the murder of the Prince of the Black Rose, which was committed by the master's henchmen. Of course, no one could find any master, nobody had ever even heard of him, and Jock was handed over to the elves. Did he tell you anything about this, Lady Miralissa? The archmagician inquired. I'm sorry, my lords, but I don't know that piece of history very well, Miralissa said with a shake of her head. And in addition, it was an internal matter of the House of the Black Rose, so the House of the Black Moon did not intervene. I will ask El. He is one of the elves accompanying me, from the House of the Black Rose. Very well. Let us consider the master to be perfectly real and just as dangerous as the nameless one, if not more dangerous. After all, we still don't understand what it is he wants, said the king. A retarded ogre could understand what he wants, Cleeklee objected. He doesn't want the horn to fall into our hands. There are many who do not wish to see the horn return to the world. Even the order is among those who regard it as too dangerous, but unfortunately it is essential. Do you have the papers with you, Harold? Artsivus asked. I nodded reluctantly. It had cost me much effort to obtain them, and now I didn't really feel like handing the plans of Rad Spain over to the order. Not even on a temporary basis. Would you please let me have a look at them? There was nothing I could do but reach into the bag and hand the papers to the archmagician. He began studying the maps, moving his lips occasionally when he came across lines that he found interesting. The others began waiting patiently for the archmagician to condescend to share his observations. But just then the doors of the room swung open and the lieutenant of the palace guard, whom I already knew, came in. "I beg your pardon, your majesty, but the gnomes are outside." The lieutenant looked a little crestfallen. "And what is it that they want, Isme?" "They say that a goblin remarkably similar to your jester stole their, or rather, your cannon, as soon as they managed to repair it." "How can that be?" Like everyone else, the king could not really understand how little Cleekly could have made off with the huge, heavy cannon. "The gnomes say he used a spell and the cannon simply disappeared." "Cleekly, is this true?" "Well, not exactly," the jester muttered, studying the toes of his boots. "What does not exactly mean?" The king roared. "Well then, it's true," the jester muttered, acknowledging Lieutenant Isme's accusation. "I only wanted to try out one of the spells from Harold's bag." "You tried it, and now I'll have to pay for it. Who's going to settle matters with the gnomes?" The jester maintained a polite silence, pretending to be very, very ashamed. No one believed in Cleekly's repentance, of course. "Try to smooth this matter over." Having received this impracticable order, the poor lieutenant did not hesitate for an instant, but found the inner strength to nod and set out to do battle with the gnomes. The assignment he had been given was dangerous and difficult. Not to mention impossible. "Listen here," Artsivus said, clearing his throat. The archmagician had not taken the slightest notice of the unpleasant incident that had just taken place. All of his attention had been focused on the old papers. "There's something very interesting here." The master of the order read out the riddle and rhyme that had interested for so much. But unlike my teacher, the archmagician had no need to reach for a dictionary. He had complete command of the original language of the orcs and elves, ancient Orcish. "I can say straight away that one quatrain is the most absolute and blatant piece of plagiary that I have ever seen in my life," the jester put in as soon Artsivus finished reading. "And which one is it you don't like?" the archmagician asked in surprise. The jester declaimed in a sing-song voice. "In serried ranks, embracing the shadows, the long-deceased knights stand in silence. And only one man will not die 'neath their swords. He who is the shadow's own twin brother." That's from the Bruckgruck. "From the Goblin's Book of Prophecies?" Miralissa inquired. "Are you certain?" "I've never been more certain in my life. It's definitely from the Bruckgruck. Only, some learned scribes have altered the rhythm." The goblin seemed about to burst in his indignation that someone had dared to corrupt a great goblin prophecy. "What book are you talking about?" Ollie Stan asked. Like me, he had never heard of any Bruck whatever book. "My dear Count," said Cleekly, his voice oozing venomous disdain, "you really ought to set your sword aside and take up reading. The Bruckgruck, or Book of Prophecies, was written by the insane shaman Trey 3,500 years ago. It is an account in verse of the most important and crucial events that will take place in the world of Ciala for the next 10,000 years. For instance, it foretold the appearance of the Nameless One. And there are lines about the Forbidden Territory, too, although the order took no notice of them in times gone by." Artsivus frowned even more darkly at these words from the goblin, but apparently decided it was below his dignity to argue with a jester. "My grandfather was a shaman," Cleekly went on. "And he trained me, too. However, I was not born to be a magician. But I do remember the Book of Prophecies by heart, and so I recognized the quatrain immediately." The jester's voice positively rang with pride. "I think his shaman grandfather would have been no less proud of his grandson. Memorizing an entire book written by some crazy madman that definitely requires persistence and talent." "And what was the quatrain in the original?" "Tormented by thirst and cursed by darkness. The undead sinners bear their punishment. And only one will not die in their fangs. He who dances with the shadows like a brother." "That's not so smooth." "I like the first version a lot better," I said, letting him know my opinion of the poetry of the goblins. "Oh, just look at you. The great connoisseur of literature and art. That was written by the great insane shaman Trey," said Cleekly, trying to put me in my place. "That's pretty obvious." This time I didn't intend to let the jester have the last word. "But then we don't steal other people's prophecies and transform them into neat little verses," the goblin snorted, and turned his back on me. My ignorance of the literary masterpiece by a goblin shaman who gorged himself on magic mushrooms had finally convinced the little jester that I was basically illiterate. "By the way, Cleekly, what is that prophecy about?" Stalkin asked. "It's called The Dancer in the Shadows. I could recite it for you in full, but that would require a couple of hours." "Oh ho!" It seemed like the old shaman didn't know when to stop. Whenever he wrote a poem, it was at least 2 hours long. And in brief? Said the jester, wrinkling up his forehead. Let's put it this way. It's a prophecy about a man who makes his living from an iniquitous trade, but who has decided to serve the good of his homeland. There are all sorts of things in it, but in the end he will attain salvation for the peoples of Ciala and halt the advance of the enemy. Salvation comes from the mysterious stone palaces of the bones. That means Rad Spain, in case anyone didn't understand, said Cleekly, casting an expressive glance at me. It's a prophecy about you, Harold. Well, I never thought I'd meet a real-life hero out of the Bruckruck. Stop telling fibs, I said dismissively. I didn't like the idea of becoming the hero of some goblin prophecy made up by an insane old shaman. I don't believe in stupid fairy tales. That Tray of yours got something confused, or he ate something that disagreed with him. And why does it have to be me? As if there weren't plenty of people plying iniquitous trades. Well, let them try to guess the meaning of some useless fairy tale if they want to. What's important is that I don't believe in the insane ramblings of shamans driven crazy by charmweed, but you can't expect too much from a goblin, especially if he happens to be the king's fool. All right then, the dancer in the shadows. Interesting. I tell you what, Cleekly, you write out this prophecy on paper for me, and I'll familiarize myself with it when I have the time, said Artsibus. A toy, a deep voice said behind my back, and a man jumped forward into the center of the room. His respectable shirt was dirty and stained, his trousers were crumpled, and the hair on his head was a genuine disgrace, a bird's nest. I want a toy, the man said, then he flopped down on the floor and banged one foot on it. The eldest son and former heir. No one really knew what it was, a punishment from the gods or something that just happened, but King Stauchen the Ninth's eldest son, a man the same age as myself, had the mind of a 4-year-old boy. Naturally, he would never be able to claim the throne, which would have to pass to the younger prince, who also bore the name Stauchen, like all the men in this dynasty. The older son had been given several nannies to care for him, and he lived in his own childish, fairy-tale little world, which was probably very happy, without any of the pain, dirt, and blood of the real world. Shouldn't you be asleep? Where are your nannies? The king asked his son. I sensed an unusual tenderness in his voice. Rotten beasts. That was all the prince had to say about his governesses. I'll take him, Cleekly intervened. You come with me, Stokosha, come on. I'll give you a toy. A toy? The king's eldest son bounced up onto his feet and stomped after the jester, who had already slipped out through the door. There was an awkward silence in the room. Please accept my apologies. Come now, your majesty. The elfess's yellow eyes flashed in understanding. You are not to blame. Then who is, if not me? The gods? There was a clear note of bitterness in the king's voice. No one answered him. I could understand the man. When, for no particular reason, a healthy 20-year-old heir is suddenly transformed into an idiot with the reason of a 4-year-old child and all your hopes are dashed, it must be appalling. And frightening. As appalling and frightening as being an orphan alone in the streets. Stokosha, at least, had people who cared for him. Some of us weren't so lucky. But our king had always had the reputation of a strong man. After all, he had survived even that. And if he hadn't completely recovered, at least he never showed his grief. There were rumors that the young prince had been damaged by magic. But what kind of dark wizardry it was and who had worked it, the rumormongers never got a chance to say. The king's sandmen shut the talkative lads' mouths by dispatching them forever to the grey stones, or perhaps to even more distant places. So, it's a prophecy about you, Harold, said Stauchen, finally breaking the heavy silence. I very much doubt that, your majesty. I really didn't believe in the goblins' tall stories. An unfortunate coincidence and nothing more. It can hardly be about our dearest thief, said Milord Alistan, supporting me. Thieves don't end up in prophecies. The best a thief can hope for is to end up in the grey stones. Artsibus also paid little attention to the goblin's fairy tale. The order is very old-fashioned in this regard, and it pays no attention to any prophecies at all unless they were created by magicians from the tower. Lady Miralissa, can you tell us what this Selena mentioned in the poem is? Selena? That's ancient Orcish, the first language of this world, unless you count Ogric. But a very strange dialect. If one uses a bit of imagination, it could simply be a play on words. In the old language Sellersin is moon and Aina is purple. A purple moon? It's the first time I've come across the word. It is not mentioned in our annals of the crown. So there's a purple moon in Rad Spain, Cleekly giggled as he returned to the room. Somehow he seemed to find this fact extremely amusing. That is only my provisional translation, Miralissa said with a barely noticeable frown. We need to do some work on the documents before we can understand exactly what is what. And the work will be done, do not doubt it. Harold, said Artsivas, turning to me. You don't object if I take this document, do you? I shrugged indifferently. Why not? I remember verse pretty well, so he could take it. Maybe the order would dig something up. That's excellent, Artsivas said delightedly, handing the rest of the papers to the goblin so that he could pass them on to me. Cleekly gave a humorous curtsy in the finest tradition of the ladies at court, crossed his legs, and sat down, holding up the papers. I put them away in my bag, paying no attention to the fool, which didn't seem to upset him very much. In any case, he pulled a face that only I could see and went back to the carpet. I have another 2 questions. What are the halls of the slumbering whisper and the slumbering echo? I don't know, Harold. In Zagraba we have legends about many terrible things to be found in the palaces of bones, but I have never paid any attention to them. And I have never heard anything about such halls in Rad Spain. And what are the Caillou? More precisely the blind servants of Caillou, the Elfus corrected me. That is yet another tale that has lived on for over 1,000 years. It came into being at the time when we began fighting the orcs in the palaces of bone. In order to protect the graves of the elfin lords against defilement, our shamans summoned creatures from distant worlds, so that they would guard the peace of our dead forever. This is a very, very old legend. No one has been down to those levels for hundreds of years, and our records about Caillou contradict each other, but... You are setting out tomorrow morning, said the king. Lady Miralissa and her companions will lead the expedition through the forests of Zagraba. Alistan, you are in command. Try not to be detained anywhere and to get back as quickly as possible. As soon as spring comes and the snow in the pass melts, the Nameless One will set out from the desolate lands. My king, perhaps we ought to send several thousand troops to the Lonely Giant as reinforcements? Pointless. The Wild Hearts will not be able to hold out in any case. And the regular army will only get in their way. The Lonely Giant is merely a small dam, and it will burst under the combined pressure of the desolate lands. The border has always held only because of the bravery of the Wild Hearts and the aggressor's inability to unite. Sending the army there, Alistan, would mean risking the very life of the kingdom. You understand that yourself. We'll send 100 beaver caps and the Jolly Gallows Birds from 2 ships. They will help the Wild Hearts to hold out for as long as possible. A week, 2 at the most, so that I'll have time to prepare the counterattack. Closer to winter we'll have to send another 1,000 soldiers. My father and the other heads of houses intend to send about 300 archers to help you, said Miralissa. Yes? The king was not the only one delighted by this news. Please convey my gratitude to your father, milady. I chuckled. It might seem to many that 300 archers are a mere drop in the ocean. Well now, that's true, just as long as they're not elves. But 300 elfin archers can reap the enemy in a deadly harvest. It was more than 800 years since Philin fell out over something or other with the light elves of Ialila, but everyone still remembered how less than 30 elves had routed the heavy cavalry of the Philanders. Hitting the joints in the armor and the eye slots in the helmets, firing 20 arrows a minute, the handful of elves forced 4 select legions of cavalry, 400 men, to retreat. Or rather, only 200 men actually managed to retreat. The same number were left lying on the ground. We shall pass through Valioster, cut across the Isolina, and enter the forests from the side of the border kingdom, Miralissa said. Those are dangerous parts, Markaz said with a frown of disapproval. That's orc territory. But that is where our nearest entrance to the palaces of bone lies. We would have to travel through the forests of Zagraba for another 3 weeks to reach the other entrance, said Miralissa, adjusting a strand of ash-gray hair that had come loose from her tall hairstyle. So we shall have to take the risk, just as the previous expeditions did. Alistan Markaz said nothing, but it would have been obvious to a hedgehog that he was not very pleased at the prospect of making his way to Rad Spain through the forest of the orcs. Neither was I. My preference would have been to stay at home and drink wine. I think that you will reach the goal of your journey in a month. That is, you should arrive during the first days of August, Artsivas declared. That is if there are no unforeseen circumstances, Stockin objected. Everybody understood what kind of unforeseen circumstances he was talking about, the kind that had prevented the first 2 groups from completing the expedition. I hope that everything will go well. And while we are on our expedition, the army will have to be made ready. Not too much hope can be placed in our undertaking. Count Alistan was not really all that keen on setting out on the journey. And his reluctance was quite understandable. Not only would he have to pass the time in the company of a thief, he had to leave the king without his protection, too. You know that I am already doing everything I can, Stockin retorted irritably. But there are still too few of us anyway. Catastrophically few. What are a few tens of thousands against the countless hordes from the desolate lands? King Shargaz has sent us his apologies, but he will not send us a single soldier. All the forces of the borderland are now beside the forests of Zagraba, the orcs are running wild. The border kingdom is expecting an invasion and they will need every soldier. By the way, Harold, I have heard everything that I wanted to hear from you. You are free to go. I don't suppose matters of state are of any great interest to you. Quickly, take our guest and show him his room, his things, and all the rest of it. Realizing that the conversation was at an end, I got up, bowed, and followed the jester out of the room. Follow me, dancer in the shadows. The depth of seriousness in the jester's voice was ominous. Don't call me that. Why? Asked the goblin, peering at me innocently. Because I don't want you to. Oh, the jester said considerately. Then I won't. We walked back through the massive throne room and out into the corridors of the palace. What would you like to see first? Your temporary quarters or a new friend? What new friend? Come on, I'll show you. I had to walk for quite a long time. First we went out of the building and past the garden, which was now almost empty. The only wild heart still there was Loudmouth, already on his fourth dream, if not his fifth. Cleekly, I said as we walked along, these wild hearts, where are they from? The lonely giant, of course, the goblin snorted. No, I don't mean that, I snorted back. What unit of the wild hearts? Oh. Apart from Arnk, they're all from the thorns. Arnk is from the steel foreheads. The thorns. Now I really felt that my skin was safe. And there were any number of stories about the skill of the thickheads, as the other soldiers called the steel foreheads. Eventually the jester led me to an outbuilding standing quite a long way from the palace. Or to be absolutely precise, the goblin led me straight to the stables. There was a smell of fresh hay and dung, also fresh, as a matter of fact. The horses in the stalls peered out curiously at the uninvited visitors. Every now and then one of them would reach its face out toward us in the hope of getting a treat. There were about 50 horses here. Elegant Doralition steeds, imperturbable draft horses, the powerful war horses of Nizina that seemed so terrifying to the ignorant. Here, let me introduce you, said the jester, putting his hand on the muzzle of a large ash-colored mare. This is Little Bee. She's yours now. Oh, yes? I asked uncertainly. What's wrong, Harold? Cleekly asked with a frown. Don't you like the king's gift? What makes you think I don't like it? I asked, stroking the Nizan breed horse behind the ear when it reached its head out toward me. I like it very much. It's just that I'm not very good at riding them. Alright, I'll teach you today. I gave the jester the same look I would have done if he'd asked me to kiss a poisonous snake. Calm down, Harold. I really can help you. It's fairly simple. Little Bee's clever, she's been trained. And what's more, she's a warhorse, or a war mare, or a steedus. Well, you know what I mean. Here. Give her a treat. Cleekly took out a huge red apple from somewhere and handed it to me. Little Bee happily crunched the treat and her amicable expression became even more kindly. I found it hard to believe that she was a war mare. Damn it. Now I was doing it, too. Come on, I'll show you your room, said Cleekly, tugging at my sleeve. Your things are there, by the way. A dwarf brought them, together with the ring. So Hanchel had already brought the things I hadn't been able to collect on the evening when I bought them from him. I meekly followed the king's jester, realizing that he wouldn't leave me alone today and I'd have to put up with him until tomorrow morning, when I would happily wave goodbye to the little green goblin. By the way, we need to go to the armorer and pick out a decent sword and some chain mail for you. Cleekly was simply bursting with the desire to do something. Now that's one gift I don't need, I said, shaking my head. So what's wrong this time? I need a sword like a drowned man needs a noose. I don't know how to use it anyway. These are all I need, my dear jester, I said, slapping my hand against the short blade at my hip and sticking my crossbow under the nose of the king's fool. Well, you know best, he said, too lazy to argue with me. Then we'll choose you some armor, but I'm not Alistan Markaz, Cleekly. I don't intend to carry the work of an entire mindful of gnomes around with me. Don't get nervous. We'll find you some light, safe armor. The goblin was not about to give up this time. I don't need it. It's awkward moving about in chain mail. Harold. The jester pointed one finger at me and pronounced his verdict. You're a boring, tedious fellow. 19. A night in the palace. Groaning in disappointment and cursing the entire world, I turned over onto my back and stared up at the ceiling. Cowardly sleep had fled from me like a healthy man fleeing from a leper. At first I thought I'd been woken by another one of the goblin's tricks. But I couldn't see the little jester anywhere around. I hoped very much that he was sleeping like a log somewhere as far away from me as possible, after exhausting himself during the day. After all, it must have taken a serious effort for him to give Harold a lesson in how to control a horse and then go on to wear me down with all his whining about the chain mail I hadn't chosen, so that eventually I had to give way and go with him to select an iron shirt from the king's armory. The delighted jester had taken himself off to his bed with a smile of triumph. But if Cleekly wasn't to blame, then what was it that had woken me up? There it was again. That was it, definitely. Those shouts. They had woken me up. And that clash of weapons. It sounded as if there was a full-scale battle taking place in the corridors of the palace. But then who was fighting whom, and what about? I tried to think on my feet as I searched for my trousers in the darkness and at the same time groped for the crossbow and the bag with my bolts that I had left on a chair. Outside, bugles sounded to rouse the guard. First one, then another, and after a short while the alarm signal was ringing throughout the palace grounds. I grabbed my crossbow and dashed to the window. There was no question of lighting a candle. It would have taken too long to find one. I would have to load the crossbow by the light of the stars. Yes, I can load it in complete darkness, but it would have been annoying to confuse an ordinary bolt with one of the magical ones, then roast myself as well as my target when I fired. Alarm! Alarm! The bugles rang out, echoing each other. Outside, people were dashing about with lighted torches. For some reason, not one of the magical lanterns the order had installed in the grounds of the palace was lit. Several guardsmen ran past right below my window, two of them carrying a wounded man. A little farther off there was a unit of soldiers heading in the opposite direction with the points of their spears glinting menacingly in the flickering light. Two human shadows darted out of the palace and ran off into the depths of the garden. One of the guards in the first detachment spotted the fugitives and most of the soldiers ran off in pursuit, leaving their two comrades with the wounded man. One of the men they were chasing stopped and threw his arms up. Then he started spinning round and swaying from side to side. The guards slowed from a run to a walk, approaching the strangers cautiously, not really sure what this madman was doing. They realized the answer to the riddle too late. The man stopped his crazy spinning and flung one hand out toward the soldiers, and the guards were simply tossed in all directions like children's straw toys. Darkness! He was a genuine shaman. In immediate response to the shaman's magic, a silver streak of lightning struck from somewhere in the upper stories of the palace. I ducked down in surprise, trying to get rid of the multicolored carousel that was spinning in front of my eyes, and when I could see normally again, the fugitives no longer existed. On the spot where they had been standing there was a huge round circle of scorched earth, with the grass still burning around its edge. Some magician of the order had really put everything into his blow against the enemy. There was nothing left of the intruders. The bugles began calling again, sounding the alarm and calling men to arms. The din outside my door was unbelievable. There was already fighting at the end of the corridor where my bedroom was. Which meant there must be a lot more of the attackers, otherwise why couldn't I hear cries of victory from all those guardsmen? The king! Stalkin! Valioster! The royal guard roared out their battle cry. The nameless one! Vengeance! Was the reply. So it was the supporters of the nameless one who had resolved on this bold move. Those rotten skunks were everywhere now. Sometimes it seemed like it would be wise to suspect your own frail old granddad of sympathy for the nameless one, even if he wouldn't normally harm a fly. And the stronger the rebel magician became, the more supporters he acquired among humankind. Someone pounded hard on my door and I trained the crossbow on it just in case. Harold, it's Cleekly. Open up, quick. The voice certainly sounded like the one that belonged to the king's jester. The battle was moving quite rapidly in my direction, and if the little goblin really was outside my door, he could be in big trouble pretty soon. I hastily opened the lock. I'm not alone, don't shoot! Shouted Cleekly, darting past me into the bedroom like a little green mouse, with two shadows following straight behind him. They were a little bit bigger than the goblin, but a lot smaller than me. Close the door, said the goblin. It was a good idea. Delier, let's have some light. I did as I had been told and turned the key, wondering if we ought to barricade the door with furniture. A small flame flared up, and then a torch, illuminating the faces of my visitors. The jester was without his cap with the bells and his expression was unusually serious and intent. There was a dark, shallow scratch on Cleekly's cheek and he was clutching an axe in both hands. Standing beside the jester was Delier, holding the torch in one hand and a double-edged poleaxe in the other. It had a vicious-looking half-moon blade. Unlike the goblin, the dwarf didn't look disheveled. Even the hat with the narrow brim sat on the short fellow's head as if it were a part of him. The third visitor was Hallis. The gnome paid no attention to me, as if he were simply visiting his home in the steel mines, and ran across to the window and looked outside. He casually leaned his battle mattock against the wall. "This is Master Harold," said Cleeklee, introducing me to the warriors. Delier politely doffed his hat, the gnome simply nodded. "What's happened, Cleeklee?" "An attack. They were trying to get through to the king, but the guards suspected something was wrong and the sparks started flying. And the rotten skunks have really got cheeky." Delier boomed. "They're dressed up in guards' uniforms." "But who are they?" "Crayfish," the gnome said, and spat, without turning away from the window. "Creatures of the crayfish dukedom. And probably other supporters of the nameless one from among your townsfolk." He pulled a face that suggested he cared no more for the townsfolk of Avendoom than he did for goals. "Anyway, listen, Harold," the jester started gabbling. "One of those units is moving down the corridor toward us. Aliston's lads are holding it up, but still falling back. The numbers are too uneven. We have to help them." A din as loud as the one in the corridor suddenly broke out below the window. "Those lads are done fighting." Hallis chuckled and slammed his fist down on the windowsill in an excess of enthusiasm. "The guards have threaded the lot of them on their spears." "Come away from the window, you bearded fool!" the dwarf shouted excitedly. "We have to give the others a hand now." "Fool yourself!" the gnome retorted to his partner, but he came over to us, picking up his mattock on the way. "How can we help them, Cleeklee?" I asked, pulling on my shirt and ignoring the argument between the two wild hearts. 4 of us against that number of men? And not forgetting that 2 of us didn't even know how to hold a weapon properly. Or were the dwarf and the gnome so good that they didn't need me and the goblin? "The guards are falling back and those skunks are following them. As soon as the killers are past our door, their backs will be exposed. And that's when we'll strike." "They're getting close already," said the gnome, listening to the battle with his ear pressed against the door. My face must have betrayed too skeptical an opinion of the goblin's crazy plan, because Cleeklee added, "Harold, use your brains. You've got bolts loaded with fire magic and ice. If we blast them from the rear, it will really make a difference." "How do you know what I've got?" I asked, already unloading the crossbow, removing the ordinary bolts. After a moment's hesitation, I flung the bag with the rest of the charges over my shoulder. "I had a rummage in the things your dwarf tradesman brought with Stockin's ring," Cleeklee replied, not embarrassed in the least. "Just a little farther." Delier had joined Hallis and was frozen beside the door, holding up the torch and his poleaxe at the ready. "Gentlemen, don't get in the way," I warned the wild hearts. "Or you'll catch it from my bolts, too." "Magic," said the gnome, pulling a disdainful face. "Don't you be so clever," Delier told him. "Whatever you say, Master Harold. And if this wiseacre tries anything, I'll rip his beard off." Just then, the gnome roared, "Now!" He swung open the door and went tumbling out into the corridor, together with the dwarf. Cleeklee and I followed right behind them. I prayed hard that I wouldn't end up on the edge of someone's sword. The guards were fighting desperately, but retreating. They were being forced back by about 25 men in exactly the same gray and blue uniforms as themselves, but with white armbands. Fortunately, the corridor was rather narrow, so the king's men could more or less hold off their attackers, who were unable to take advantage of their superior numbers. And the spears that the small group of His Majesty's men were holding also gave them a certain advantage over the enemy. The attackers were advancing in 2 ranks. The ones at the back had not yet joined in the battle and were simply walking along behind. Their backs were unprotected. I had to take advantage of that as quickly as possible. The guardsmen had almost exhausted themselves holding back the enemy. The bolt struck the crowd of conspirators, releasing the elemental fire. There was a rumble and a flash, and someone screamed in horror and pain. At least 5 of the killers were dispatched into the darkness. All that was left of the man I had hit was a smoking firebrand. But I must give our enemies due credit, they were quick to figure out what was going on. 7 men separated off and came in our direction, leaving the rest of the unit to continue the battle. The gnome roared and went dashing toward the fighters who were running in our direction, but Delier tossed aside his torch to free his hand and managed to catch Hallis by the beard and yank it downward, hard. Hallis howled in surprise and indignation and fell to the floor. Delier and Cleeklee did the same, knowing what was about to happen. I shot for the second time, aiming at the massive brute who was bearing down on me with the fluent stride of a delirious wild boar. This time there was a shrill ringing sound as the elemental snow was released from its magical trap, and my face was pricked by hundreds of chilly little needles. The impact was quite close, and it was a miracle that my own skin didn't suffer any unpleasant consequences. As was only to be expected, the brute fell apart into two solidly frozen halves, and the two men who were running immediately behind him had all the protruding parts of their bodies frozen solid, too. The others were stunned, they shook their heads, and put their hands over their eyes as they slid about on a sheet of ice, and they all howled. Especially the lad who now had icicles instead of fingers and whose clothes were covered with a crust of snow. Hallis started beating the enemies who had still not recovered from my latest shot. Delier decided that he wanted a bit of amusement, too, and his poleaxe started singing in unison with the gnome's battle-matic. One of the enemies tried to strike at him from above with his sword, but the ginger-headed dwarf dived under the blade as it descended, and sliced off both of the bold warrior's legs. The man fell, choking on his scream, and the gnome ruthlessly finished him off by bringing his mattock down on his head. In literally half a minute there was no one left of the bold group of 7, or rather the group of 4 who had survived my shot. The dwarf and the gnome made an inspired team. Stockin and the lonely giant. Hallis roared, waving his mattock as he ran toward the rest of our enemies, who were now battling with guardsmen revitalized by the unexpected help that had come their way. Delier went after him. The advantage of numbers was on our side now, and the guards all roared together as they crushed the final resistance. "We showed them," Cleekly said spiritedly. The goblin jester was standing there with his short little legs set wide apart, and the blade of the axe, which looked huge in his hands, touching the marble floor. He noticed my skeptical look. All right, Harold. You showed them," he agreed amicably. "But if I hadn't been defending you." "You were defending me?" I asked indignantly, reloading the crossbow as I spoke, but this time with ordinary bolts. "Yes, I was." It was not easy to embarrass this jester. "But even if you don't agree that I saved you, my contribution is still worthy of all the treasures of Ciala. After all, I was the one who invented the brilliant plan of attacking the unsuspecting enemy." "Be careful you don't brag yourself to death," I told Cleekly as I watched the final villain being run through by a guardsman's sword. "Behind you, Harold." The goblin squealed, and I swung round sharply. An entire detachment of warriors was coming toward us from the other end of the corridor, but it was hard to tell who they were, guardsmen or enemies dressed in guards' uniforms. When they saw me point the crossbow at them, the new arrivals shouted, "Stockin and the Spring Jasmine." "Harold, they're ours." The jester shouted, concerned that I might shoot the king's younger son by mistake. He was given the name Spring Jasmine for that time when. But that's another story altogether. I hope someday there'll be a time and a place for it, and grateful listeners. The large detachment of guardsmen under the command of Stockin the Spring Jasmine drew level with us. Miralissa strode alongside them, bow in hand, a long dagger at her side dripping with gore. Her eyes sparkled, as always, but this time it was an icy, focused gleam, fearsome to behold. I gave thanks to every god I could name that she was on our side. "I see that you're in the battle, too, Cleekly," the prince chuckled. The lad was only 16 years old, but he held a sword with confidence, and the gentleman guards would have followed their future king onto red-hot coals if necessary. The young Stockin's breeding was obvious. Like all his kind, he had been given every advantage. Some of us had to learn the hard way, but not him. He seemed competent and well-liked by his men, though. I'll give him that. He didn't look a lot like his father and his older brother, Stockin divested of the crown. The slim, agile prince was more like his mother, Stockin the Knight's second wife. "Our glorious jester will defeat them all," laughed the Baron, whom I already knew from our encounter at the gate. "We gave them a good hiding," said Hallis, coming up to us with his mattock bloodied right up to the handle. Other guards from the unit that we had helped to hold out started joining us. "My prince!" Lieutenant Isney's shirt was soaked in blood, but he was standing firmly on his feet, ignoring the slight wound on his forearm. "I am happy that you came to our assistance." "It wasn't him," I said, determined not to be cheated of my share of glory and gratitude. "If the jester hadn't come up with a brilliant plan, I wouldn't have fired my magical bolts and the glorious gentlemen Delier and Hallis wouldn't have put their weapons to work, and you, Lieutenant, would be in the next world by now." The bugles started sounding again, but this time there was a note of victory in their voices, and immediately a messenger came running up to the prince and started gabbling rapidly. The north and west wings of the palace have been completely cleared. There are still isolated skirmishes in the east wing, but Milord Alistan and the guard will deal with the curs themselves. On the third floor of the south wing the battle is in full swing. The enemy is well entrenched in the small ballroom and we can't smoke him out. "What about my father?" the prince asked curtly. "The king is safe. He is on his way with 3 units to join Milord Markos. He asks you to enter the south wing from the Pearl Stairway, and Alistan will proceed from the Hall of Flowers. Let's go and crush these woodlice." The prince growled. The guardsmen went dashing after their future king. The gnome and the dwarf went with them, running in the front row and almost overtaking young Stockin himself. Those two races really would give anything for a good battle. Let's go, Harold, said Cleekly, tugging on the edge of my unbuttoned shirt. Your crossbow will be needed again. I'm a thief, not a soldier, I protested. And anyway, there are plenty of men here with crossbows. I really had counted at least 8 men among the guards carrying heavy army crossbows, which fire bolts that can go right through a soldier in heavy armor. But I tagged along with everyone else anyway, not really knowing what made me do something so insane. The signs of battle were everywhere. Weapons lying around, broken urns, tapestries torn off the walls, blood, and bodies. There were guardsmen and impostors lying on the floor. Before the morning came, someone would lose his head. It was more than just 50 or 100 warriors who had managed to get into the palace. The count ran to hundreds, and there was no way that many could have slipped in here without help. So there were traitors among the servants of the court and also, I feared, in the ranks of the guards. The King's Sandmen had a big job ahead of them trying to uncover the villains. As our unit moved through the corridors, stairways, and halls of the palace, more guardsmen joined us. Sometimes just one man, sometimes 20 at a time. The battle was already over. The critical point that decided whose side Sagra, the goddess of war, would take today, had been passed. We had held out. The enemy had thought that the men in gray and blue could be taken by surprise, and he had paid for that. Whatever goal the supporters of the Nameless One had set themselves, this time they had failed completely, and I didn't think there was going to be a next time. At least, not another daring attack like this one. Milord Rat would do absolutely everything possible to prevent even a mouse from slipping in, let alone several hundred killers. Ismay, take 4 platoons and enter the south wing from the garden, the prince commanded. We'll spring this mousetrap shut. Marquis Vartek, are your men ready? Stockin asked the white-haired guardsman. Yes. Yet another of my acquaintances from the gate was in a determined mood. Along the north corridor, pin them to the wall. Everybody else follow me. Harold, we're with the Marquis, said Cleekly. He had completely taken command of my actions now. The rest of the guards were following the prince into another corridor. An extra crossbow won't come amiss, Bartek said with a nod, accepting our company into his little unit. We turned into a wide, dark corridor where there were no torches or lanterns burning. They had either been put out or quite simply never been lit. The only light was about 100 paces ahead of us, so we almost had to feel our way along. Fortunately, no one attacked us, only Delier started groaning and hissing when someone stood on his foot in the darkness. In this part of the palace 4 corridors came together, all leading into an immense hall with mirror walls. Of course, it wasn't as gigantic as the throne room, but it was quite big enough for the remaining supporters of the Nameless One to assemble in. They were crowded together in the center, waiting with their weapons drawn. About 40 men in a circle. There was something large and dark behind them, covered with a black cloth. I couldn't really see what it was. The defender's back screened the unknown object very securely. We had cut off all 4 corridors. The prince and his guards were approaching from one side, Ismay's unit from a second, Alistan Markaz, in his beloved armor, was creeping up with his spearmen from a third, closing the ring. And we were on the 4th side, with 5 guards and the Wild Hearts. Now there was simply nowhere for the intruders to go. So there you are, grumbled Uncle, giving the gnome and the dwarf a look of disapproval. Where did you get to? We've been having some fun, said Delier, casually wiping the blade of his poleaxe on the rag hanging at his belt. All right, Vartek. Ismay shouted from the far end of the hall. The 8 crossbowmen moved forward and the army sklots froze in predatory anticipation, ready to spew bolts at the target at the first word of command. Hey you! Barked Markaz. His voice sounded muffled, coming from under his helmet, which was so much like a rat's head. Surrender, and the king promises you a fair trial. The reply that followed from the ranks of the Nameless One's supporters advised the king what he could do with his extremely fair trial and where he could stick it. These lads had committed at least 3 crimes against the crown, and so they had absolutely no grounds to hope for the king's mercy. You could say they were as good as dead already. Markaz gave a barely perceptible nod, and the sklots all clicked in unison. 8 bolts flew straight through 8 enemies. The captain of the guards had no intention of throwing his warriors into a bloody battle. He thought it easier to shoot the traitors from a distance. Reload! Vartek commanded loudly. Resting their crossbows on the ground, the guardsmen set their feet in the stirrups of their weapons and furiously set about winding the mechanism that drew the bowstrings taut. While the soldiers were making their crossbows ready for action, a man emerged from the ranks of the enemy. Without speaking, he lifted up his arms and slowly turned round his own axis, at the same time swaying from side to side, like a tree battling against a gusty autumn wind. I'd already seen this happen once that night, and it looked to me like we were about to have serious problems. If someone didn't do something during these few seconds, the power of this ogre shamanism would come crashing down on our heads like a massive club. "Ali Stan!" I roared. "They have a shaman!" The crossbowmen had only just finished tightening their strings and now they were putting in the bolts, but they were too late. Far too late. I fired. First one bolt, then the other. And I missed. Either my hands were shaking too much, or death had decided to spare the shaman just at that moment, but the bolts went flying wide, with the second one just nicking the sorcerer's grey and blue guard's uniform. We were all saved by some soldier from Izmi's unit who threw his spear. The shaman was either half-witted or lacking in skill, but in any case he was too slow to put up a barrier. The heavy weapon flew the length of the hall like a swallow and struck the sorcerer in the stomach, throwing him backward into the crowd of the Nameless One's supporters. And that was when it happened. I don't know why it became active just then, perhaps it was angered by the death of the shaman, or perhaps it had been under the sorcerer's control, but the hall suddenly echoed with a furious roar, and the creature that had been hiding under the black drapery torn down from some wall in the palace pushed aside the last remaining intruders and stood there before us. "An ogre!" The guardsmen shouted. Their voices were full of genuine terror. I stared hard at this creature that I had only ever seen before in pictures. These villains had managed to bring a genuine, live ogre into the palace. A member of a race that had not set foot on the land of Valiaster for thousands of years. It is hard for the uninformed to believe that an ogre is a distant relative of the orcs and the elves. It is 3.5 yards tall, with glassy, blue-black agate skin and a face in which the only similarity to the elves and orcs lies in the black lips, the huge fangs, and the ash-gray mane of hair. The little black pupils of the ogre's eyes almost fused into the irises against the background of the light blue whites. The muzzle, like a wild boar's, and the immense pointed ears, each the size of a large burdock leaf, were repulsive. The ogre had no neck at all, and its head seemed to grow straight out of its shoulders. Its muscles rippled like steel-hard cables across a powerful, square-set body that was clad in the skin of a polar bear. And to add to the list of our problems, the monster was holding a massive axe in its hand. With a bit of effort, that notched blade could easily have chopped through the column supporting the facade of the royal library. "Everybody back!" Honeycomb growled. "Against the walls. You crossbowmen, look lively now." The guardsmen all darted aside and started withdrawing into the corridors. The crossbowmen fired another salvo. And as malevolent fate would have it, only one of them hit the target. The bolt slammed into the upper right section of the ogre's chest, forcing it to take a step back and that was all, actually. The entire effect. According to rumors, these creatures had 2 hearts, and in order to kill an ogre, you had to destroy both. So what could you expect if the bolt had not even nicked any vital organs? I took a magical bolt out of my bag. It looked as if I was going to use up all my emergency supplies before I even got to Rad Spain. "Marmot, from the right. Loudmouth, move in from behind. Now we'll carve up this tough little nut." Honeycomb was already advancing on the ogre, whirling his terrible ogre club above his head. The chain connecting the handle and the striking head of the weapon hummed angrily. Marmot and Loudmouth had already circled round the ogre, clutching their hand-and-a-half swords with both hands. The monster growled, swung round sharply, and struck downward with its axe, aiming for Loudmouth's head. He jumped aside and the axe hurtled down, smashing the elegant tiles on the floor. Fragments of stone flew in all directions. Marmot took advantage of the ogre's miss to dart up to it from behind and run his sword across its leg in an apparently casual stroke that severed the tendons below the knee. The ogre immediately thrust the handle of its axe backward and hit the shield held out by the warrior. The blow was so powerful that Marmot was sent flying and then slid about 8 yards across the floor on his back. "Sticks!" Hallis swore, clutching his mattock tight in his hands, but he didn't go dashing into the battle, in order not to get in his own men's way. "Tomcat, lend a hand," Uncle ordered curtly, and the fat man went bounding forward like a round ball, coming between the stunned Marmot and danger. Just then the enemies who were still left alive realized that this was their chance, while everybody was busy with the ogre, and they tried to break through to the corridor where Izmi's men were standing. If Alistin's men hadn't dashed to cut them off, ignoring the danger of running into the monster's axe, then the curs would have got away. A fight broke out in the hall. Only the jester and I were left in the corridor. "Harold, don't get involved, they'll manage without you," Cleekly suggested. It was an excellent idea, so I did just that and observed the skirmish from a distance. Meanwhile, the ogre had become really furious. He had only one target, that cursed man with yellow hair who was spinning the heavy ogre club above his head. Limping on its right leg, the monster flailed the axe about in front of itself like the sails of a windmill, hoping to catch the wild heart. The giant Honeycomb, who looked tiny compared to the ogre, waited, drawing all of the ogre's attention to himself. Then the right moment came. Loudmouth ran in from behind with a crooked grin and slashed his sword across the ogre's other leg, then darted back out of range of the axe. The monstrous beast fell to its knees with a dull groan and Honeycomb's ogre club slammed into its head, crushing the bones of its skull. Loudmouth walked up to the ogre's body and kicked it. "Yuck," Honeycomb drawled, wiping his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. "Bringing down one of them takes years off your life, . And I hear that from someone who once did away with 6 of them in a single day?" Loudmouth chuckled. "Strong, mature ogres, too, not young and green like this one." It was all over. Our enemies had been crushed. Tired after their night battle, guardsmen started sitting down on the floor. Not a single supporter of the Nameless One had survived, they had all preferred to die fighting. "Harold, come on!" the jester cried, wriggling his way between the soldiers like a little fish. He climbed up on the ogre's body. "Hey, how about this?" "I'll give you hay," Lamplighter said, and spat. This time Mummer didn't have his huge Biden-hander with him and he had to fight with an ordinary sword. "Just what am I doing fighting ogres so far away from the desolate lands?" "Hey there!" Arnk protested. "I thought whining was Loudmouth's favorite pastime, not yours. We must check all the corridors and every room." "Some of the villains might have survived," the prince said. "I'll give instructions immediately," Alistan said with a nod. I tried not to push myself forward, so that I could slip away as inconspicuously as possible, but I was afraid of going back to my room on my own. What if I ran into someone? It didn't really matter who it was, enemies who had survived or zealous guardsmen, ready to thread anyone on their spears just to rack up the numbers. Then they could figure out later who I was, friend or foe. "Come on, Harold, we're not appreciated here," Cleekly said, walking over to me. "And where are we going?" "We can have a drink at least." "Oh, no. I have to be on the road this morning, and I intend to get a bit of sleep first." "Ah, you're always such a bore," the goblin complained, but even so he tagged along to see me to the door. Delier and Hallis joined us. The dwarf was intending to look for his favorite hat that had been lost in the heat of battle, and the gnome wanted to have a friendly drink with Cleekly. "How's Marmot?" the jester asked the dwarf a little while later. "The shield saved him. He sprained his arm, but his ribs are all right. And his head, too." "What else do you need?" Delier scratched the back of his own head. "Our Marmot's always collecting things. He managed to grab a shield from somewhere." "But if the ogre had belted Tomcat with that handle," the gnome said slowly. "Yes indeed, Tomcat had been fighting in nothing but his drawers." "Delier, will you join us?" Cleekly asked, jumping over the sprawling body of a guardsman in a grey and blue uniform, but with a white armband. "I should think I will." The dwarf didn't need to be invited twice to wet his whistle. "See, Harold," the jester taunted me. "Not everyone's a spoilsport like you." I gave the goblin a sour glance, and he shut up, realizing that my patience was exhausted for the day. The gnome muttered something to himself, stuck his mattock under his arm, and started sticking out the fingers on both hands. He was counting how many enemies he had felled. The count came to 45. When he heard this figure, Delier stumbled over his own feet and said that some gnomes' conceit was even longer than their beards. "What are you haggling for?" Hallis asked, annoyed. "How many do you think I finished off?" "9 of them," said the dwarf, picking his battered hat up off the floor. "How many?" the gnome asked indignantly. "Why, the gnomes are fighters like." "You're lousy fighters," Delier interrupted. "You wore yourselves out on the field of Sorna." We know. Who wore themselves out?" The bearded gnome was ready to start an all-out fight. "We kicked your backsides." "Our backsides?" The dwarf stopped and clenched his fists. "You kicked our backsides? How come you didn't have a single magician left after that battle?" "Never mind that, we'll have magicians again." "Oh ho! Sure you will," said the dwarf, setting his thumb between 2 fingers and sticking it under his friend's nose. "We've got all your magic books. Come and take them back, you damned magicman." We will take them," Hallis cried, spraying saliva. "Give us time and we'll flatten the mountains of the dwarves to the ground. We'll bring in the cannons." I didn't listen to any more, just went straight into my room and closed the door firmly behind me. No slanging match between a dwarf and a gnome was going to distract me from the most important business of all, sleep. It seemed like my head had barely even touched the pillow before the ubiquitous Cleekly's annoying little hand was shaking me by the shoulder. "Harold, get up! Wake up!" Growling quietly, with my eyes still closed, I started groping around for something heavy to splat the little pest with. "Cleekly," I groaned. Show some respect for the gods. Let me sleep until morning. Go and drink with your new friends. It's already morning, the goblin objected. You're setting out in half an hour, Dot. At this far from joyful news I leapt up off the bed, shook my head drowsily, and gazed out of the window. In the east the night sky was gradually turning paler in anticipation of the sun's new birth. 4 o'clock in the morning at the most. Has Alistan completely lost his mind, deciding to go this early? I asked the goblin, who was sitting on a chair. Did you want them to see you off with music and fanfares? The jester giggled. There are too many eyes in the city during the day. Rumors would start. Everyone who's interested already knows about our little excursion, I objected reasonably. The jester merely chuckled in agreement. And by the way, I exclaimed in sudden realization. How did you get into a locked room? You're not the only one who can open locks, Harold, the goblin said, and his blue eyes flashed merrily. There's a secret passage here. Are you ready? Just a moment, let me get my things together, I muttered. Everything was collected and packed into Little B's saddlebags ages ago. I took the liberty of making sure my best friend was all right. And just who is this best friend of yours? As ever, the jester left my ironical question unanswered, and handed me a plate with a breakfast that was still warm. On the way we met that inseparable pair, Hallis and Delier, also walking in the direction of the stables, arguing animatedly. Those leopards would never change their spots. I was surprised to see them both alive and well, which meant that the battle between them had not taken place after all. The wild hearts joined us and we walked the rest of the way together. Why don't you tell me where you went last night? Delier growled resentfully. To visit relatives in town, Hallis replied imperturbably. Aha, of course, the dwarf chortled. They'd be really glad to see you at 2 in the morning. They'd be expecting you. You were chasing the women again, I suppose, Dot. And what if I was? Hallis retorted furiously. What business is that of yours? And you brought back some kind of sack, said Delier, still growling. The gnome had a plain canvas sack hanging over his shoulder. The kind that miners use for carrying precious stones in the steel mines. And what of it? Hallis asked, and started lighting his pipe. Delier wrinkled up his nose contemptuously. What are you carrying in that sack? The dwarf asked curiously. I don't ask you what you've got in your keg, said the gnome, trying everything he could to change the subject. Who needs to ask? Said Delier, rather surprised, and he shook the large keg that he was carrying with both arms, puffing and panting. I ought to say that the keg was half the size of the dwarf, and there was something splashing about happily inside it. It's got wine in it. And where did you manage to get hold of such valuable treasure? Hallis chortled, blowing rings of tobacco smoke. Cleekly gave me a hand, the dwarf said with a joyful smile. It's from Stocken's cellars. And what are you going to do with it? Drink it. You stupid mattockhead. The dwarf roared. What else can you do with wine? I'll hang it on my horse and gradually drain it dry. Delier pronounced these last words with a dreamy expression on his face. We reached the stables, where the first things to catch my eye were saddled horses and armed men. All the familiar wild hearts were here, too, only now it would have been hard for the inexpert eye to tell that they were wild hearts and not just ordinary soldiers from some border garrison. The famed badges in the form of hearts with teeth had been ruthlessly torn off the worn leather jackets. And I noticed that the handle of Lamplighter's huge sword had been wrapped in a strip of black cloth that concealed the golden oak leaf of a master swordsman. Just one more precaution or attempt to avoid attracting any unnecessary attention. In some miraculous way, Mummer had actually managed to attach his favorite toy, the Biden-hander, beside his saddlebags, evidently frightening his unfortunate dappled mare half to death in the process. Time to go, Harold, the jester reminded me. So there weren't going to be any farewell speeches from the king and Artsivus. They weren't even there. But then, why should they bother seeing off men who were already as good as dead, and anyway they must have been up to their eyes sorting out the consequences of last night's attack. What time could they spare for thinking about our little expedition? I walked up to Little B and greeted her with a pat on the neck. She replied with a joyful whinny, and I climbed into the saddle. The jester looked up and said, "There are the last of your companions." He pointed to the 2 elves beside Miralissa. El from the House of the Black Rose and Igrassa from the House of the Black Moon. I cast a curious glance at the elves. El, with a thick head of ash-gray hair and a fringe that almost covered his amber eyes, was just putting on a helmet that completely covered his face. He had a rather broad nose and a heavy lower jaw. Igrassa had a thin silvery diadem on his head, evidently a mark of distinction of some kind, and he and Miralissa were talking in low voices. I looked closely at the thoroughbred face with high cheekbones, the slanting eyes, and the solidly built figure of a true warrior. Are the two of them related? I asked Cleekly, leaning down as far toward him as I could. Yes, I think he's her cousin. But he's definitely a relative of some kind and definitely from the royal line, that's a fact. Even you can tell that from the idiotic SSA in his name. Right. I'll go and say goodbye to the dwarf and the gnome, the goblin muttered, and disappeared. Miralissa sensed my glance and looked round. The luxurious Miranue dress was gone, replaced by ordinary male elfin clothes. The tall hairstyle was gone, too, transformed into an ash-gray braid that reached all the way down to her waist. And the elfess, like her companions, had an elfin sword, or escash, hanging behind her back and, nestling beside it, a formidable bow and a quiver full of heavy arrows fletched with black feathers. Unlike human soldiers, the elves have a conservative attitude to weapons, and they normally use only crooked swords or longbows. Other weapons are employed only on an occasional basis. Uncle's platoon, however, had all sorts of death-dealing devices with them, from the ordinary swords and crossbows hanging beside their saddlebags to ogre clubs, battle mattocks, poleaxes, and bitten-handers. And then every second man had a round shield, too. An impressive little arsenal for an impressive team. I was greatly surprised by Milord Aliston's appearance as he gave final instructions to Lieutenant Ismay, who was taking over his command of the guards. He wasn't wearing his famous armor. It had been replaced by a jacket just like the ones the Wild Hearts were wearing, with metal badges sewn onto it. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised if he had chain mail or something even heavier on a pack horse, like all the Wild Hearts, but the very fact that the rat was setting out without the armor that had become like a second skin to him. Meanwhile, Alistan finished briefing Ismay and leapt up into the saddle of his huge black steed. No, really, what was I so worried about? In company like this? With the protection of their swords, I was in for a pleasant outing, perhaps with a little miraculous adventure. Forward! Shouted Count Marcoz, slapping his heels against his horse's flanks. Good luck, dancer in the shadows. The jester whispered his farewell to me in an absolutely normal voice. May a Sencor tear me to pieces. At long last we're on our way, may all the gods of Ciala help us. 20. On the way. Avendoom had been left behind. The majestic, forbidding walls built of grey stone from the quarries of Owell had dissolved in the morning mist that the waking sun had startled from the earth and then left to tremble in the air for a few minutes like a frightened white moth. And after that the morning had simply flitted past, like some elusive, phantom bird, and disappeared beyond the horizon to make way for a scorching hot noon. All the Wild Hearts had taken off their jackets and were wearing just their shirts. The only exception was Ark, in the eternal chain mail that he never removed even for a second. Perhaps if I'd been born beside the forests of Zagraba and was used to expecting an attack by orcs at any minute, I would have put on Marcoz's armor, let alone chain mail, even in this heat. I had also unfastened the collar of my shirt and rolled up the sleeves, something that I greatly regretted when the evening came and my skin had turned a magnificent shade of crimson, so that for the next few days it became a serious obstacle to my enjoyment of life. Marcoz and the elves led the way along the road, followed by the Wild Hearts, in twos and threes. At first Marmot kept me company, and he proved to be a rather talkative and interesting companion. Then we were joined by Hallis and Delier. The sure-handed dwarf had managed to make a long tube out of the materials at hand and stick it into his cask of wine. Now, when Uncle wasn't watching them, the dwarf and the gnome took sly sips of the nectar of the gods, occasionally exclaiming in delight at this heavenly bliss vouchsafed to them. They were both gradually getting merrier and merrier, and I began to feel worried that one of them would overdo it, slip out of his saddle, and smash his head on the ground. But no, they simply got a bit red in the face and started singing a bold soldier's song about some campaign or other. Uncle, who was talking to Eel, kept casting suspicious glances at these new singers and his face gradually turned darker and darker. The platoon leader clearly sensed that there was something shady going on, but he simply couldn't figure out how his soldiers could suddenly be drunk. The dwarf discoursed with the air of a connoisseur on Miralissa's good points as a woman. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who looked upon her forthright but very feminine grace with pleasure and interest. He and Hallis agreed that she had quite a few good points, only the fangs spoiled the general impression. After a moment's thought, the gnome said that you could always put a cloth over her face and then proceed as Mother Nature prompted, to which Marmot, who had kept silent all this time, suggested that the two learned theoreticians should shut up, or at least lower their voices half a tone, otherwise Miralissa would draw her escash from its scabbard and slice the beard off one of them and something a bit lower off the other. I couldn't have agreed more. There was silence for a moment, and then the dwarf said, I didn't mean any offense. I only decided to talk about the elfess for a bit of relaxation. You can relax in the forests of Zagraba, when the elves hang you upside down from a tree for insulting a princess of their house, Marmot retorted, and stroked his petling. That finally soured the discussion of the elfess, and the gnome and the dwarf launched into a 2-hour philosophical debate about the advantages and disadvantages of weapons with long handles. As always, Hallis and Delier contradicted each other furiously, constantly clenching their fists and trading lavish insults. As was only to be expected, the argument between the gnome and the dwarf ended in a tie. And after another hour or so, Delier made a truly difficult decision and declared that enough wine had been tasted for one day, otherwise they'd soon have to start looking for another cask, and the likelihood of finding one on the road was illusory to say the least, not to say equal to zero. For some reason Lamplighter, who was riding last in our unit, found this last phrase highly amusing. He was tootling some simple little tune on his reed pipe, and I must admit that this music was better than the first time I had heard Momer play. This time it only made me want to howl mournfully at the moon. I jabbed my heels into Little B's sides, hurried forward, and quietly fell in behind the horses of Miralissa and Marcoz. According to my calculations, if we keep moving at this pace, we'll reach Ronning in less than 2 weeks. From there to the Isolina is no distance at all, and then it's another 2 weeks to the border kingdom. And another week to the forests of Zagraba, the Elfa said to Marcoz, who was listening carefully. That means a month and a half, then? Asked Milord Alistan, chewing thoughtfully on his mustache, before he noticed that I had joined their group. That's not allowing for any unplanned events, said Yggdrasil, who seemed inclined to look on the dark side. Well, so there were pessimists among the elves, too. And I thought only human beings were capable of doubting and expecting the worst. And in addition, we can't stay in the saddle round the clock. I think we'll need at least a couple of days' rest in Rondung. I don't think we ought to go into Rondung, I put in. Thanks for your advice, Harold, Alistan replied rather impolitely. I could see he didn't feel he needed advice from anyone, especially not from a thief. I beg your pardon, Milord Alistan, but you don't understand, I continued insistently. We're already attracting unwanted attention by traveling along one of the busiest high roads in the kingdom, and we're attracting it because elves, a gnome, a dwarf, and 10 men armed to the teeth make rather unusual company. Believe me, milord, the peasants and ordinary travelers will find plenty to chatter about. Such a strange party. And rumors spread like wildfire. Anyone who finds those rumors interesting could easily draw certain conclusions and arrange a welcome for us. And yet, as I understand it, you wish to enter the second largest city in the kingdom. I think that certain rather unpleasant gentlemen are already looking for us. Whoever let the enemy into the royal palace has had more than enough time to report that our expedition has set out. We should not be seen in Rondung, but. What the thief says makes sense, El said with a gleam of his fangs. We need to avoid places where there are too many people. Then what do you suggest? Asked Miralissa. She spoke to the elf but was looking at me thoughtfully. Should we leave the central highway and head farther to the southeast? El gave an almost imperceptible shrug, indicating that the decision was up to Alistan. Farther to the southeast? Alistan didn't much like the suggestion. Turn off a good road, which is busy, I admit, and head across open fields and forests with fallen trees. We'll lose so much time, we won't even reach Zagraba in September. The highway is heading due south at the moment, Yggdrasil replied. After Rondung it turns to the west. And farther south there are no more cities, only barons' castles and small towns or, rather, villages with garrisons. No humans wish to live near Zagraba. And so, in order not to lose time, we shall have to take a risk and keep following the same road. It's a little more than a week to get to Rondung. If we travel along the highway, that is. From the city we can turn to the southeast, toward the Isolina. There's a ferry there that will take us across. And then it's not very far to the border kingdom and the forests of Zagraba. We can't avoid the cities. We'll have to renew our supplies, said Alistan, making it clear that the conversation was at an end. Miralissa nodded at me. I nodded back and smiled, but she just turned and walked off with the others. From the very beginning of the journey Count Marcoz set the pace for the horses, and they moved at a brisk trot. Let's say that we weren't exactly hurrying, but we weren't creeping along like blind snails, either. And every few leagues the horses were given a rest. The areas we passed through were quite populous, with messengers darting this way and that way along the highway, carts carrying goods to and from Avondum. There were peasants, artisans, and members of guilds going about their business. Once we encountered a unit of soldiers riding toward us, beaver caps on their way to the lonely giant. Littleby proved to be an amazingly sturdy horse. I didn't really notice her getting tired at all. Her stride was the same as it had been in the morning, smooth and light. In fact, I was more tired than my horse was. By the evening my entire body ached and I knew just how criminals in the Sultanate felt when they were set on stakes. Not a very pleasant sensation, I must say. When it was already twilight, Alistan decided to halt at a neat, clean village by the name of Sunflowers, located not far from the highway. Tidy little white houses, clean roads, and friendly locals. It was clear that the people round here lived well. And the sight of so many sunflowers growing everywhere, with their heads already bowed under the weight of ripe seeds, was dazzling. The local tavern had a huge inn, and rooms were found for every member of our expedition. It was called the Golden Chicken, and its name was well deserved, for 2 reasons. First, it earned its owner a very decent profit, and, second, there were about 50 chickens wandering around in the yard. I climbed down off Little B with an effort and allowed one of the inn's servants to take the horse to the stables. May I never hold gold pieces in my hand again if horse riding is not a very dubious pleasure for the unaccustomed. My backside was scraped raw all over. But that wasn't all. The sun had also done its work, roasting me gently from all sides, and I felt old, battered, and sick. "Hey, Harold." Honeycomb separated off from the group of wild hearts and came toward me with a cunning smile on his face. He showed me his fist. The other soldiers observed me with interest. I carefully inspected the jarrow object that he had stuck almost right under my nose. There were several straws sticking out of it. "What's this?" I asked Honeycomb with cautious curiosity, in no hurry to touch the straws just yet. "Lots." The tall wild heart chuckled merrily. "The lads and I consulted and we decided you should join in, too." "Join in what? And, by the way, why are the elves and our glorious count already in the inn, while we're standing out here drawing lots?" "The elves in Alistan are high society," Uncle answered for Honeycomb. "But our little draw's very simple. Whoever draws the short straw shares a room with Lamplighter. Until the end of the journey," Arnk added quickly. Mummer followed all these preparations with poorly concealed hostility. I didn't really care who else I had in my room, and so I took the nearest straw out of Honeycomb's fist with the most casual air I could muster. It was short. There were loud sighs of relief on all sides. Someone gave me an encouraging pat on the back, someone else winked at me merrily. I had no idea why no one wanted to spend the night in the same room as Lamplighter, and I didn't get a chance to ask. The tables in the tavern were already set for supper and the hospitable host was filling the glasses with his finest wine. There weren't many guests at the inn, and most of the people in the hall were from the village. And the only food they served was chicken. In all its forms. Roasted chickens, chickens baked with apples, steamed chickens, chicken wings with pepper. The sheer abundance of chicken was enough to make you jump up and start crowing like a rooster. So if you take into account the fact that I don't like chicken very much, it should be easy enough to understand why I wasn't exactly in the best of moods. By contrast, the wild hearts were in fine fettle, as if they hadn't spent the entire day in the saddle, so I said I was tired, went off to my room, and lay down on one of the beds, regretting yet again that I had allowed myself to be drawn into such an insane venture. In the middle of the night I found out just what a dirty trick cruel fate had played on me. Lamplighter showed up very late, when I was already asleep, and I was so exhausted after a day in the saddle that I didn't even hear him arrive. But I did hear Mummer very clearly when he started snoring with enthusiastic gusto. Never mind good old Gosmo, with his gentle nocturnal trilling and tweeting. By comparison with this warrior's snoring, Gosmo's was like the buzzing of a little mosquito compared with the roar of a hungry ogre. Naturally, I woke up and, of course, I tried to drown out the terrible sounds. I tried whistling. I tried singing a song. I even threw a boot at him. It was hopeless. He had absolutely no intention of waking up, or even turning over onto his other side. After an hour of torment, when I was beginning to get used to the snoring and was just about ready to sink back into sleep, Lamplighter changed the order of the sounds he was making and everything started all over again. Eventually I stuck my head under the pillow and at long last managed to get to sleep, after swearing to myself that next time I would find a more comfortable spot to take my rest. Mummer woke me up in the morning. I gave him a surly glance, quite certain that no one had come between him and his dreams. Amazing enough, I felt better after the night. No doubt thanks to El, who had noticed the state I was in the evening before and splashed something out of his own flask into my glass of wine. Whatever it was, it had certainly helped. "We're up a bit late this morning," I said to Mummer. "Aren't we in a hurry?" "Lady Miralissa is waiting for a messenger," Lamplighter replied, groping around under his bed. He pulled out the Biden-hander, set it across his shoulder, and walked toward the door of the room. "Let's go and get breakfast, Harold." "I'm coming." I reached out one hand for my crossbow and knife. Strange. Very strange. The knife was there all right, but my little junior with the double sting had completely disappeared. And at that very moment I heard the twang of a crossbow shot outside in the yard, followed by the frightened clucking of chickens. I glanced out of the window and swore, then dashed out of the room and started down the stairs to the ground floor. Some of the wild hearts were already having breakfast in the large hall of the tavern. They said good morning and asked politely how I had slept. I replied politely that I had slept well, but I didn't really fool either myself or them. "Harold, where are you going?" "It'll all get cold." Hallis exclaimed in surprise, clutching a lump of fatty bacon in one hand and piece of smoked sausage in the other. The gnome seemed to be having some difficulty in deciding what to start his meal with. "I'll just be a moment," I told him, and dashed outside. Arnk, Tomcat, and Loudmouth were absorbed in watching an original competition between Eel and a certain little individual whom I knew only too well. And to the innkeeper's considerable dismay, this competition consisted of trying to shoot as many as possible of the chickens running around the yard in the shortest possible time. There were already about 15 motionless bundles of feathers, little chicken corpses, lying here and there on the sand. Eel was shooting with a sklot taken from Marcoz. Cleekly, yes, it was him all right. I would have known that face with my eyes closed now, was felling the chickens with my crossbow. "Having fun?" I asked the goblin. "Good morning, Harold," Cleekly replied, and brought down another unfortunate bird with a well-aimed shot. 10-6. I win. That was addressed to Eel, who nodded in agreement without even trying to argue. "Thanks for letting me use your crossbow," said the jester, handing the weapon back to me. "I don't recall giving you permission." "Oh, don't be so finicky," the goblin said with a frown. "I galloped all night and scraped my backside raw before I caught up with you. I have to relax a bit somehow." "And why, if I may ask, have you come? Am I imagining it, or did I hear a note of irritation in your voice?" the jester asked, looking me straight in the eye. "I came to pass on a certain item to Miralissa, something the king didn't have yet when you left." "So it's due to your good services that we're in no hurry to go anywhere?" the taciturn Garakan asked gruffly. "And basically," said the goblin, brushing aside all possible objections, "I'm going to join you for the rest of the journey." "As our jester? Well, how about that?" snorted Loudmouth. He and Tomcat had come across to us while Arnk was pulling the bolts out of the birds' little corpses and sorting things out with the aggrieved owner of the golden chicken. "Do you see any cap?" Cleekly asked, jabbing a finger at his own head. The goblin was not wearing a jester's cap with little bells, or a leotard. He was dressed in ordinary traveling clothes with a cloak on his shoulders. "I'm going with you as a guide, not a jester. The place we're going to is my homeland. And I'm just as much at home there as the elves are. I also happen to be the king's authorized representative. If I were in the king's place, I wouldn't authorize you to guard my chamber pot," said Loudmouth. "Why, you've never had a chamber pot in your life," Tomcat said, laughing at Loudmouth. "Whether I have or I haven't makes no difference," Loudmouth retorted to his colleague with the mustache, and then scratched his long nose. "I'm sorry, Goblin, but guarding one more civilian in these difficult conditions is just too much. Especially since we know the kind of dirty tricks you like to play on us." "My name's Cleekly, not Goblin, Mr. Griperangrouser," the jester snapped. "And I don't need protection from anyone. I'm quite capable of looking after myself." And with that he flung aside the flaps of his cloak to allow us to see a belt with 4 heavy throwing knives hanging on it, 2 on the right and 2 on the left. Nothing important happened for the next few days. We carried on heading south, stopping for the night in the fields roundabout. The nights were warm and nobody suffered at all from the vagaries of the weather. If it had been the usual kind, that is, the same as it had always been in July for the last 10,000 years, we would all have felt a bit chilly at night. But as it was, you could quite happily sleep on the grass, or lie there looking up at the starry sky. If not for the mosquitoes, who had gone absolutely crazy in this unexpected warmth, life would have been splendid. The reason we had spent the night in the fields was simple. For 2 days now the highway had avoided all the villages as it looped elegantly round to the southeast. We would only reach the next village on the road in the evening of the next day. Amazingly enough, out in the open air Mummer didn't snore. Marmot told me that Lamplighter only performed his raucous concerts when he had a roof over his head. So by now I had completely caught up on my sleep. Little B and I had gradually grown accustomed to each other and, to my great delight, I discovered I didn't feel any fatigue even after an entire day's riding. No, that's a lie. I did feel some fatigue, but it was by no means fatal. Not the sort of fatigue that makes you want to collapse on the ground and lie there for 4 years and not get up again for all the jewels in the kingdom. At first Marcoz didn't want to take the jester with him, but the goblin, with a perfectly innocent expression on his roguish face, handed the count a paper with the king's seal on it, and then there was nothing the stern warrior could do but allow Cleekly to travel on with us. The jester's horse was every bit as large as a Liston's mount, and while the undersized Hallis Delier looked, how shall I say it, rather amusing on horses, the goblin looked simply comical on the huge black monster that had been dubbed Featherlight. Cleekly's feet didn't even reach the stirrups. But I must say that Cleekly felt perfectly confident in the saddle, and Featherlight responded to all his master's commands at the first asking. The jester was incredibly quiet. By quiet I mean that when you woke up in the morning, there was no need to be afraid of a snake in your boot or a briar in your horse's tail. But the little goblin creep spent all day long dashing from the head of our unit, stretched out along the road, to its tail, and then back again from its tail to its head. Cleekly had time to get everywhere. In the course of the day he could be seen singing songs with Delir and Hallis, telling one of his stories to Tomcat and Eel, conducting an abstruse discussion with the elves, or arguing with the unyielding Alistan Markos until his throat turned hoarse. On the third day after Cleekly's arrival we came into a town. And that's when disaster struck. The tavern in this little village was a lot worse than in Sunflowers. But there was no choice. And after the nights under the open sky I was glad to accept any bed. The villagers cast curious glances at us. It wasn't every day that they saw so many new people and non-people. The elves and the goblin provoked the most oohs and ahs, but the other races were only rare visitors to the lands of Valiostre, so the locals felt that they had to drop everything else and come running to gape at these freaks from the world outside. When would they ever get another chance? The master of the Nameless Inn was simply overwhelmed by this great influx of guests and stood there on the porch with his mouth hanging open. Fortunately for us, the innkeeper's burly wife jabbed her husband under the ribs with her elbow and set him and his two drowsy daughters, who had already attracted an extremely interested glance from Arnk, about their work. Naturally, despite their mother's prods and pokes, the drowsy daughters were still moving slowly and lackadaisically, until the Ling suddenly took matters into its own hands by leaping from Marmot's shoulder onto one girl's head, and there was Cleekly, who had arranged the whole scene, to shout. A rabid rat. In the tumult that followed, Invincible was almost trampled underfoot, while Cleekly was honored with a cuff round the back of his head from Marmot. After that the goblin sulked and he wouldn't talk to anyone. At the end of supper the jester expressed a desire to sleep in the same room as Harold and Lamplighter, and he was very surprised when nobody raised any objections. Harold. Yggdrasil had approached unnoticed and was leaning down over my ear. Her Tresh Miralissa would like to have a word with you. Come on. I'll show you the way. I got up from the table and followed the tall elf. A word? What about? And why now, not earlier? Lucky Harold, going to see elf royalty, but really, I was intrigued by her invitation. There in the room with Miralissa were Markos, who was gazing thoughtfully out of the window, and El, who was peeling an apple with his knife. Good evening, Harold. The elfess's slanting golden eyes sparkled in the candlelight. Do you know what this is? She asked, holding out some object to me. As I took it, I barely managed to stop myself exclaiming out loud in admiration. Is it not beautiful? I could just manage a nod as I examined the precious item that was lying in my hands. It was a key, the size of my palm and very heavy. But more than a key, it was a genuine work of art. The blasphemous thought flashed through my mind that people who knew about such things, the kind who collect old artifacts, would be willing to pay me several mountains of gold for the right to possess this key. The ancient item looked as if it were made of crystals of ice, so frail that I was afraid to breathe on it, in case it might melt. But I knew that even if I took Delir's poleaxe and battered the trinket nonstop all day long, nothing would happen to it, but I would have to buy a new poleaxe. Dragon's tears? Is it dwarves' work? Yes, you're right, Yggdrasil said with a nod. This is the handiwork of dwarves, only they can work this mineral like that. Do you see how delicate the work is? Delicate was not the word for it. It was ideal, elegant, perfect, and ancient. In our time no one would be able to create anything like it. Working that most rare of minerals, Dragon's Tears, which possesses the enduring strength of the very mountains that created it, requires magic in addition to the usual tools. And unfortunately the magicianship of the dwarves was in a state of decline and not even the masters would be capable of such creations. Far too much had been forgotten during the Purple Years. What is this the key to? I asked as I reluctantly handed the precious thing back to Miralissa. Have you ever heard of the double-doored level? The third level of the Palaces of Bone? I asked, remembering my recent conversation with Four and the ancient maps of Rad Spain. And then, carry on. The twin doors stand open. Absolutely right. The double-doored or third level of Rad Spain, with its magic doors. The doors are sealed with very powerful spells, but this key, created by dwarves 2,500 years ago at the request of the Lord of the Dark Houses, will open the way down. She was all business. I could almost see her thinking, comparing possibilities, planning the moves in this deadly game. Somehow, I found this comforting. You want to know that your leaders are working hard, thinking ahead. All the best thieves, like Harold, know that preparation, hard work, imagination, and adaptability make for a successful job, and vastly increase the odds that you would be alive to enjoy it. This object was brought to us by Cleekly, said Alistan, turning away from the window. When the jester left, he was. But that doesn't matter now. The most important thing is that we now have the key, and if the doors that Lady Miralissa mentioned to you are locked, we shan't have to waste time looking for the way round them. If the way round exists, that is. It does, Harold. Or it did. The magicians of the order who took the horn to Rad Spain managed to reach Grok's grave somehow. The magicians didn't have the key then, it was in Zagraba, said Miralissa. The artifact has already been in Rad Spain this spring, said Alistan, folding his arms across his chest. Before setting out for the desolate lands, Lady Miralissa gave it to the king, and Stockin gave it to the magicians of the second expedition. We must thank the gods that the only unfortunate to return from the burial chambers managed to bring the key out, even though he lost his mind. It was thanks to the key that the magician survived, said Yggdrasil, lighting another candle and setting the candlestick on the table beside the first two. Whatever it is that dwells there, it didn't touch the man with the key. It's no great joy to be alive, but insane, I muttered. So, you have this thing now, and that's wonderful. But why tell me about it? The key is not a toy. El finally stopped peeling his apple and came across to me. Before it will open the doors, it has to be harmonized with its owner. Made to comply with his will. Marvelous, I responded with no great enthusiasm. Stay well away from those who work magic, that's always been one of my many mottos. We have to harmonize it with you. Everything is ready. Here, hold it. Miralissa handed the artifact to me again, ignoring my sour grimace. With or without my consent, the elves intended to indulge in a little shamanism, and there was no point in getting uppity, or they might get some word confused and I'd be left wearing horns on my head for the rest of my life, or something even worse. Sit down on the bed. Yggdrasil lit another candle, but he stood it in the headboard of the bed instead of on the table. My lord Alistan, if you would be so kind, please leave us while the ritual is taking place. The count left the room without the slightest objection, closing the door firmly behind him. What are you waiting for, Harold? Sit on the bed, said the elfess, taking some bundles of dried herbs out of her traveling bag. I was on the bed, sitting before I could think. There was real iron in that voice. A sweetish scent of bog flowers and late autumn drifted through the room. I sat down and Miralissa came up to me with a cup in her hand. She dipped one finger in it and then drew some signs on my forehead and cheeks. At her touch, a light current went through my body, starting at my face and quickly sparking down to my toes. It was a madly pleasant sensation. Elle was already standing over one of the candles, whispering and tossing dust up into the air. It looked to me like some kind of powdered herb. Somehow the dust seemed to fall very slowly, touching the flame of the candle, giving off a thin streamer of white smoke and disappearing. So this was the shamanism of the dark elves. Long whisperings, dances, signs, and all sorts of rubbish like dried bat dung. Yes, sometimes this art could do things that wizardry could never manage. The ancient magic, correctly performed, is far more powerful, but its cost. A single mistake, a single mispronounced word, the absence of the most unnecessary seeming ingredient, and nothing will happen. And the most important thing is the time required for working the shamanic magic. Time is invaluable, and the need for it puts the magic of the dark elves at a disadvantage compared with human wizardry. Some elves understood this and became the light elves, but others, like the orcs, goblins, and ogres, do not wish to abandon their ancient knowledge and stubbornly continue to use this ineffective anachronism, as the magicians of the order call it. But then, I'm certain that wizardry also has another, weak side to it, which the order of magicians, in its polite fashion, simply forgets to mention. Meanwhile, Miralissa began singing. Her low, resonant voice began twining itself into the air, swirling through it in a taut spiral of words. Her singing was spellbinding. For all its native coarseness, the Orcish language, or rather its elfish dialect, the elves thought of themselves as too proud to use the language of the orcs, was like a mountain stream. Its gurgling was very pleasant to listen to. The elfess sang as she approached me, and I felt as if she and I were alone in the room with her voice. Yggdrasil and Elle had moved back and away, become just one of the many shadows hemming me in on all sides. The voice, the shadows. And the eyes. Miralissa's golden eyes, with tongues of amber flame flickering in them. They drew me in, leading me away to distant places and times. They filled the entire room. The sign she drew on my face began burning, and the key clenched in my fist was also getting warmer and warmer. The walls of the room flared up in bright fire, trembled, collapsed outward, then began falling in blazing banners into endless darkness. I cried out, my feet searching hopelessly for support that was not there. I flung my arms out in a futile attempt to fly. The darkness burst into flame and the furious flames born in the darkness came rushing toward me from all sides, scorching my neck, my back, my shoulders. The unbearable heat licking at my body set my hair ablaze. The pain ran through me like a blunt knife. I don't remember, I think I screamed, but then an ink-black shadow that had appeared out of nowhere in this hell of amber fire touched my back and pushed me forward. Into the yellow eyes, into that roaring heat. A single instant. Flight. Blindness. Silence. Night. 21. The key. I swear on the peak of Zamdamort, may its snows never melt. Are you sure that on the way here, honorable sir, you didn't fall into the old quarries? It's dangerous around there now, the gnomes' wits have completely deserted them and they throw the exhausted rock straight down on your head. You have to be careful not to get hit. The dark elf whom the old dwarf was addressing restrained himself with an effort. Probably only those well acquainted with this race could understand just how much of an effort this restraint required. Neither the dark nor the light elves, may a dragon's flame devour them, were known for the mildness of their tempers, and they responded to any insult, real or imagined, by reaching for their weapons. But this representative of the forest folk remained calm. Who better to persuade a dwarf master craftsman to carry out a special commission than the eldest son of the House of the Black Flame? Ilatsa was not only a fine warrior, even his enemies, the orcs, accepted that he was, but also an excellent diplomat. And in addition, his knowledge of shamanism improved his chances of getting what the elves wanted from the dwarves, and the short people would never even suspect that they had been given a gentle nudge. But Ilatsa was in no hurry to employ his secret knowledge. That was his last resort. For the time being he could restrict himself to normal negotiations. No, honorable Frahel, nothing fell on my head, . Oh really? The old master craftsman seemed rather perturbed by this circumstance. But then your race is a bit touched in the head without any help from stones. Every race has its shortcomings. The elf bared his fangs in an attempt to smile, although he really wanted to do something quite different, take the obstinate dwarf by the scruff of the neck and smack his head against the wall several times. But he must not. He must not lose his self-control. For after all, among craftsmen, Frahel, may the forest flame tear out his liver, was one of the small number of masters with a capital M. Only this dwarf was capable of creating what the race of elves required. Well, there's no doubt about that. Every race has its shortcomings, the dwarf continued. For instance, take our cousins, the gnomes, curse them, everyone. They don't know how to do anything except mine or and drill corridors in the rock. They've never created a single thing, the rotten idlers. Let us not discuss your relatives, Ilatsa said hurriedly. That's right, we won't talk about relatives, the dwarf grunted, getting up from his workbench. You and the orcs have been slitting each other's throats since time out of mind, and you still can't simmer down. At this point Ilatsa was obliged to grit his teeth. Frahel was openly mocking him, in the realization that if the elf had endured the preceding insults, he would endure this one, too, and many others as well. Very well, my worthy Sir Elf, the master craftsman said, raising his hands in a gesture of conciliation. I know I have touched on a sore spot, and I apologize for it. But as for your little proposal, it is very tempting but, alas, impossible. Why? I do not have that much talent. Oh, come now, the elf said with an irritable frown. My dear Master Frahel, modesty becomes you as the absence of a beard becomes a gnome. The dwarf imagined the gnomes without their beards and appreciated the joke. Master Frahel's fame resounds throughout the northern lands of Ciala. Was it not you who created the magic bell and the suit of arms for the emperor? Who else should the elfin houses turn to? Vrommel? He is too greedy, so he will damage the material. Smerhol? His fame as a craftsman is somewhat greater than he deserves. Or perhaps we should pester Arel? But he has not a shred of talent. Dear master, for our commission we need the very best. You. When the elf said that the finest master craftsmen of the dwarves were not capable of doing anything, he was lying in the desire to flatter this obstinate dwarf. Frahel found the flattery to his liking, and he thawed somewhat. Well then, he said, scratching his chin thoughtfully, perhaps I will take on this little commission of yours when I have some free time. You can see for yourself. He gestured casually at the tables crammed with jobs and feigned an expression of regret. The elf was not at all disconcerted by this little performance. Frahel was simply trying to push his price up. We cannot afford to wait. The doors have already been made and now we need a key. At least one. They need a key, the dwarf grumbled, casting a quick glance at the elf. You're masters when it comes to hammering together the doors for your underground palaces. But as soon as you need a little key made, you come running to the dwarves. I'm not even sure that it will work. Our types of magic are too different. Of course, that is so, Ilatsa said with a polite smile. But that is why the elves have come to you and no one else. Only you are capable of creating an artifact fitting for the twin door level. All right. The dwarf agreed in a slightly irritable tone. I can do it. But the key has to be special. I think you know what I mean. The material must be worthy of the doors. I don't have anything suitable, and I don't know how long it will take to obtain it. I think I can help you there. The elf took a long, elegant case out of his bag and handed it to the dwarf. Red Zagraban cherry? Said the master craftsman, turning the wooden case over in his immense hands, and then he slowly opened it. Inside there was a small black velvet bag tied with a golden thread. The dwarf snorted in annoyance. These elves loved all sorts of frills and flourishes. They couldn't just give you something, they had to bundle it up in 100 wrappings, and then you had to unwrap them. But Frahel's annoyance evaporated without a trace when he saw what he had been given. A large, long, dirty white stone of irregular form. At first glance it was nothing special, there were plenty of cobbles like that to be found on the bank of any river. But that was only at first glance. If it was worked with skill, this stone would become a genuine treasure, a bright gem that would glitter in the light, sparkling with all the colors in creation. This was the magical child of the mountains, the rarest of stones, which the earth only surrendered to alien hands with the greatest reluctance. A dragon's tear. And such a huge one. The old dwarf's face glowed with rapturous delight. But where did you get it from? The last time we found this mineral was more than 200 years ago. This stone has belonged to my house for more than 1,000 years, the elf replied. In those days dragon's tears were found far more often than now. The House of the Black Flame bought it in your mountains. The dwarves would never have sold such a treasure. Frahel protested indignantly. The gnomes sold it to us, the elf admitted. Those bearded midgets. Coming from a dwarf who was only slightly taller than a gnome, these words were, to say the least, amusing. It will take a great deal of time, the dwarf said, tapping his fingers on his workbench. You know what I mean, working the material. Magic. It will take me 2 months to make the first designs. The key must be ready in a week, Ilatsa replied sternly. Do you want me to work day and night? Frahel asked indignantly. Why not, if we pay you well for it? How well? The dwarf asked, screwing up his eyes. Name your price. Frahel thought for a moment and named it. I agree to a quarter of the sum named. This is a serious conversation, the dwarf snapped. Plus you can have all the material that remains after working. You offer me leftovers? Frahel exclaimed furiously. But this was only for form's sake. The cunning craftsman knew perfectly well that even the small scraps of the mineral which were certain to be left over would be beyond price. All right, he said, chewing on his lips with a discontented air. Have it your way, Tresh Elf. I'll start work immediately. Then I will not dare to distract you any longer, the elf said with a bow. The dwarf waved casually in farewell to Ilatsa. In his mind he was already at work. The elf hated these cursed underground halls and corridors with all his heart. The stubborn bearded gnomes who built these rocky tunnels had not been concerned about the fact that elves were a lot taller than their own stunted race. And so, for most of the way to the chambers that the dwarves had allocated to the prince of the House of the Black Flame, Ilatsa had to walk hunched over, almost doubled over in fact, to avoid hitting his head on the low ceiling. The entire maze was enough to depress and dismay anyone who had been born under the green crowns of oaks and not in the bowels of the earth. One wrong turn at a crossroads, one heedless moment, and you could say farewell to life. You would find yourself in some old workings long ago forgotten even by the gnomes who had created them, and you would never see the blue sky in your native forests again. Perhaps your remains might be found a year or two later, when some drunken gnome or dwarf stuck his nose into the wrong corridor. And the worst thing was that the populated parts were right there beside you. Take just one step, turn the right corner, and you would be saved. The elf shuddered. To him a death like that, seasoned with a large dose of despair, seemed the most terrible death possible. Ilatsa and his guide walked on for an interminably long time. The elf had long ago lost his bearings in the capricious bends of the corridors that must have been carved out by gnomes whose brains were befuddled with charmweed. Only once did they meet a group of bearded miners. With glowworm lamps attached to their helmets, clutching work mattocks and other tools in their hands, the gnomes were bawling out a simple song at the tops of their voices as they walked down toward the very heart of the earth. Why are there so few people here? Ilatsa asked his guide. Who would agree to live here? The dwarf asked, surprised at the question. This is the 52nd gallery. It's an 8-hour walk up to the surface. Everyone lives higher up. Only our master craftsmen, like the venerable Frahel, require seclusion for their work. To avoid being disturbed by anyone, or accidentally affecting them with their magic. And then sometimes the gnomes walk through on the way to their workings. But in general this area is deserted. If you get lost, you're really in trouble. We're here, my lord elf. They stopped in front of a lift. There was night below it and night above it. The travelers had to go up more than 900 yards through the round tunnel. Of course, they could make the ascent on the steep stone staircase that threaded through the body of the mountains in a dizzying spiral, but that would have required too much time and effort. So they would have to trust their lives to the precarious swaying platform. There was a drum on the lift, and the dwarf struck it 3 times. The sound went soaring upward, and after a while Elotsa made out a quiet reply, muffled by distance. "Off we go," the dwarf said with a smile, taking hold of the railing. For just a moment the lift lurched downward, taking his heart with it. But almost immediately it began slowly, but surely, creeping upward. "Here we are, then," his guide said good-naturedly, getting off the platform. "The 28th gallery, if you count all the way from the top." "Will you find the way on your own, Sir Elf?" "I don't think so. It's all very simple. From here you go straight along the main corridor, through the hall with the emerald stalactites, and then count the branch corridors. The 6th on the right is yours. Then after every second crossing turn left 3 times, and you'll find yourself in the sector where we accommodate our guests. Don't be afraid, it's almost impossible to get lost here. If anything happens, ask one of our people the way. But not the gnomes, just recently those bearded clowns have completely forgotten how to use their heads. All they can do is cut new galleries." After that the dwarf climbed back onto the lift, struck the drum, and set off downward. The elf went in search of his room, not intending for a moment to actually stay in this accursed catacombs. He wanted to collect his things and go up to the first gallery, closer to the sky and the sun. If he loitered down here for a whole week while Frahel was making the key, he could go insane. It would be better to come back at precisely the right time, collect the artifact, and never, ever again come anywhere near the mountains. As Elotsa walked along he looked around. Unlike the lower galleries, there were plenty of sights worth looking at here. The handiwork of the gnomes and dwarves could only be rivaled by the works of the elves and the orcs in Rad Spain. Although, in the palaces of Bone Elotsa did not feel like a rat buried alive deep below the ground. But still, he had to give the underground builders their due. Everything, absolutely everything, from the finest details to the octagonal columns soaring up toward the ceiling, was beautiful. When he entered the amazingly large hall with the emerald stalactites, he froze in admiration. From a small window somewhere up in the ceiling, a ray of sunlight that had somehow made its way down to this depth sliced through the deliberately created twilight to fall on the green stalactites. Its gentle caress set the green stones glittering as if they were sprinkled with fine diamond dust. And in the center of this display there was an image of a dwarf and a gnome. "They are the great Greyhull and Chigzin, the first dwarf and the first gnome." "Brothers," said a voice behind Elotsa's back. The elf looked round and saw the elfess who had spoken to him standing beside one of the green columns. "They say that the gnomes were the first to discover this image, when someone decided to provide light for the stalactites. So you can tell your people that you have seen one of the great relics of the underground kingdom." "Midla," said Elotsa, bowing ceremonially and trying to conceal his amazement. "Tresh Elotsa," she said, bowing no less ceremonially, holding the bow without moving for several seconds, as etiquette required when an elf met a member of the royal family of a house. "I am most surprised to see you here," said Elotsa. "Pleasantly so, I trust?" the elfess asked with a smile. Her hair was not cut in the manner of the dark elves, who normally preferred tall hairstyles or thick braids. It fell onto her forehead in an ash-gray fringe, and was cropped short on the back of her head and the temples. She was dressed in the dark green costume of a scout, and hanging at her back, instead of a escash, she had 2 short, curved swords with jade handles like the one on Elotsa's sword. He himself had given her the pair of swords at a time when life had seemed simpler. How young they had been then. "That depends on what you are doing here," Elotsa replied as distantly as possible. "What could a scout from the House of the Black Flame possibly be doing here but protecting the Crown Prince?" she asked with a crooked smile. The Crown Prince. Those cursed words had come between them 2 years earlier, shattering their happiness forever. "The head of the house has ordered me to be your shadow, but that cannot be. My father would never have sent you. Have I ever lied to you? Unlike you, I have no right to do so." She, too, could not forget what had happened. "I did not deceive you," Elotsa blurted out. "What happened between us was not a lie." "Of course not." Another bitter smile. "It was all the fault of your father and stupid prejudice. I cannot contravene the law, and you know it. It is not my fault that we cannot be together. The son of the head of a house cannot commit his life to—" "Carry on, Elotsa," she said in a gentle voice when the prince broke off. "To whom? To one who brandishes swords? To one who wanders round Zagraba in search of units of orcs who have invaded the territory of our house? To one who teaches young elves to hold the escash or fire a bow? Or simply to one who has no noble blood flowing in her veins? This conversation will come to nothing, like all those that have preceded it." "You are right," Midla agreed sadly. "You may go back to my father and tell him that all is well with me. Do I look like a messenger? There was a glint of poorly concealed fury in the yellow, almond-shaped eyes. He knew that expression well. When they were still seeing each other, he had seen similar rage in her eyes a few times. But now, for the first time, it was directed at him. I have enough guards, Ilatsa snapped. Your guards are up there, said Midla, jabbing one finger toward the ceiling. A league above us. Long before they could get down here, the heir of the House of the Black Flame would be lying dead and still. Who is going to attack me here? The dwarves and the gnomes? I am carrying out the orders of the head of the house, she said with an indifferent shrug. And I order you to go back to Zagraba. Ilatsa declared furiously. You do not yet have your father's authority, she said with a triumphant smile. The elf gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, then turned and walked away, cursing Midla's obstinacy. The young elfess watched Ilatsa go, trying to hold back her tears. Her eyes were clouded with pain. That week dragged on forever. Ilatsa changed his mind about going higher up. Midla would only follow him, and the elf did not want anyone talking about him behind his back. Everyone still remembered how close they had been and how Ilatsa's father had forbidden the marriage. And so the heir of the House of the Black Flame spent most of the time sitting in the accommodation allocated to him by the dwarves, only occasionally strolling through the nearby halls, admiring the beauty and magnificence of these subterranean places. At such moments he was accompanied by the silent Midla. Somehow or other she always knew that he had left his room, and immediately appeared beside him. They both behaved with emphatically cool politeness. And they both felt awkward. Every stroll concluded with Ilatsa losing his temper, mostly with himself, and returning to his quarters alone. And so the elf was relieved when the deadline he had set for the dwarf craftsman finally arrived. This time he was lucky and managed to get away without disturbing Midla, although her room was opposite his own. But that was most probably because the elf had deliberately not warned his dwarf guide that he was planning to visit Frahel. Ilatsa suspected that Midla knew about his strolls from this little informer. He found his way to the lift with no difficulty, and there he came across several gnomes in armor, holding battle mattocks. The bearded little folk were arguing heatedly about something. Good day, respected sirs, Ilatsa greeted them. What's so good about it? Grumbled one of the gnomes. You've heard what's going on, I suppose? Unfortunately not. All the sentries at the 115th gate near Zagari have been killed. 8 dwarves and the same number of gnomes have lost their lives. Do you know who has done this? No, the gnomes' faces were all darker than a storm cloud. But there is a chance that the killers could have made their way into the kingdom. Maybe that's so, of course, but what in the name of a souse turnip are we hanging about here for? A mattock man in heavy armor asked angrily. That's 115 leagues away from here. No mortal being who doesn't happen to be a gnome or a dwarf will ever get that far on his own. He'll lose his way in the galleries. Never mind, we've been posted here, so this is where we'll stand, the first gnome said calmly. Where do you want to go? The question was addressed to Ilatsa. To see Master Frahel. The 52nd gallery, isn't it? Right, get onto the lift. Do you know the way? Not very well. Turn left at every second crossing and do that 5 times. Then straight on for 6 crossings and take the 3rd corridor to the left. Will you find it? Yes, thank you. Hey! The gnome shouted upward. Take the honorable gentleman to the 52nd. Right. A voice called back down. The lift shuddered and started downward. Frahel heaved a sigh of relief and sat back in his chair. He had managed to do the impossible. This work was the finest thing he had ever created in all his long life. The effort had completely absorbed the master craftsman, the challenge to his skill had required his absolute commitment, and now there was the key made out of the dragon's tear, lying on the black velvet. The slim, elegant object already contained immense power, and after the dark elves endowed it with their magic, it would become a truly mighty artifact. Frahel grinned. The orcs were in for a big surprise when the doors stopped opening for them. The elves were cunning and sly, they had decided to deprive the orcs of the memory of their ancestors by slamming the door in their face. Now for the final, quickest, and most complicated stage, endowing his creation with life and memory. The master craftsman stood up, opened an old book, and raised his hand above the slumbering key. And at that moment someone knocked on the door of his workshop. The dwarf swore furiously. That elf must be here already. Too early. Well, prince or not, he would have to wait until Frahel had done everything that was needed. Wait, honored sir. Frahel shouted. I haven't finished yet. Another knock. Ah, damn you. It's open. Frahel called, preparing a couple of choice endearments for his client. A man came into the workshop. Master Frahel? the man asked, looking carefully round the room. And who's asking? The craftsman replied rather impolitely. Oh. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Słowik. Słowik? The dwarf was quite certain that this Słowik had a title. If only because there was a gold nightingale embroidered on his tunic. He thought that someone in Valioster wore that crest. Don't trouble yourself, Master Frahel. Simply Słowik will do. Simply Słowik was about 50 years old. He was tall and as thin as a rake, with grey temples and streaks of grey in his tidy little beard. His brown eyes regarded the dwarf with friendly mockery. What can I do for you? Frahel asked, attempting to conceal his irritation. Oh. I would like to buy a certain item. Or rather, not I, but the person who sent me. My master. But, by your leave, said Frahel, interrupting his visitor with a shrug, I am no shopkeeper. I do not have anything for sale. I carry out private and very well-paid commissions. If you wish to buy something, talk to Master Smerhol, 2 levels higher, Gallery 322. Frahel turned his back to Słowik to indicate that the conversation was at an end. Oh. You have misunderstood me, respected master. The man showed no signs of wishing to leave the workshop. He walked up rather presumptuously to the table and sat down, crossing his legs. My master wishes to acquire an item created by your own hands. And what exactly does he intend to buy from me? The dwarf asked with unconcealed mockery, setting his hands on his hips. Politeness was all well and good, but he would take great pleasure in throwing this man out of his workshop. That amusing little trinket, said Słowik, half rising off his chair and pointing one finger at the sparkling key. For a moment the master craftsman was struck dumb. Have you lost your mind, dear sir? The elfin key? I have a client for it. And what do you want it for? My master is a man. For some reason Słowik hesitated slightly over the word man, a man of very special tastes. Let us leave it at that. He is a collector, and this remarkable key would suit his collection very well. No. The dwarf snapped. You wouldn't have enough money to buy the work, and I will not break my word. Oh. You need not be concerned about money, Master Frahel. Słowik got up off his chair, went across to the table on which the artifact was waiting for the final touch from its maker, and began taking stones out of his bag and setting them on the table. Frahel's teeth began chattering and his eyes turned as big and round as saucers. The man put a dragon's tear on the table, a stone in no way inferior to the one that the elf had brought. Then another one. And another. And another. My master is very generous, you will have no cause for regret, Słowik said with a smile. The dwarf said nothing, he gazed wide-eyed at the stones, expecting them to disappear at any moment. This simply could not be. The dragon's tears lying there were equal to the amount found by the dwarves and the gnomes in the last 1,000 years. Without waiting for an answer, Słowik placed another 2 specimens of the mineral on the table. The last one was simply enormous. You must agree, dear Master Frahel, that this price is enough to make you think. Let your client wait for 1 more week, and you can make him another key. You have more than enough material here. But the key is not ready yet, it has not been endowed with life, said the dwarf, trying to convince himself. No need for you to be concerned, I can manage that on my own. Human wizardry is of no use here, the dwarf said, shaking his head. There is other magic besides human wizardry, the man said with a smile. Other magic? Frahel screwed up his eyes suspiciously. There is also the stone magic of my people, and shamanism. The magic of the gnomes and dwarves is not suitable for men, and your tribe can only study Ogric shamanism. And what if this is so? Słowik asked with a shrug. Who are you? The dwarf blurted out, looking round the workshop in search of his poleaxe. Is that really so important? Well then, have we a deal? Słowik reached his hand out for the key. No, the dwarf forced himself to say. Take your junk and get out of here. Is that your last word? Yes. What a shame, the man sighed. I wanted to do things in a friendly way. The door opened and 5 shadows slipped into the room. Frahel turned pale. Despite everything, Ilatsa still somehow managed to lose his way and turn off into the wrong corridor. For a moment the elf's dark skin was covered in sweat at the sudden thought that he was lost. But after walking back and turning twice to the right, the elf found himself in a familiar corridor with a low ceiling. Eventually he found himself outside Frahel's workshop and pushed the door open. The dwarf was lying on the floor as dead could be. A man was frozen absolutely still over a key, his key singing a song in the Ogric language, and the artifact was responding with a poisonous purple glow, pulsating like a living heart in time to the words. The singer cast a single swift glance at the elf and snapped, "Kill him." 5 orcs with drawn yataghans came dashing at Ilatsa. Ilatsa's escash slid from its scabbard with a quiet rustle as his other hand grabbed the dagger from his belt and flung it at the shaman. The blade sank into the stranger's neck below the Adam's apple and he slumped over onto his side, wheezing and bleeding heavily. Now he could not say another word and he would not use any magic. The purple glow that had been spreading around the key began gradually fading. But the elf could not take the artifact yet. The first orc had drawn back his yataghan to strike. The escash and the yataghan clashed, parted, and clashed again. The orc jumped back, waiting for his fellows to move up. "You're finished, you scum." Ilatsa did not bother to answer. Of course, 5 against 1 was very bad odds, but the elf was saved by the fact that he was standing in the doorway and only 2 of them could attack him at once. "Duck!" a familiar sharp voice said behind him. He did as he was told and the bow that appeared above his shoulder fired an arrow that buried itself in an orc's eye. Another shot, and a second orc fell, shot through the heart. Midla fired her third arrow point blank into the face of the enemy running at her. Ilatsa joined in the fight, giving the elfess time to put her bow away and draw her 2 swords. Dodging a blow from the right, he raised his escash over his head, offering the flat side of the blade to his opponent's yataghan. The orc was caught out, his yataghan slid along the downward slope of Ilatsa's escash, and the force of his own blow carried him forward an extra step, exposing his flank. The elf's curving blade sliced through his opponent's left arm and deep into his side. The elf then raised his weapon, stepped to the side, and the escash severed his enemy's neck, sending the head tumbling across the floor until it stopped somewhere under the table. Ilatsa hurried to assist Midla, but she had already dealt with the final orc herself. There were 2 curved blades protruding from the enemy's dead body. Midla slumped back against the wall, hissing in pain as she squeezed shut the gaping yataghan wound in her leg. "Are you all right?" "No, by 1,000 demons. How could you be so stupid as to come here alone? What if I hadn't got here in time?" "I'd have had to manage on my own," he said, tearing up a cloth he had found in the dwarf's workshop. "On your own," Midla muttered, tightening the knot. "That wolf's spawn even managed to wound me." "Can you walk?" "I don't think I'll be able to walk for the next few months. We have to get out of here. Who knows how many enemies entered the galleries? Are these the ones who killed the guards on that distant gate?" "Probably." "I'll carry you." Midla simply nodded. "Pull the swords out of the body, they mean too much to me." "Of course." Ilatsa pulled the twin blades out of the dead body, handed them to Midla, and set off toward the body of the man, intending to pull his own dagger out of it. In defiance of all the laws of nature, the shaman was still alive, although there was bloody foam on his lips and it had dribbled down onto his chin and beard. Ilatsa indifferently tugged the dagger out of the wound and listened to the man wheezing, gurgling, and whistling. "You," the man began, trying to say something. "The master will possess the key anyway. I don't know who your master is, but elves don't part with their property that easily." Ilatsa finished off the wounded man, watching with satisfaction as the brown eyes turned glassy. Then he took the key off the table, thought for a moment, and raked all the dragon's tears into the bag lying on the floor, reasoning quite soberly that the dead had no more need of them, while the gnomes and dwarves would be able to get along without them. "Is he dead?" Midla asked when he came across and lifted her up in his arms. "Yes, he was working a spell when I got here. Doing something with the key. That's none of our business, let the shaman sort that out." "Was he working for the orcs?" "More likely the other way round," Ilatsa panted as he carried Midla out into the corridor. "They were working for him. How is that possible? The orcs never obey anyone they consider inferior to themselves. I didn't have time to ask them. By the way, did you notice that they weren't wearing clan badges?" "Yes." "That's very strange." "That's exactly what I mean. What are you going to do now?" "Report everything to the gnomes or the dwarves and get out into the open air." "And then?" "Then?" Ilatsa thought for a moment. "Then I'm going to give the key to my father and change a few old laws, regardless of the opinion of the head of the house." "What laws?" Midla asked in surprise. "Those that forbid the son of a royal dynasty and a scout to be together. Have you any objections?" Midla's smile was enough to let Ilatsa know that there would be no objections from her side. Neither of them had noticed that in the depths of the key lying in the elf's bag a faint purple spark was still glowing. 22. Conversations in the fire. There are many who think there is no life in the darkness. That is a great error. Perhaps, in the pitch-black emptiness of nothing, life is not so obvious as in our own colorful world, but there can be no doubt that it exists. On this side and on that, Doors opened for a brief fraction of a second with a despairing creak, columns of light in the boundless darkness, leading into goodness only knew where. I was suspended in emptiness and I saw many dreams, both beautiful and terrible at the same time. Dreams in which I was merely an observer, dreams in which I lived 1,000 lives, dreams that were the truth and dreams that were simply dreams. How long did this go on for? I don't think that it was longer than eternity. Anyway, even eternity has to end sometime. And like dreams, eternity has the disagreeable habit of coming to an end at the most inappropriate time. After several ages that seemed like mere minutes to me, the first crimson sparks were born in the darkness, the children of a gigantic bonfire that I could not yet see. The number of sparks increased, they started flying faster, and now they were flying horizontally as well as upward, as if they were driven by some mischievous wind. Sometimes, when there was too much of the fiery snow, the snowflakes swirled together into an orange whirlwind. And at those moments, pictures of the past appeared before my eyes. Another eternity passed and at one spot the darkness swelled up and turned yellow, the way paper turns yellow if you bring it near the flame of a candle, and then burst. Tongues of crimson flame appeared. Then more and more of them, and a moment later the flames consumed the darkness and filled the entire space of my infinite dream. I can remember that those eyes looking at me are the slanting, golden amber eyes of an elfess whose name, I think, is Miralissa. Dance with us, dancer. The sound of jolly laughter made me look round. There were 3 shadows whirling in a furious dance on the tongues of flame. They were not frightened at all by the presence of light, they remained as black and impervious to it as if there was no fire there at all. Come on, dancer, do not be afraid. One of them laughed, and made a circle round me. I don't dance, ladies, I said. My throat was dry, either from the cold fire or from my dreams. Look, he doesn't want to dance. Another shadow laughed merrily, flying right up to me. For an instant I glimpsed the outline of a woman's face. Why do you refuse to dance, dancer? Why do you not wish to grant us the gift of at least one dance? I have to go. The flame behind my back was howling ceaselessly, and I thought it was beginning to grow warmer. Go? The third shadow was there beside the first 2. But in order to go, you have to make us a gift of a dance. Come on, dancer. Choose. Which of us is most to your liking? I do not know how to dance, I said, shaking my head and turning away. The amber eyes had still not disappeared, but they were slowly moving away, disappearing behind the wall of flame. I dashed toward them, but instantly I was scorched by the searing cold. I covered my face with my hands in fear. You see, dancer, the second shadow said with a nod. You can only dance your way through the fire. Dance, or you will remain here forever. I could already distinguish each of them by their voices. They were so similar and at the same time so different. Which of us do you choose? The third one asked again. The heat behind my back was becoming unbearable. All 3, I said sullenly. One piece of foolishness more or less. What difference did it really make? A momentary bewilderment. You are truly a dancer, the first shadow said in surprise. You take everything from life. Well then, we shall lead you through the barrier. Hold on. The shadows embraced me, shielding me with their dark bodies against the fire advancing from all sides. And they led me. An eddying swirl, a darting, sliding lightness, a black flash of lightning piercing the wall of flame and pushing me toward the amber eyes. I am falling. We will dance the Jenga with you yet. I heard a voice say behind me. A final, angry spurt of crimson flame enraged at its own impotence. Night. What's wrong with him? The voice pierced through the dense cobweb of unconsciousness, severing its threads like the blade of a dagger. It snatched me from the bottom of my sleep, slowly lifting me up to the surface so that I could take a gulp of the fresh air of life. He's coming round. Igrassa, give me the flowers. Quickly. Miralissa's voice was tense and perplexed? Frightened? What, may the darkness devour me, is going on here? Asked the first voice. I thought I knew it, too. Alistan Markaz. Calm down, Count, explanations later. Igrassa, why are you taking so long? Here. The elf sounded calm. I smelled the sour scent of some herb and winced involuntarily. All right, Harold, time to stop this comedy. Open your eyes. The imperturbable elf's voice was sharp and tense. I tried. I really did try. But my eyelids were terrible heavy, they were filled with lead and refused to obey me. Come, dancer, open your eyes. I know you can hear me. Miralissa calls me that, too, dancer. It's all Cleekly's fault. The goblin was the first one to claim that I'm supposedly in some prophecy or other. I ought to strangle him, but I feel sorry for the little green creature. One more effort. This time everything was much easier. The elfess had a will of iron. The first thing I saw was her face. Miralissa was leaning down over me and, despite her swarthy complexion, she was exceptionally pale. "Thank the gods," she said when I looked up at her and smiled. Standing a little farther away were the two elves, as tense as two taut bowstrings or the strings of some musical instrument. Markos was standing beside them. He looked gloomy. But then, that was his constant mood, we had all grown used to that long ago. "How are you feeling?" asked Miralissa, putting her hand on my forehead again. "How am I feeling? My arms and legs are all there. I don't think I have a tail. Everything's all right. Just what are they all in such a flurry about? I feel fine." "Why?" I attempted to get up off the bed, but Miralissa gently pushed me back down. "Lie down for a while. Will someone explain to me what is going on?" asked Milord Alistan, unable to restrain himself any longer. "I wish someone would explain to me," Miralissa snapped irritably, and shivered, as if there was a chilly draft in the room. Quickly, she recovered her composure and was all business again. Everything was going as usual. The standard procedure for attuning the key, it can be carried out by any third-year apprentice who knows almost nothing about shamanism. Everything was normal, and then the key suddenly flared up with a purple light and I lost contact with Harold. His consciousness was transported to such distant realms that we had great difficulty in bringing him back here. Or rather, somehow he made his own way back. All our attempts were unsuccessful. "I don't understand a thing. The artifact flared up with a purple light? That happened in one of the dreams. Some man. Sunik? Suwanik? I can't remember. He did something to that key. Something not exactly good. Another of the master's minions, that was who he was." "Harold, can you remember anything?" "Well, something," I said slowly. "Stop muttering. What do you remember, thief?" Alistan was still furious. "Dreams. Thousands of dreams." "What dreams?" "It's all your key's fault. You should have made it yourself, instead of sending a prince to the dwarves," I said in a reproachful voice. "How do you know that a prince commissioned the key?" Miralissa's eyes widened in surprise. "From a dream, I suppose," I said after a moment's thought. "I even remember the elf's name, Iladsa." "Iladsa the Destroyer of Laws," El said, nodding to confirm that I wasn't lying. "There was a head of the House of the Black Flame with that name. Long ago, more than 1,000 years. But I did not know that he commissioned the key." "He didn't commission it," I said, defying Miralissa's prohibition and sitting up on the bed. "His father did. Not even his father, all the elves. Dark and the light. And Iladsa went to the dwarves. That was how it all happened." "What happened?" "Pay no attention. It was only one of many dreams. Dreams have the quality of showing the past. Or the future. It is quite possible that without even knowing it, you saw a page from that book. So I had to explain. If we can rely on my dream," I concluded, "then something bad was done to the key and now it doesn't work the way it should." "But before it worked just fine," Alistan objected. "We didn't know anything about the master before," El retorted. "Something in the key could have awoken, and it almost drew Harold in." "Enough," said Miralissa, clicking her fingers in annoyance. "We shall carry on with what we have been doing. In any case, the artifact has remembered Harold. And I think I'll be going. If none of you have any objections, that is." I got up off the bed and walked toward the door. "Don't forget the key," Alistan said. "No, let it stay with me for a while," said Miralissa, unexpectedly supporting me. "I shall check it again. We have to be sure that it is absolutely safe." "Marvelous." I left the thoughtful elves and the disgruntled Count Rat. On the way to my room, Tomcat called me. He looked somber. "Have you seen Alistan?" he asked without stopping. "He's with Miralissa." Tomcat nodded and set off toward the elfess's room. "Where have you been gaddying about?" That was how the jester greeted me when I appeared in the doorway. Lamplighter wasn't there yet, and Cleekly was making up a bed for himself on the floor, between the two beds with cracked wooden frames. "Are you fond of sleeping on a hard surface?" I asked, ignoring the goblin's question. "I'd advise you to do the same, it's good for the health," said Cleekly, plumping up his cushion. "Thank you, I think I'll pass on that." I took a plug of cotton wool out of my pocket, one of several that I had taken care to request from the innkeeper's helpful wife, and put it in my ear. "What's that for?" my green friend asked, screwing up his eyes suspiciously. I can't get to sleep without them, I said with a crooked grin, and the goblin let it go at that. After several nights spent under the open stars, the bed seemed like a gift from the gods, and I slept like a baby. As was only to be expected, the next morning Cleekly was morose and taciturn. He was out of sorts with the entire world, especially with Lamplighter, and also, for some reason or other, with me. Neither Miralissa nor Alistan said a word about the key that morning. They merely hurried us along, eager to set out as soon as possible. We left early, before the dawn arrived. While my Lord Rat was pushing the entire group along, I finished sleeping on Little Bee's back, since the horse was not dashing along at a gallop. Marmot, riding beside me, merely sniffed, understanding the state I was in, and began keeping an unobtrusive eye on Little Bee to make sure that I didn't tumble out of the saddle. An hour later the horses moved up into a fast trot and there I was, wide awake, sitting upright in my saddle in dashing style. That's what regular practice can do for you. And only then did I notice that certain changes had taken place in our small expeditionary force. "Where are Tomcat and Igrassa?" I asked Cleekly as he rode past me on Featherlight. "They've been given an important assignment," said the goblin, opening his mouth to speak for the first time that morning. "That's it, Harold. All the fun and games are behind us now. Now difficult and perhaps even dangerous days lie ahead. Something has to happen, I can smell it." And Cleekly sniffed loudly to support his own words. "What's happened, Marmot?" I persisted. The Wild Heart merely shrugged, but he looked concerned. "The Nameless One only knows. Tomcat was out of sorts all day yesterday. He kept muttering something to himself, and by evening he'd begun glancing round over his shoulder. And this morning he took the elf with him and disappeared. You heard what Cleekly said, didn't you? Something's going on. I hate being surrounded by riddles." "Who doesn't?" Loudmouth asked with a yawn. "Just look at the way Alistan's driving us along. At this pace we'll be in the Sultanate before evening comes." We turned off the highway onto an old, deserted road that continued to lead us to the southeast, although Honeycomb said that later it would turn back toward the south and merge with the highway before Ronnung. This route was a lot shorter, but less busy. This was not a populous area and there were no villages, so once again we would have to spend the night under the open sky. The morning passed, the hot afternoon arrived and dissolved into the approaching evening, but Alistan kept driving us on, sparing neither horses nor riders. The worm of alarm began stirring somewhere in my soul. Something must have happened, otherwise why all this hurry? Neither the Elfus, nor the Count, nor Uncle replied to the Jester's questions, they merely drove the horses on even harder. There were brief halts, simply in order to allow the exhausted horses some rest, and then the dusty road was flitting past again below our feet, as the disk of the coppery red sun slipped down behind the horizon on our right hand. Our group did not stop for the night until the sky was a fiery crimson that was gradually turning dark purple, and there was nothing of the sun left above the horizon apart from a narrow rim. We didn't go far from the road and were so exposed to view that we might as well have been sitting on Sagat's palm. There were unplowed fields stretching out to the right and the left of the road, and the light of a campfire would be seen a league away. The pale, horned crescent that had replaced the full moon while we were traveling appeared in the sky and began conversing with the first stars. But there was no time for admiring the beauty of nature, we still had to collect firewood. Within the group duties were precisely distributed. 2 men gathered wood and kept the fire going, 1 cooked, a 4th watched the horses, and the rest prepared the site for the night's rest. Everybody had a job to do, no one was allowed to shirk. Even Markaz, our very own Count, checked the horses every evening to make sure that, Sagat forbid, none of them had gone lame. Nobody asked me to do anything, but I didn't want to seem like a useless idler. After all, I would have to share my final crust of bread with these people, so I also did whatever I could. Mostly I helped Marmot gather firewood or feed Invincible. The Ling had turned out to be a most amusing animal and pretty damn smart, too. We got on perfectly well together, I allowed him to climb onto my shoulder and he allowed me to stroke him. Marmot found this idyllic love affair very surprising. He told me that Invincible wasn't usually very keen on anyone touching him. Apart, of course, from his beloved master. That night Alistan posted sentries for the first time. The first to go on watch were Ark and Eel. In 3 hours' time, they were due to be relieved by Uncle and Honeycomb, and during the early morning the next 4 would take their shifts. I couldn't sleep. Sleep had abandoned me and I simply lay there with my hands under my head, looking up at the starry sky that was like a bottomless lake. The warm night breeze ran its soft hand across the tall wild grass and the sleeping flowers, gently bowing the plants down toward Mother Earth. The grass pretended to be angry and rustled, but as soon as the wind was distracted, it playfully raised its head again, calling the wind back. The skinny old crescent moon floated above the world and its light fell into the grass like silvery dust, making it look like precious jewelry that had escaped the control of some talented master craftsman's hand. There was the smell of damp earth, wildflowers, summer freshness, and boundless space. After the constant stony stench of the overheated city, the scents of nature were intoxicating. Somewhere far off in the fields there was the melancholy call of a solitary bird. I was not the only one who did not feel like sleeping that night. For an instant a black silhouette blotted out the stars as it flitted over my head and silently dissolved into the night, only to return an instant later. The shadow turned in a circle above the camp and, realizing that it would not find any interesting prey beside the campfire, lazily flapped its wings and moved away, with its body almost touching the grass, disappearing into the silvery moonlit fields. An eagle owl out hunting. Watch out, all you mice. Just as long as it doesn't take our invincible. Although it's not so very simple to eat a ling. Just try grabbing a creature with teeth like that, and you'll soon find yourself with no beak or feathers. I could still hear the little beast rustling in the cooking pot, finishing off the remains of supper. The campfire was dying down and the coals it had created were quietly twinkling back at their distant sisters, the stars, to see who could glow brightest. I felt I ought to throw on a few sticks of firewood, but I was too lazy to get up. The soldiers were sleeping lightly and I was certain to wake someone up. Loudmouth was lying beside me, stretched out on his back with his mouth open. If Cleekly had not been asleep at the time, he would have been sure to exploit the soldier's incautious pose and slip a dandelion or some small bug into his open mouth as a jolly joke. You could expect any kind of rotten trick from the Green Goblin at absolutely any moment. I still hadn't managed to understand the Goblin's character. Either he was simply playing the part of the royal buffoon, acting crazily all over the place, or this really was the normal condition of his little green soul. Before I met Cleekly, I hadn't really had any serious contact with his race. There were so few of them, and so my general impression of goblins had only begun to take shape quite recently. But this time Loudmouth was in no danger. The jester was too tired and he was snuffling softly with one hand under his cheek, as sound asleep as everyone else. Close by, Lamplighter was sleeping with his arms round his beloved Bidenhander. Delier was over closer to the fire. Hallis was stretched with his precious sack on the boundary of light and darkness. The others were lying on the other side of the fading fire. They merged into the darkness, transformed into mere dark silhouettes, and it was impossible to make out who was sleeping where. Eel walked by several times, keeping watch. But then, convinced that all was quiet, he sat down not far away. Eel was probably the only one of my human companions about whom I had not yet formed a definite opinion. Always taciturn and as erect as a pikestaff, the dark-complexioned Garakan rarely got involved in conversation. Sometimes he threw in a few sparse words, but only in cases when he thought it was worth sharing his opinion with the others. He was well respected in the unit, that was clear straight away, but I couldn't see that Eel had any friends among the Wild Hearts. To him we were all campaign comrades, the companions who would fight beside him, if necessary, against the common enemy, but not at all the kind of friends with whom he could enjoy drinking a glass of beer on some fine spring day. He kept his distance, he didn't poke his nose into the others' business and didn't let them into his confidence. None of the soldiers took offense and they accepted the Garakan's character at face value. Once I asked Lamplighter how a man like that had come to be with them. I don't know, he's not much inclined to talk about his past life, Mummer said with a shrug. And we don't try to force him. The past is every man's personal business. Take Ash, now, he's the commander of the Thorns at the Giant. He used to be a petty thief. He wound up in the Wild Hearts when he was still a boy. And now we'd follow him to the Needles of Ice and beyond if need be. And I couldn't give a damn what he used to do before thieving, killing, or kidnapping old women. It's the same thing with Eel. He doesn't want to talk about anything before he joined up, and that's his right. I've known him for almost 10 years, and none of our lads have ever had any reason to doubt his courage. I heard a rumor once that he came from some noble family in Garrick. And I don't think myself that he's any kind of simple lad. Just look at the way he handles those swords, like he was born with them. In a word, a nobleman. The night bird called again. The brief sound lingered and rippled across the fields, making Eel turn his head sharply in that direction. But the very creature that had made those howls seemed to have taken fright at its own voice. Sleep still would not come. I was too worried by the fact that Tomcat and Igrassa had been away for so long. The goblin was right when he said something nasty was on the way. What could detain two warriors on a seemingly safe and peaceful road? Was it really that safe? Really that peaceful? It might be only just over a week to Avendoom on horseback, but that didn't mean everything was peaceful and quiet on the highway. Anything at all could happen. What had Tomcat been so dour and upset about? A whole day before I was introduced to the key, he was already quite obviously concerned, frequently glancing round behind him without any need, staring down the empty road, stroking his cat's whiskers far too nervously, and muttering strangely to himself under his breath. What had he seen? What had he sensed? All the others, including Miralissa and Agrassa, who were skilled shamans, had been quite unperturbed. But then, who could understand a tracker? In their profession, those lads were obliged to see what others failed to notice. The stars gradually blurred and the world sank into a deep sleep. I opened my eyes without knowing what had woken me. The crescent moon had sauntered quite a distance across the sky while I was asleep, and now it was clutched in the embraces of the arrow of the sun, an immense constellation spread out at the very line of the horizon. Eel was dozing beside Loudmouth, whose mouth was still wide open. More than 3 hours had passed since I fell asleep, and now Uncle and Honeycomb were on watch, having taken over from the Garakan and Ark, who had gone to their beds. Someone had taken care to prolong the life of the campfire, and its small scarlet flower was slowly consuming the sticks of firewood. Miralissa was sitting beside the fire, occasionally dipping a stick into the flames. The fire hissed in annoyance and shot out sparks that went streaking up into the night sky. I stood up and went toward the Elfis, trying not to wake anyone, but I almost stepped on Delir on the way. I sat down cautiously beside her and started watching the fire lick the bark off the stick. "You cannot sleep either?" she asked after a long silence. "No." I looked at her imperturbable face, at her hair gleaming with scarlet highlights in the light of the campfire. "It is a good night." She sighed. "Bearing in mind that I haven't spent the night in the fields very often in my life, yes, it is. A good night." "You have no idea what a lucky man you are," the Elfis said suddenly, her fangs glinting. I still hadn't managed to get used to those protruding teeth the elves had. No doubt men are subconsciously afraid of anything different from themselves, especially if the unknown has fangs like that in its mouth. "Yes, if finding yourself in a situation that leaves you no option but to take a trip to Rad Spain is good luck," I replied rather gloomily. "I won't try to console you there. You chose a rather risky profession and you knew what you were doing. It's dangerous to be a thief." "But that wasn't what I meant. How often have you been outside the walls of Avendoom?" "3 times, I said after a moment's thought. "And not farther than 5 leagues. There, you see. A lucky man. Always close to home." "It doesn't feel all that much like home. I had no sentimental yearnings at all for the walls of Avendoom. But it still is your home. Do you know what my most cherished wish is?" she suddenly asked. I looked into the yellow eyes and shook my head very slightly. "I want finally to go home. To see my native forest, my family, my palace, my daughter." "Why do you smile? Do you think this is too much like a woman?" "No, milady. I don't think that. Everybody wants to go home at some time. Especially if their child is there. I have not been in Zagraba for 2 years. I have traveled all over Ciala with my unit. The last time we went as far as Sudar. Agrassa, and I were the only ones who returned. The rest remained behind in the snow. My condolences." "Don't," she interrupted me gently. "We have a different attitude to death. We are not people, after all. Elves regard it more lightly and accept it more easily. All depart this life at some time. Sooner or later it happens. Running away from it is foolish, and closing your eyes to it is even more so." Silence fell again, with only an occasional hiss from something between the coals and the wind fluttering the hairs that had come loose from the Elfis's braid. "I've been wanting to ask," I began. "Why did you get involved in this adventure? After all, this is our misfortune. This is a human problem. The Dark Elves concluded an alliance with Valiostra." I said nothing. Alliances are made and they are broken. That is a matter of high politics, and an alliance, even if it is held for several hundred years, is no reason for sticking your head into a hungry ogre's mouth. Miralissa understood my unspoken thought. "Harold, are you always in such a gloomy mood?" "It all depends on the circumstances. You must understand that if we do not help you now, then we shall pay for it later. The orcs have nominally acknowledged the authority of the Nameless One, even though he is a man. But they have only acknowledged him because it is in their interest to do so. Since the Spring War they have not managed to make any progress across the continent, not even once. They were finally driven back into Zagraba." "I understand. If the Nameless One crushes Valiostra, then the Border Kingdom, the ancient land of the orcs, will be left without protection. The Bordermen will not be able to hold out against the full forces of the Firstborn. If the Nameless One is satisfied with vengeance and his armies halt in Valiostra, that will not be the end. The orcs will gather strength and take Isilia, and in time they will undermine Miranue, and then they will think of some reason to turn against the Nameless One. They are proud and inclined to think that they can defeat a man with their yataghans, even if he has the power of 1,000 magicians. Or perhaps they will leave Valioster in peace. There are plenty of other lands to the south. The south is strong. It is Garak, the Empires, the Lowlands, Finland, and the Light Elves if it comes to that idut. When a landslide gathers speed, the lower it gets, the more dangerous it becomes. They will be hard to stop. In their obsession with the greatness of their race, they will exterminate all. The orcs are the gods' firstborn, after all. Ciala was granted to them, the ogres retreated into the shadows, and all the other worms, other races, appeared here through some misunderstanding. Only the orcs are worthy to live, the others should be dispatched into the darkness. Sooner or later the elves' turn will come. And without the support of men, the war will be hopeless. We will drown in blood, Harold. That is why the elves are helping Valioster. We want you to hold fast in the present, or we shall perish in the future. We shall fall. We shall lose everything. The Nameless One is only the beginning. Merely the snowball that will set in motion the avalanche of a new division of the world. We will all have to work as a team, you and I must work together. I nodded, flattered. The orcs really had been building up their forces for a long time, and the only reason they weren't already testing the sharpness of their yatagans was that the combined forces of Valioster, the Border Kingdom, and the Dark Elves were still just about able to restrain them. But if just one of those three were to disappear, the firstborn would have a lot more breathing space. There would be a little gap in the dam, and a little trickle would flow through it. And everyone knows that water wears away stone. After a while the dam would burst. I shall lead the group tomorrow, Miralissa suddenly announced. Milord Alistan and Eel will go back. We have to know what has happened to Tomcat and Igrassa. Won't they disappear, too? Markaz and Eel were excellent warriors, and in case of need their assistance would be far from superfluous. Let us hope that my cousin and Tomcat have forestalled any unforeseen circumstances. But what happened, anyway? Why did they leave the party so suddenly? Tomcat saw something. Tomcat saw something? I echoed in amazement. But you don't send men off somewhere or other just because someone has seen something. Anyone could imagine that he saw something. Tomcat sees things that others do not, Miralissa said in a quiet voice, and put her charred stick down on the ground. Do you know that before he joined the Wild Hearts he was an apprentice with the Order? I don't believe it. Somehow I couldn't imagine this short fat man with a mustache as a magician's apprentice. But nonetheless, it is true. I don't know why he left the magicians, but he still has his knowledge. Tomcat notices interesting things, although sometimes he himself cannot explain his instinctive feelings. Wake up any of the Wild Hearts and ask them what they would trust most, what they would choose in a moment of danger, reason and facts, or Tomcat's shadowy feelings? I am quite sure, Harold, that they would all choose the latter. This ordinary-looking man has proved right and guided their unit away from danger too often. I made the effort to put a few more branches in the flames. That evening when you saw the key, Tomcat came to me. He said that he sensed danger. Not even danger, but its phantom. Something was being prepared behind our backs, and something else was following right behind us, about 100 yards away. He could sense someone watching us, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find anything. Did you believe him, Dot? Why not? What sense would it make for him to lie? Since we judged it impossible to turn the expedition back and go dashing off with no particular destination in mind, Alistan and I decided to carry on, but to turn off the busy highway onto this road. We are not so easy to spot here, and if anything happens, others will not suffer. Tomcat and Igrassa, the junior prince of the house and a knowledgeable shaman, were to go back and see what was happening. And stop it. If possible, but that was not the main goal. Tomcat said that it was not far, only 3 leagues away at the most. By any calculations, they should already have caught up with us. There's a hostile shaman somewhere nearby? I guessed. Yes, you're right. But even I didn't sense anything. She reached up and gently picked a small leaf from my shoulder. If not for Tomcat's caution, we would already have been attacked from behind. And how long are we going to run like this? Certainly as far as Ronnung. You must agree that joining battle with someone unknown is too dangerous. We might lose the advantage that we have at present. And there are magicians of the Order in the city, so our enemies will not venture into it. Pardon me, milady. But I do not agree with you there, I said, and shook my head. If they could get into the king's palace, they will certainly get into Ronnung. Do you suggest that we should not enter Ronnung at all? It could be that they are trying to lure us there. Why? She asked, looking at me curiously. Let's just call it a premonition. Like Tomcat's? No, unlike Tomcat, I am sometimes wrong. Miralissa's black lips smiled sadly. Perhaps you are right. But we cannot do without the city. There is no way we can avoid it. Otherwise, once past the Isolina, it will be too hard without fresh horses and supplies. In any case, attacking us there is not the same as attacking us here when there is not a soul around. We shall be in Ronding in 3 days. There are still 2 hours left until dawn. Go and sleep. I won't fall asleep now. I have to compile a few spells. Just in case. I sense there may be trouble ahead. Then I will not disturb you. Good night. A slight bow of the head, and she had already picked up her stick from the ground and was drawing signs in the ashes. I went back to my place and straightened out my crumpled blanket. As morning approached, it had turned cooler, and the first, topaz-like drops of dew had appeared on the stalks of the grass. Why aren't you asleep? Uncle asked me peevishly as he made his round of the camp. Even the horses are sleeping like logs, and here you are making a racket. Ah, you're as green as they come. In your place I'd be glad of every free minute I could get. He walked away, muttering quietly. Well, what the wild heart had said made sense. I lay down on my improvised bed, and immediately leapt back up, trying not to shout out. Some swine had put a briar in my blanket. I cast an angry glance at the jester, but he was sleeping calmly. Or at least pretending with consummate skill. No point expecting a leopard to change his spots. I stopped worrying, threw the briar as far away as possible, and lay down. And at that very moment I almost choked on my own laughter. Someone had come off even worse than me, only he didn't realize it yet. Loudmouth was still sleeping with his mouth wide open, and there was a dandelion stalk sticking out of it. The last thing I saw before I fell asleep again was Miralissa, a solitary figure sitting beside the fire, drawing incomprehensible signs on the ground. I wanted to go to her, but knew I could never follow this road where it might lead even if she let me. She is what she is, an elfess and a royal one, no less, and a magic user. Harold is what he is, wolf single, thank you, and planning to stay in that happy state. We were comrades, no more. That was fine with me. 23. Vishki. Guess who was to blame for the general tumult and commotion the next morning? Why, Cleekly, of course. Miralissa caught the goblin just as he was writing Eensy Weensy Spider in the ashes beside the elfess's magical signs. Naturally, she almost tore his hands off for his artistic efforts. And so all morning the goblin tried to keep as far away from her as possible. Harold. He whined guiltily, not having found any more willing listener in our little party. I really didn't mean anything by it. I thought they were just scrawly scribbles and that was all. Please talk to her for me. She's very mad at me. I think you should talk to her yourself. I don't have any influence with her. You do. You have the most influence on her royal elfess majesty. Oh, really? The elf princess listens to the thief? The madhouse is just down the road, they're expecting you. Harold, she doesn't think of you as a thief, she thinks of you as a dancer, but... I looked at him blankly for a moment, then shook my head. A dancer. Eel was already in the saddle, waiting for the count. We're setting off now. Follow this road and do not turn off anywhere. We'll try to catch up with you by evening. If we do not meet along the way, look for us in Ronding, at the inn called the Learned Owl, Miralissa told them in farewell. Alistan nodded, then he and Eel dug their heels into the sides of their steeds and went galloping back to the place where Agrassa and Tomcat ought to be. Come on, men, Uncle said with a clap of his hands. Mount up. That day was the hottest of our journey so far. The sun was so pitilessly fierce that even the stalwart and obstinate Ark removed his chain mail. Honeycomb stripped completely down to the waist, exposing his bulging muscles, with their abundant display of scars and tattoos. Many others followed his example. Cleekly borrowed some rag from Marmot and tied it round his head, after first moistening it with water from a flask. The road set our backs to the hot sun and wound between open fields and thickets of low, scrubby bushes. There were no clouds and the azure blue of the sky was so painfully bright in our eyes that we had to squint all the time. Apart from the imperturbable elves, the entire party looked like a herd of cockeyed, delirious derelitions. The syrupy, incandescent air flowed into my lungs in a clammy, scorching wave. I would have given half my life if only it would rain. After about 2 hours of uninterrupted galloping under the unblinking eye of the intense sun, the broad fields fell away behind us and fused into the horizon, giving way to a hilly area with a generous scattering of low pine trees. Instead of the smell of wild grasses and flowers, the constant buzzing of insects and chirping of crickets, we caught the sharp scent of pine resin and heard the serene, impassive silence of the forest. The road wound between the low hills, sometimes climbing up onto one of them and then immediately, without pausing, diving downward again. Smooth ascents alternated with equally smooth descents, and the journey continued like that for quite a long time. The forest along the sides of the road grew thicker and the trunks of the trees crowded closer together, hiding almost all the sky behind their leaves. The low, crooked pines gave up their place in the sun to aspens and birches. All the ground in the forest along the road and on the surrounding hills was covered with bushy undergrowth. Now at last, thanks to the dense wall of trees, we had some blessed coolness. The weakened rays of the sun no longer lashed our shoulders like red-hot whips. Everybody heaved a sigh of relief and Arnk hurried to put his beloved chainmail back on, now that he had the opportunity. For the next hour we rode in the relative coolness of the welcoming forest. But our good mood didn't last for long. How could it? As yet, we still knew nothing about the missing tomcat and Yggdrasil, or about Alistan and Eel. What reason did we have for feeling jolly? And so everyone was tense and taciturn. Lamplighter completely forgot about his beloved reed pipe. Cleekly didn't crack any of his eternal dim-witted jokes, and even Delier and Hallis stopped arguing, which was something absolutely unheard of since the very beginning of our journey. The dwarf glowered and stroked the blade of his enormous poleaxe. The gnome puffed away on his pipe, exhausting his final reserves of tobacco. Uncle growled and tugged on his beard. Loudmouth snarled good-naturedly. As soon as the road climbed the next low hill and the wall of the forest no longer blocked the view, one of my companions was certain to look back. But the road was still empty, and we rode on, gradually becoming ever more sullen. Miralissa and Elle talked about something in low voices and she occasionally chewed on her lips, either in frustration or fury. Waiting is the worst thing of all. I know that from my own experience. At a place where a stream crossed the road, Miralissa said, "We'll stop on that hill." She glanced back over her shoulder at the empty road for perhaps the 100th time that day. "We'll make a halt there." "Alrighty," said Uncle, supporting the Elphus's proposal. "We need a rest. It'll be evening soon, and we're still riding hard." Uncle was right. My back was aching outrageously after galloping for so long. What I really wanted to do was get down off Little B, lie on the grass, and have a good stretch. "Harold," said Lamplighter, riding up and distracting me from my daydreams, "do you think Milord Alistan will manage to catch up with us?" "I don't know, Mum," I replied wearily. "It's not evening yet. I hope Miralissa won't be foolish enough to send anyone else on these dubious reconnaissance missions." I was also hoping very much that the Dark Elphus's sense of reason was in good working order. If anyone else left the party, our numbers would be reduced to a laughable level. Our group needed to stay together for as long as possible. The road started running up a hill, and the forest reluctantly slipped downward. The hill was too tall for it, and the time had not yet come for the trees to climb to its summit. "A halt," said Loudmouth, jumping down smartly from his horse to the ground. "I don't think so," said Miralissa, shaking her head. "Get back in the saddle." I followed her gaze. Up ahead of us, a little more than a league away, there were several columns of thick smoke rising up out of the forest. "What is it?" asked Uncle, screwing up his eyes. "As far as I recall, it's Vishki, a small village, maybe 40 or 45 households," Honeycomb replied. "And what's there that could burn like that?" asked Delier, reaching for his poleaxe again without even realizing it. "Well, it's definitely not the houses, the smoke's too black, as if they're burning coal," said Hallis, puffing stubbornly on his pipe. "Get ready, lads. Put your armor on, and we'll find out what the fire's eating down there," Uncle instructed. "And I'd like to know what swine lit it," said Lamplighter. The moment there was something to do apart from the hard riding that the soldiers had grown so sick of during the last few days, they all livened up. Any goal was better than being left in a state of total uncertainty for days on end, not knowing where the enemy was and which foul creature you could feed a yard of steel to in order to improve your own foul mood. I could understand the men perfectly. For soldiers, inactivity is the worst possible torment. "Harold, do you need a special invitation?" asked the goblin, riding up to me on Featherlight. "Where's your chain mail?" "What chain mail?" "The chain mail we chose for you," Cleekly responded irritably. "I'm not going to cover myself in metal," I said rudely. "You really ought to," said Marmot, who had already taken his chain mail off the packhorse and was putting it on over his shirt. "Armor, you know, can be quite wonderful for saving your life. Ordinary chain mail won't save you from a crossbow anyway. A sklot will shoot straight through it. Not everybody has sklots, and the enemy doesn't just use crossbows. It'll stop you getting scratched, if nothing else. Rip me into 100 pieces, but I have a prejudice against wearing metal on my body. I've been used to managing without armor all my life, and I feel no better in chain mail than some people do in the grave. Cramped and uncomfortable. Just look at all the others," Cleekly persisted. The warriors of the platoon were already dressed up in the armor that had so far been left on the packhorses because of the rather hot weather. But in my view an ordinary fire, even if it was rather big, didn't merit such precautions. The elves were sporting dark blue chain mail and steel breastplates with the emblems of their houses engraved on them. Miralissa had the black moon and El had the black rose. He put on the helmet that hid his face and Miralissa threw a chainmail hood over her head, concealing her thick braid and fringe. Hallis, dressed up in something that looked more like fish scales, was helping Delier button up his steel leg plates. The dwarf set his hat aside and put a flat helmet on his head. It had protruding sections at the front to cover his cheeks and nose. To avoid being the odd dereliction out, I had to take my packaging out, too. It weighed down uncomfortably on my shoulders and I winced in annoyance. Because I wasn't used to it, it felt cramped and uncomfortable. Ah, stop going on like that. You'll soon get used to it, Lamplighter consoled me. He was wearing armor that consisted of strips of steel fitted closely together. Catching my curious glance, he smiled, a magnificent thing for anyone who likes swinging a bindenhander from side to side. It doesn't cramp your movements and your grips. Instead of a helmet, Mummer tied a thin strip of cloth round his forehead to prevent his hair from getting into his eyes. Are we off? Asked Uncle, looking at the Elfess. Yes, she commanded tersely, but then she thought for a moment and added, you take over command, but. Uncle accepted the suggestion as only natural. Unlike the platoon sergeant, Miralissa didn't know what his men were capable of. Hallis, Delier to the front. You have the strongest armor, in case. Uncle didn't say any more. Everybody understood in case of what? If disaster struck, the soldiers in the strongest armor might survive a hit from a heavy crossbow bolt and distract the crossbowmen's attention from their less well-protected comrades. Have you forgotten about me, Sergeant? I heard a muffled voice say behind me. I'm with them. I turned round to see who it was. Instead of his old chain mail, Arnk had put on heavy armor. Plus a helmet that looked like an acorn and completely covered his face, with narrow slits for the eyes. Then there were the leg pieces, shoulder pieces, chainmail gloves, and the round shield. A real wall of steel. In fact, almost everybody had a shield, including Lamplighter, Honeycomb, and the elves. My companions were all set for a good fight, and they would be very disappointed if it turned out that the fire in the village was just another ordinary blaze caused by the negligence of some drunken peasant. This time we didn't hurry, but moved along slowly, gazing attentively into the undergrowth, anticipating a possible trap. There was already a smell of smoke and soot in the air, and we still had a long way to ride to Vishki. Kleekly was pulling faces as if he had a toothache, the smoke was tickling his throat and stinging his eyes. And, by the way, the goblin himself was not wearing any chain mail. Since when has a traveling cloak been considered any kind of protection? Kleekly, why did you pester me like that and not put anything on yourself? I hissed, jabbing a finger at the chain mail covering my chest. Oh, they don't have a size to fit me anyway, the goblin answered casually. And apart from that, I'm very hard to hit. I'm too small, dot. Quiet there. Loudmouth hissed in annoyance. We crossed a wooden bridge over a wide stream, or a little river, whichever you prefer. The water was flowing under it at the speed of an obese snail, and the streambed was overgrown with some kind of swamp grass. A bend and a sudden halt. Mother of mine. Uncle explained with a quiet whistle. The road was blocked with tree trunks. The straight, neat young pine trees with their branches trimmed off had been placed on top of each other and there were banners waving in the air behind them. The first was gray and blue, the banner of the kingdom, but the sight of the second set the hair on the back of my neck stirring. A yellow field with the black silhouette of an hourglass. The flag of death. The banner of the most terrible illness that existed in the world of Ciala, the copper plague. I also saw 30 soldiers dressed in white jackets and crimson trousers. The heartless chasseurs in person. The nose and mouth of every soldier was covered with a bandage. As soon as they spotted us, the men behind the barricade raised their bows at the ready. And behind our backs pikemen crept out of the trap that we had not even noticed and lined up quickly and busily, like ants, cutting off the road. Halt! A harsh voice shouted. Keep your hands in sight. Who are you? We come in the name of the king. Miralissa shouted, and to confirm her words, she waved a paper with the grey and blue seal of the royal house of Stauchen. Even at the distance of 30 yards that separated us from the blockage, the seal was clearly visible. The bows in the soldiers' hands relaxed a little. My first fright at the unexpected encounter passed. These were not bandits, and they would listen to us before they sent arrows whistling past our ears. And as for the banner, who could tell what was going on here? Perhaps the peasants were in revolt. Perhaps they hadn't been able to find any other banner, so they'd taken this one out, and there wasn't any plague in the village at all. How do I know that royal seal isn't false? The same voice called out. I'll draw you a dozen as good as that one. One of the pikemen standing behind us shouted. No one was in any hurry to come out to us. Then take a look at this. Uncle barked. Or do you want me to ride closer? Despite his chain mail, the platoon leader had managed to bare his arm up to the elbow. The tattoo on it was clearly visible. Or will any of you white and crimson lads dare to say that the wild hearts don't serve the Stalkins? No one said so. How could they? If the wild hearts were traitors, then who could you trust? Nobody even doubted that the tattoo was genuine. As I said earlier, imposters usually had their tattoos removed together with their arm. Or even with their head. The bows and pikes were lowered, no longer threatening us. But the chasseurs were in no hurry to put their weapons away. They kept hold of them, just in case they might come in handy. A soldier with a corporal's badge on his sleeve came out to us. "You're a long way from the Lonely Giant," he said. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Like the rest of them, the corporal had his face hidden behind a bandage. "Is there plague in the village?" Miralissa asked unhurriedly. "Yes. How could some ordinary piece of rag save you when not even the much-vaunted magic of the order was any help? There was only one thing that anyone who caught the copper plague could do: try to dig his own grave in the time he had left. In ancient times entire cities had died of this terrible illness. Not just cities, entire countries. It's enough to recall one of the most terrible epidemics, when the still unified empire was hit by the plague. 9 out of 10 people died. And then half of the survivors died. And the next year half of those who were left followed them. Nothing had been heard of this curse for a very long time. No one had thought about the plague for more than 150 years. And now the old disease had reappeared all of a sudden, out of the blue, in the very heart of Valioster? There was something fishy going on here. The plague usually appears on the borders of the kingdom, brought in by refugees from another state, and then spreads like wildfire into the central areas of the country. But on the other hand, it has to appear somewhere first. For instance, if some clever dick digs up the old burial sites. "Everything is written here," said Miralissa, holding up the royal charter. The corporal didn't even reach out to take the document. "There is pestilence in the village, milady. We have been forbidden to touch other people's things in order not to spread the infection through the district. We have also been forbidden to allow anyone either in or out, no matter who they might be. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately as a traitor to the king and a propagator of pestilence. I ask you once again, who are you and what are you doing here?" "None of your business, you damn chasseur," Hallis muttered to himself, but fortunately the corporal didn't hear him. "We are on a mission for the king," said Miralissa, with a hint of anger in her voice. "We are on our way to Ronnung. That is all you need to know, corporal. And any hindrance caused to us is regarded as a crime against the crown." "There is nothing I can do," the corporal muttered, caught on the horns of a dilemma. The problem was clear enough: on one side an order not to allow anyone through and on the other the royal seal. So try to figure out what to do. Let them through and you'll lose your head, don't let them through, and you're in for big trouble anyway. "I have my commander's orders," said the corporal, clutching at his last straw. "What can supersede a command from the king?" Miralissa insisted, sensing that her opponent's defenses were cracking. "A threat to the life and prosperity of the kingdom," said a voice behind the barrier. The ranks of soldiers parted and 2 figures came out to join the corporal. Their faces were concealed by bandages, but they were still easily recognizable as members of the order. A magician and an enchantress. The plague sets all of us on the same level. If the disease escapes from this localized pocket, the country will face catastrophe, Tresh Miralissa. "I don't believe I have had the pleasure," the elfess said coldly. "Magicians of the Order of Valioster, Balshin and Klena," said the man. "Of course, you did not recognize me in this protective mask, but we have met, Tresh Miralissa, at one of the receptions in His Majesty's palace." "Anything is possible," Miralissa said with an indifferent nod. "What has happened here? Can you tell me, magicians? Do you mind if I take a look?" the enchantress asked, holding out her hand. As Miralissa coolly handed the document to the woman, I saw her nostrils flaring in fury. The elfin princess was not accustomed to having obstacles put in her way. "You are free to go, Corporal," Balshin said in a low voice. The chasseur gave a sigh of relief and withdrew to join his men, leaving the magicians of the order to deal with us. "Genuine," said the woman, after making a few passes over the paper. For a split second the royal document flared up with a pink glow. "That ought to eliminate any possible infection," said the enchantress, handing the paper back to Miralissa. "What is going on here is as follows," said the magician, not disconcerted in the least by having to throw his head back to look up at the riders on their horses. "Enchantress Klena and I were riding past the village when the first case of infection appeared. That was 3 days ago. How did the illness come to be here? Elle interrupted. Ah, so I wasn't the only one who was confused about the strange way the pestilence had appeared so dangerously close to Ronnung. Just a few days' journey from the second largest city in Valiastre. We do not know. That still has to be investigated, said Clena. But the symptoms are authentic. We were able to summon a regiment of heartless chasseurs quartered in the city. They closed off all the roads and paths to make sure that not a single inhabitant was able to leave the center of infection and spread the plague across the country. And have there been any attempts? Arnk boomed from under his helmet. There have, the magician said with a perfunctory nod. A very perfunctory nod. Nobody asked any more questions, although it was clear to all of us what must have happened to the desperate people who found themselves caught in the trap with the victims of the infection. They had been shot with arrows from a distance, that was what. And it made no damn difference who was trying to break through the chasseurs' blockade, healthy peasants with pitchforks or women with children. No one blamed the heartless chasseurs, though it was a matter of kill a few dozen now or expose thousands more to danger. And what of the chasseurs themselves? Miralissa asked. Securely protected by magic. And since when has magic protected against the copper killer? Magic is constantly developing, Clena declared pompously. The Order has learned how to prevent the illness from infecting people, but there is no way to help those who have been infected before we can protect them. The longer this conversation went on, the less I liked it. There were just too many things in the story the magicians had told us that didn't fit. And apart from that, they weren't even telling us half the story. If that kind of protective magic did exist, it was clear enough why the chasseurs were still here, and not running as hard as they could away from the plague spot. But then why had the magicians used their wizardry to protect an entire regiment of soldiers, but not done the same for the villagers at the very start of the epidemic when, according to the magicians, only one person was infected? How many people in the village are not yet infected? Miralissa inquired. Not a single one, the magician said dispassionately, turning away from her. Not one? How could that be? Everyone knew that people died on the 7th day, and it had only started 3 or 4 days ago. Some new form of the disease? Asked Elle. He still had his helmet on. Precisely, Balshin replied in the same dispassionate tone. Miralissa didn't say anything. She was thinking and twirling a small charred stick between the fingers of her left hand. The stick she had used to draw spells in the ash. Oh no! What was she thinking? To start a fight with the magicians was madness. I was quite sure she only had to break that stick, spit on it, lick it, or do something else very simple, and the slumbering shamanic magic would awaken. I glanced back, as if casually, at the road. The pikemen were still there, but they were already standing nonchalantly along the sides, talking to each other. Our group wasn't any danger to them, especially since both magicians were dealing with us, so why not have a little chat and leave your cumbersome 3-yard pike leaning up against a tree? You are on your way to Ronnung? Clena asked. Yes, Miralissa replied curtly. For what purpose? On the king's business. And why did you travel along a deserted side road, and not the main highway? The magician asked scathingly. Now what were they after? May snow vampires tear me apart? Wasn't it clear that our document was genuine, and by hindering us this magician was letting himself in for big trouble, not only from an angry king, but also from the Order, which would never condone such headstrong behavior by its members? Nobody warned us that it was closed, Hallis growled impatiently. All the worse for you, Balshin said, and shrugged. And so we cannot pass here? Miralissa asked, to make absolutely certain. Neither pass nor leave. Unfortunately, said the magician, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned regret. You will have to stay here until we have defeated the disease. We cannot put the welfare of the kingdom at risk. Naturally, you will be afforded every possible comfort. But we are healthy. Lamplighter exclaimed indignantly, speaking for the first time. Perhaps so, the enchantress agreed. But you have already been told that we cannot take any risks. We shall have to detain you. And how long will it take you to defeat the disease? Elle spat out venomously. 3 or 4 months. Then, if there are no new cases, we will lift the quarantine. 3 months? Hallis exclaimed, choking on the words. That left our plans in tatters. If we complied, it would be well into autumn before we reached Spain, and that meant we wouldn't get back in time. What could we do? Break out the way we had come? But how many men would we lose in breaking out? How many would be felled by arrows, pikes, and the magician's spells? Almost all of us. Our last remaining hope was the shamanic spell that Miralissa had prepared. I kept my eyes fixed on that small charred stick twirling between her fingers. Quiet, Hallis, she said sharply. Do you intend to detain us, regardless of the king's order? Yes. You may find yourselves in trouble with the council of the order. I shall certainly inform Master Artsibus of this, said the Elphus, making one final attempt to avoid a fight. As you wish, Balshan said with a polite smile. Inform him, but only after the quarantine has been lifted, not before. You have nothing to fear. Our magic will protect you. It seemed to me that the magician's advice wasn't worth a spit from the top of the cathedral dome. And the enchantress's cheek had twitched nervously when Miralissa mentioned the order. What will happen if we refuse to obey you? Elle asked calmly. We shall be obliged to use force, Balshan said regretfully. Calm down, Kailasang, Miralissa said to Elle. We shall not spill blood and we shall comply. I knew that you would heed the voice of reason, the magician said with a polite bow. Where will you accommodate us? Asked Miralissa. She snapped the small stick in half with a casual gesture and threw it away. The magicians took no notice of the Elphus's gesture. What did it matter what she might have broken and thrown away? Balshan and Clena were far too delighted that the haughty Elphus had not pulled out her escash to pay any attention to such trifles. Oh, you need have no concern, Tresh Miralissa. You will be in the chasseur's camp, it is very. Balshan never finished telling us about the camp, because there were sudden howls of horror from the area of the banners. And why deny it, I was terrified at first, too. Until that day I'd never seen a human hand strolling down the road all on its own. Oh yes, at first glance it was a straightforward human hand, only a bit larger. About 100 times larger. 3 riders and their horses could have fitted on its palm. The monster shuffled its fingers in lively style as it rambled along from the direction of the village straight toward the howling bowmen. As it approached it panted sadly, and the red eyes, set on the joints of each finger, peered disapprovingly at the bellowing men. Everyone was howling and yelling, the voices of the bowmen supported by a ragged chorus of pikemen. The shouts were growing louder, more and more panic-stricken. The monster stopped, supported itself on its thumb and little finger, and raised its other 3 fingers skyward to reveal its palm, a large area of which was occupied by an immense mouth with sparse, needle-sharp teeth. The hand clearly felt it had done enough panting already, so, for the sake of a little variety, it roared. And that was when everyone started to run. A couple of the very bravest bowmen fired their arrows at the monster, but they got stuck in its finger legs without hurting the hand at all. Get out of here! Run for it! Save us! Into the forest! Cleekly's piercing shouts were taken up by the chasseurs dashing along the road. Into the forest! Into the forest! Run for it! Run for it! The soldiers in white and crimson disappeared as if the wind had swept them away, leaving behind only the most stupid and those who hadn't found a place to hide yet. The magicians joined in the fray, shooting fiery beams of light at the hand. Come on! Our group has already taken off. Cleekly dug his heels into Featherlight's sides and dashed off after the rapidly receding Wild Hearts. I followed him, leaving behind the elves and the battle between the magicians, the bravest of the chasseurs, and the monstrous hand. There was a sudden shrill gust of wind, and I looked back. Miralissa and Elle were galloping right behind me, leaning down low over the necks of their horses. The monster hand went flying sideways, crushing a few birch trees. The magicians were weaving their hands about constantly, and it was clear that they had the advantage. Little Bee's hooves drummed on the wooden bridge and I caught a brief glimpse of the stream before it flew back and away at tremendous speed. We had broken out. Nobody had even tried to stop us. They were all too busy trying to save their own lives. We have to keep moving, Loudmouth gasped. If they come after us. Our group had stopped on the summit of the hill from which we had first seen the village of Vishki burning. Nothing had changed, the black smoke was still staining the sky, showing no sign of abating. Calm down, said Arnk, taking off his helmet and running one hand over his sweating bald patch. Didn't you hear them say that the village is under, what's it called? Quarantine, Cleekly prompted. That's it. Quarantine. They won't stick their noses out for another 3 months. You've no need to worry about any pursuit. Well, then they'll report to Ronnang so that we can be intercepted, Loudmouth persisted. Damn it, you stupid man. I said quarantine. They won't send out a messenger or even a lousy pigeon. Isn't that right, Lady Miralissa? Asked Arnk, turning to the Elphus to confirm that he was right. If there really was copper plague in the village, she said thoughtfully, keeping her eyes fixed on the sooty smoke rising over the forest. But what was it, if not the plague? Asked Marmot, genuinely surprised. It could be anything. Hallis declared. You can expect anything at all from that order of theirs. You human beings look the other way and meanwhile the magicians get up to all sorts of dirty business behind your backs. Well, who says I'm wrong? The gnome gazed round the group sternly, searching for someone to disagree with his opinion. There were no fools who wanted to get into a fight. Hallis was right. The Order was always playing with fire. I immediately recalled my dream about the blizzard that had raged in Avendoom after the unsuccessful attempt to destroy the Nameless One with the help of the Horn. That had earned us the Forbidden Territory. And no one knew about the part played in all of that by the Order that everyone loved so much. If we didn't know about one of the magician's little slips, there might be another one we didn't know about. And the other one might be far more serious. Even if there was plague there, they probably started it themselves. The learned have cast their spell, for their own profit, and too bad for everybody else. Hallis bent his arm in a gesture known to the whole world since ancient times. The gnome was simply bursting with hate for the Order. I wondered why. Forgive me, Lady Miralissa, but this is a sore point with me. The magicians themselves set up the whole thing. I don't know what happened there, but there was some kind of mess up, and then they sent a dozen bolts of lightning and 100 fireballs shooting down from the sky to cover their tracks. Flattened the entire village. How do you know they flattened it? Did you see? Honeycomb boomed. A gnome doesn't need to see. We work with fire from when we're kids, and you only get smoke like that if you burn a heap of Earth's bones in the furnaces. That's magical fire. I can smell it. That's why they brought the chasseurs here, so they could detain everybody until the magicians finish what they're doing. All right, said Loudmouth, interrupting Hallis's accusations. Whether there was plague there or something else, we'll never know now, but in any case, we have to get as far away as possible. We can't be too careful. But did you see that beast they'd lured in? Delier asked thoughtfully. Maybe there are as many hands like that in the village as there are gnomes in the mountain caves. That beast wasn't theirs, Tresh Miralissa created it, said Clee. By the way, milady, how did you know that we'd need a hand like that? I did not know, inestimable Clee. The Elphus's black lips stretched into a venomous smile. I actually prepared a sleeping spell. They should all have fallen asleep. But then where did that beast come from, Tresh Miralissa? Asked Del, genuinely surprised. Ask our green companion that, my faithful Kelisang. He was the one who drew beside my spell. The credit for the appearance of such a creature must go entirely to Clee. How was I to know? The goblin said with a guilty sniff. I didn't think you'd written anything special there. You ought to be isolated from society, Clee. Delier chuckled good-naturedly. Why, you ought to thank me. The goblin declared indignantly. If not for that hand, who knows how the whole business would have turned out? I told you my grandfather was a shaman. It's hereditary. Playing rotten tricks? Asked Marmot. If you're a shaman, I'm the leader of the Doralicians. I tell you, I have the blood of the finest goblin shamans running in my veins, including the great Trey. He's an ancestor of mine through my mother's grandmother. That's enough. Loudmouth is right. We need to get as far away as possible, said Miralissa, interrupting Clee. Shall we try the forest? Honeycomb suggested. Go round the village? I don't think that's a very good idea, Uncle said. The chasseurs could have traps under every tree, and if we run into them again, they won't let us go so easily. Do you suggest going back? Asked the Elphus, clearly not pleased with this idea. The ride to the highway is a lot farther than to Rondon. We would lose a huge amount of time. There is another road, said Honeycomb. Like me, he had already removed his chain mail, and now he started drawing a simple map in the sand. This is the highway. A straight line ran across the sand, looping in its middle like a horseshoe and then straightening out again. This is Rondon. The line ran straight into the blob that represented the city. From the point at which the highway looped, another line ran down and to the right. It crept farther and farther away from the highway until at one point it started running parallel with it, and then converged with the highway again, meeting it right beside the city. There's an abandoned track here. Or at least, there used to be. You suggest that we ought to take it? Yes, Lady Miralissa. At least it offers us a way out of our situation. The road through Vishki is closed and it is too far to go back. It is decided then, the Elphus agreed. We will go back to the place where the track starts and await the return of Milord Alistan, otherwise he will ride on and fall into the hands of the magicians. Won't we lose more time, making our way over the hills? Lamplighter asked doubtfully. No, said Honeycomb with a shake of his head. We'll leave the hills on our left. The area is known as Hargan's Wasteland. Thin forest, ravines, clumps of heather, and not a single person for 20 leagues in all directions. A desolate area. If our enemies are trying to find us, they'll have to look very hard.
Then what are we waiting for?
Loudmouth growled, putting one foot in a stirrup. It was already late evening, the July sky was gradually turning paler and the sun had almost set. We set out along the road back with the twilight treading on our heels. All of us were in a subdued mood.
The men didn't speak.
Hallis puffed on his pipe and swore quietly to himself, and Cleekly tied knots in a piece of string, threatening to show us all the famous shamanism of the goblins.
24. Hargan's Wasteland.
It took us a long time to find that almost invisible track in the total darkness.
Several times Honeycomb stopped the group, dismounted, and walked along the wall of bushes, thoughtfully scratching the back of his head.
Then he climbed back into the saddle and we galloped on, moving farther and farther away from the hills and the unfortunate village of Vishki. The point came when we had to light torches. The moonlight was simply not enough, and Loudmouth immediately started grumbling that now even a blind man could see us. When Honeycomb dismounted for the 10th time, even the imperturbable Marmot started groaning.
So where is this track of yours? How long can we carry on prowling about in the dark? Let's put it off until tomorrow.
We're all tired, and the Ling needs to be fed, Dot. Just wait a bit with that mouse of yours, the huge man retorted. It's somewhere near here.
I think we need to turn round and ride back a bit.
You said that half an hour ago, muttered Hallis. Let's look for it in the morning, said Cleekly, supporting Marmot. The goblin had been tying knots in his string almost without a break. Now he had hundreds of them, and he claimed that very soon they would produce some terrible goblin magic. No one took any notice of his blather, except for Delier, who asked to be warned when everything was ready so that he could hide as far away as possible from the place where the failed shaman planned to demonstrate his abilities.
Are you sure this track is here? Have you walked along it yourself? Eel asked. No. I was still a little kid then. My grandfather showed me it. The shepherds used it to take their sheep out to graze all summer in the wasteland.
The grass there was really something. That's hardly surprising, Cleekly commented dryly.
Do you know something about this place? Miralissa asked.
I'll tell you all an interesting story at the halt, if you don't fall asleep.
I remember.
Honeycomb suddenly howled and slapped himself on the forehead.
I remember.
It began beside two trees that leaned toward each other like a pair of drunks. There was something like that, said El, brushing aside a lock of hair that had fallen over his eyes.
About 50 yards back.
Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, realizing that the halt they had been anticipating for so long would soon arrive. I myself was barely able to stay in the saddle, and my dearest wish was to get down from Little B.
That's it. There they are, the darlings. Honeycomb exclaimed when the silhouettes of two aspens emerged from the darkness, looming up in isolation above the bushes.
The track starts right between them.
Right then, a halt. Hallis climbed gratefully out of his saddle and I followed his example. Uncle! Are we going to eat anything today, or do we bed down on an empty stomach?
You never think of anything but filling your belly, Longbeard.
Delier laughed. Do I need to tell you what the gnome said to that?
Everything had come full circle. Someone promised to tell us a story, said Arnk sometime later, when we were all sitting round the campfire with hare stew in our bellies. If you wish, said Cleekly, setting aside his bundle of knotted strings.
What would you like to hear? You mean you know a lot of stories?
I am the king's jester, after all, the goblin said, offended.
I have to know them for my job. You promised to tell us about Hargan's Wasteland, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah, Cleekly drawled.
Have none of you ever heard about Hargan's Brigade? Some shook their heads, some shrugged indifferently. The name didn't mean anything to anyone. You people have such short memories. The goblin sighed. You know, it all happened only a little less than 500 years ago. Come off it, Loudmouth laughed. That's time enough to forget anything at all.
But not the Dog Swallows Brigade, to which Avendoon probably owes its very survival to this day.
Dog Swallows? Uncle echoed with a frown. I don't recall any such unit. At least, it doesn't exist in Valioster.
It doesn't now, and it never will again, Cleekly said in a sad voice.
It all happened during the Spring War.
The orcs came pouring out of the forests of Zagraba in an endless flood, taking everyone by surprise. Tens of thousands of them descended on the border kingdom, but the main thrust of the blow was directed at Valioster. You don't need to tell us that, said Arnk, interrupting the goblin.
Who's telling this story, you or me? Cleekly asked furiously.
If you're so smart, you do the talking, and I'll go to bed.
But if you can't, keep quiet.
Arnk raised both hands in a gesture of submission.
Grok set his army on the march and gave battle on the banks of the Isolina.
For 6 days the firstborn tried to force the river, but the men held firm. On the 7th day, at the cost of enormous losses, the orcs broke through Grok's defenses in 4 places and threw back the army of men, forcing it to retreat to the north. The whole of South Valioster was lost. There was no news from Shamar, and Grok thought that the borderland had already been annihilated. Ha! The borderland doesn't surrender that easily. We withstood that siege, said Ark, but fell silent when he caught Cleeklee's eye. Isilia, as usual, did not get involved in the war, hoping that the cup of woe would pass it by. It was pointless to ask for help from Miranue. Your state had never lived at peace with that country. It made absolutely no sense to say anything to the Dark Elves after the long winter came, following the grotesque death of their prince. None of them had even been seen in Valioster for many years. The kingdom was left to face the enemy alone. Only Destiny and the army, gentlemen, could halt the flood of orcs. The firstborn had never attacked in such numbers before. That was a terrible time, Uncle said with a nod. The humans despised the other races too much. How could they accept half-animals as their allies? And then this happened. No one had anticipated the coming of the orcs, and they paid a heavy price for their lack of vigilance. After a long retreat, the weary army engaged the firstborn under the walls of Ronding and lost the battle. The capital was taken and then destroyed. The army and the king retreated to the north. The exhausted men, constantly harassed by the advance units of the enemy, fell back toward Avondum in order to fight its final battle there. They had nowhere else to retreat to, except to the cold sea, or past the lonely giant into the desolate lands. Either of those would have been suicide. All they could do was to die with dignity. Grok needed time to prepare for the final battle, time which, unfortunately, he didn't have. The army had to rest, if only for 1 day. This area used to be covered with thick forest. There weren't any villages yet, that is, there were some, of course, but pitifully few. In those times, no one thought about building a road or a main highway. There was only a fairly large track from Ronding to Avondum. And it happened to pass straight through the area that is now known as Hargan's Wasteland. In our times the old road has been forgotten and abandoned, but then it was the vital thread that connected the central cities of Valioster. The army retreated along it. A council that included both soldiers and members of the recently founded Order of Magicians decided that part of the army had to be sacrificed so that it could hold up the invaders for at least a few days. The area was advantageous, full of forests and marshes, with just one road, which was the only way the enemy could advance. At one point the road crossed a deep ravine with impassable swamps on its left and its right. It was decided to hold the enemy back here for as long as possible, to allow the main human forces to get as far away as possible. The goblin broke off, wrapped himself in his cloak, and continued. They put out the call and looked for volunteers. People who would decide to stay and give battle. You men are amazing creatures. Sometimes you'll tear each other's throats out for a copper or some piece of rubbish, and sometimes you decide to cover your comrades' backs, knowing that you'll never get out alive. Just over 3,000 soldiers volunteered. 3,000 men willing to condemn themselves to death, to dig their nails into the slopes of that ravine, but not let the orcs pass. 400 of them were chosen. It would simply have been stupid to sacrifice the rest. Well, I would have argued with that, Hallis, who was sitting beside me, muttered to himself, but quietly, so that the goblin wouldn't hear. The men who were chosen to stay behind were named the Dog Swallows. I don't know why. The main army left. The new unit was commanded by an old soldier who had commanded a regiment with Grok. He was called Hargan, and a grateful posterity later named this place after him. The defenders' primary goal was to hold back the enemy for at least 1 day, no more than that. But they managed to halt the orc army's advance for a full 4. In that time not a single orc got through. Hargan's soldiers gave Grok's army precious breathing space, and time to prepare for the encounter at Avondum. If not for the Swallows, there's no knowing how the history of the kingdom would have gone. The subsequent events are well known to you. Grok gave battle and the orcs broke into Avondum, but then the Dark Elves arrived on the scene. No one had been expecting them. Neither the men nor, in particular, the orcs. The elves forgot their quarrel with men and came to their aid at the very last moment. The Dark Ones could not ignore such a good opportunity to settle scores with their cousins. The Spring War was won. And that, I think, is all. And this wasteland? The wasteland? The jester echoed. The wasteland remained a wasteland. A new road appeared somewhere else, of its own accord. No one wanted to disturb the bones of the fallen warriors. But then, to be quite honest, most of them were not actually buried. People had too many other things to deal with, setting the country to rights after the war. The years passed and Hargan's brigade gradually began to be forgotten. The road gradually fell into disuse. Only the shepherds used it to move their sheep. The land round here is really rich, and so the grass is high. Only the name was left, Hargan's Wasteland, and with time people even forgot where that had come from. Now not even the old men remember those soldiers' feat of heroism. An oppressive silence fell round the campfire. Each of us was thinking about those men who stood firm against the crooked yataghans of the orcs and did not retreat. Gnomes would never have forgotten something like that. Or dwarves. I felt shame for my race. Probably for the first time in my life I felt ashamed of people for forgetting such a sacrifice. Come on, Loudmouth, grunted Lamplighter, getting up off the ground. We're on the first watch tonight. No one spoke to anyone else. One by one we all went to bed, leaving only the solitary figure of the jester still sitting beside the small campfire, gazing at the dance of the flames. The slanting downpour from the sky was like whips lashing at their clothes. It soaked them with its soft hands. It was cold, warm, angry, prickly, stinging, caressing, biting. The soldiers were tired, cold, and soaked through. The bowmen squinted furiously up at the sky. Moisture spoiled the bows, and no elves' tricks for preserving the condition of the string did any good. Wencher! Hargan called in a low voice, wiping his wet face with his hand. Yes? Responded the commander of the swordsmen, running up to him. Take your lads. Grab every axe you can find in the brigade and cut down the trees on that side of the ravine. Very well, said the soldier, without batting an eyelid. Drag the trunks over to this side, and then we'll dismantle the bridge. We'll arrange a pleasant welcome for the firstborn. The other man gave a gap-toothed smile, clenched his fist in the military salute, and ran off to rouse his men. Hargan sighed. It was hard. Ye gods! It was so hard to look at them. He was an old man, almost 60 years old. He wasn't afraid of dying. But the men fate had decided that he should command boys. 20-year-old, 30-year-old boys. He regarded them all as too young to die in front of this bridge thrown across the abyss of a nameless ravine. The orcs had attacked suddenly. No one had been expecting this war, and during the first days of the catastrophe that overwhelmed the land of Valioster, the army had been defeated in battle after battle. And now there was only one hope left. Hargan and his men had only one goal, to detain the enemy for as long as possible, until the main human forces could dig in at the new capital of Valioster. The retreating army was already far behind them, and in front of them, beyond the curtain of mist, the army of the enemy was waiting. The orcs were in no great hurry. What difference did it make if they spilled the humans' blood an hour earlier or an hour later? They were the firstborn. They would conquer all the lands, and men. Men would be dispatched to feed the worms. First the Valiostrans, then the men of Mirinue, then it would be the turn of the gnomes and dwarves, and finally of their detested relatives, the elves. The rain eased off somewhat until it was no more than a gentle drizzle. The air was filled with fine drops of water. It was early morning and mist was rising from the ground in thick white streamers. 300 yards away, on the opposite side of the ravine, the road was concealed in a dense white shroud and they could only guess how far away the enemy was. Yesterday the scouts had reported that the advance units of the orcs were at a distance of 1 day's march. But that was yesterday. The bottom of the ravine was hidden from sight. Its walls were not actually sheer, but they could certainly not be called shallow. If you were careless going down, you could easily break your neck. Somewhere far below there was a stream tinkling, sometimes you could hear it above the rain. So after they dismantled the bridge, the orcs would first have to climb down one slippery clay slope and then climb up another. That was the only way they could reach the fortifications. The brigade had only been named that morning, when the final soldiers of Grok's army retreated, leaving the volunteers alone to face the foe. Nobody at all was hoping to survive the fighting. They all knew what they were doing when they volunteered. They were saying goodbye to life. Waiting is the worst torture of all. It has broken many men, even destroyed them. And what could be worse than standing behind a low wall of logs covered with earth and peering into a dank haze for an entire day, with only one picture in front of your eyes the whole time, a road cut off by a thick white wall of fog? The day was approaching its end, and there had been neither sight nor sound of the enemy. True, about an hour earlier something that sounded very much like the booming of the orcs' battle drums had been heard from behind the curtain of fog, but everything had gone quiet, the alarm had come to nothing, and the oppressive silence of anticipation had descended once again. On the slope of the ravine itself, just below the line of fortifications, the builders had set long, pointed stakes into the ground. The attackers would find it very tricky to get past this obstacle with any speed. They would probably get stuck trying to squeeze between the stakes, and the bowmen would have time to reap a bloody harvest. They haven't decided to wait for darkness, surely? The commander of the dog swallows asked apprehensively. But since when has the race of the firstborn ever been so cautious with men? They regard us as talking monkeys. I'll tell you what I'm afraid of, croaked Fox, who was sitting beside Hargan.
What if they found another route to Avendoom? Maybe through the forest or the swamps.
Through the swamps? The commander shook his head.
No, there's only one road here.
If the orcs decide to try the swamps, they won't reach Avendoom before next spring. This whole area is such a wild tangle you could never find your way out, even sober.
So we'll wait, then, Fox concluded philosophically. And they waited. They're coming. They're coming.
The cry went up, and then a lone bugle sounded the alert. Hargan lifted up his head and rubbed his eyes.
Everyone to their posts. The commander ordered, putting a light helmet on his head.
Like all the other soldiers, Hargan was never parted from his chain mail even for a moment. If the enemy attacked, they weren't going to wait while the soldiers put their armor on.
So he wore his mail all the time and even slept in it.
This was no time for the standard 3 royal lines, and certainly not for the 4 lines of the elves. Those formations were good out in the open, but here, hiding behind a wall of wood and earth, it was best to fire a salvo up and over first and shoot directly at the enemy afterward.
When you could be certain. With a clear aim. So that every arrow hit its target.
The powerful battle bows had already been strung, the trusty mittens, tattered by thousands of blows, had been donned, the quivers were bursting with arrows.
One arrow in the hand, another 2 stuck into the ground.
Each was as thick as a man's thumb, with solid, armor-piercing heads, not just the standard cutting edges that would bring down only light infantry, but battering rams that could pierce good steel.
A dark line of soldiers with swords and huge rectangular shields formed up 7 paces behind the bowmen.
Unlike the archers, they were well spaced out, with a gap of 2 paces between each man. If the enemy managed to get through the hail of arrows, the sword-swingers would give the bowmen time to get behind them and exchange their weapons for something more effective at close quarters, while they themselves closed ranks and set their shields together.
"Is my help required?" asked Sienna, who had approached the consulting officers.
The enchantress was wearing steel armor and her head was covered with a chainmail hood. Overnight the armorers had managed to hammer together some reasonably good protection for the short girl out of whatever was available. Like yesterday, Sienna had no weapon, just the amulet gleaming on the chain round her neck. "Your help, Lady Sienna, will be required in the very near future," Hargan said, and shifted his gaze to the sergeant of her guards.
Several figures slid forward out of the wall of fog. "Orcs. Make a ready." The sergeant's calls ran along the ranks of bowmen. "Raise the banner," Hargan said curtly.
His order was immediately carried out and the yellow panel of cloth began fluttering above the fortifications. The material for it had been donated by Sienna, who had allowed them to tear off part of her own tent. Although the brigade had just been formed the previous day, it had to have a banner, no matter what, even if it was only an ordinary rag nailed to the trunk of a young aspen instead of a flagstaff. Some unskilled hand had drawn something on the cloth that looked vaguely like a dog with wings and a swallow's tail. And also written something in Orcish. Hargan felt quite sure that the polyglot artist had crammed these incomprehensible squiggles with the most terrible of insults to the race of the firstborn. The men watched in silence as the enemy wave advanced. Now it would begin. 3 soldiers came forward out of the ranks of the enemy. The one in the middle was carrying a white flag, the one on the left was blowing a bugle in an appeal for negotiations. "Since when do orcs come to negotiations with bugles instead of drums?" Hargan muttered as he drew on his armored gloves. "Strange," said the soldier standing beside him, screwing up his eyes to peer at the strangers.
"They're not orcs, they're men."
"Yes, they are.
They're men."
The whispers ran along the ranks of the defenders.
"Men? Where from? The entire army fell back ages ago. Are they ours? Reinforcements? But why from the south?"
Meanwhile the trio of negotiators walked up to the edge of the ravine and halted.
They really were men. "Hey, you! Can you hear me?"
shouted the one standing on the right, a tall, solidly built soldier with a full, thick beard.
"We hear you. We're not deaf." Wincher answered from somewhere over on the right flank of the fortifications.
The harsh voices dispelled the charm of the summer morning. "We are the valiant 6th Southern Army of Valioster, now the first human assault force. Formed on the orders of the orcs from valiant warriors who desire the well-being and happiness of all humankind."
"Hang on there, hang on. What's this first human assault force?"
"And you're lying about the 6th Southern, none of them survived, they were caught in the thick of it at Boltnik."
"Ah, come on, lads, don't you get it?"
shouted a voice from the ranks of the bowmen.
"They're turncoats. Traitors. Renegade scum. They do the orcs' work now. Fighting their own kind? Bastards. Don't they realize that afterward the orcs will cut them to shreds?
The glorious army of the firstborn, worthy of ruling the whole of Ciala, offers you the chance to lay down your arms and join the first human assault force. Resistance is useless, there are far more of us than there are of you. In a few hours the main orc forces will arrive, and we will crush you. Why simply throw your lives away? The war is lost, even a Doralition can see that. Join with us and you will stay alive and perhaps even make good pay. The orcs are just. Our reply is no," said Hargan. "Fools!" the bearded man roared. "How many of you are there behind those flimsy sticks of wood? 200 at most. And there are almost 1,000 of us. We'll wash our hands in your blood. Come and take it," yelled Wencher, incensed. "We've enough arrows for the lot of you." Hargan had total confidence in the loyalty of his men and he was not afraid of being stabbed in the back, but it was time to put an end to the conversation with this vociferous traitor. "And now you listen to me, peace envoy. I'll give you just one chance, too. You are a coward who had betrayed his own people. I hope you're a fast runner. Try to outrun our arrows. That's my answer to you, . As he turned away, he saw the standard bearer toss aside his useless white flag and go running back, while the buglers started dashing about on the edge of the ravine and the bearded man followed, shaking his fist. "Soldiers!" Hargan barked. "We're about to fight a battle with our own kind, not orcs. With men. With traitors who have forgotten the taste of their own mother's milk and gone over to the enemy. Do not let your hands falter. Kill the turncoats, show no mercy." And the phrase rang along the ranks of men, determined to fight to the death before they let the enemy pass. No mercy. Bugles sounded on both sides. The attackers bolstered their spirits by shouting and brandishing their weapons as they ran. 1,000 of them. 1,000 men who would stop at nothing, since they had already gone over to the side of the orcs. There was no way back for them now, so they would fight to the last man. But Hargan had no doubt that his lads would hold out. After all, these were not orcs who were attacking them. And the dog swallows also had the slight advantage of the ravine and the wall above it. The first wave of the enemy came rolling on, getting closer and closer. The soldiers ran, hoping to get through the danger zone exposed to arrows as quickly as possible and leave their comrades, the men running 20 yards behind in the next wave, as the targets. "What kind of idiot is commanding them?" Hargan muttered. "Running in a crowd, simply inviting the arrows to strike, without even holding up your shields in front of you, was stupid. Very stupid. But now the traitors already had no choice. Arc 5 fingers upward. Together, fire." Blidkard commanded, shouting above the howls of the attackers. The bowmen raised their bows, there was a sharp crack, and the arrows went whistling up into the leaden sky. Arc 7 fingers upward. Correct for win, half a finger left. Together, fire. The new swarm of deadly beasts took to the air at the very moment when the first wave of arrows came crashing down on the attackers' heads. Some managed to hold their shields up to ward off this deadly rain, some were simply fortunate enough to escape being hit. But the greater part of the first wave knew the bitter taste of death. His side sliced through the ranks of traitors as arrows fell on heads and shoulders. Their impetus drove them straight through cuirasses and chain mail, deep into men's chests, finishing off the wounded who had already fallen. More than 80 bodies were left lying on the ground, and the survivors ran on doggedly in an attempt to dive into the fog of the ravine as quickly as possible and conceal themselves from the eyes of the bowmen. The second swarm of arrows had been launched along a steeper arc and it fell on the men almost vertically. Screams. Now there were only 30 men left in the first wave, all the rest had met their death on the other side of the ravine. And they still had about 50 yards to run to safety. Number 2s. 3 paces back. Arc 6 fingers upward. Number 1s. At the survivors. Choose your target. Fire. The line of bowmen trembled and split into 2 halves. The second line fired along an arc, sending death to the new wave that was already advancing. The first line fired directly, picking off the remaining soldiers of the first wave. The bowmen shot down the men who were left, not a single soldier from the first wave managed to reach the safety of the ravine. Black bodies bristling with white-feathered arrows littered the brown ground. Meanwhile the arrows of the second line were already falling on the heads of the new wave of attackers. Number 2s. 3 paces forward. Close ranks. All together. Arc 8 fingers upward. Fire. The reconstituted line of bowmen all fired their arrows at once. At the enemy. Choose your target. Correction for wind, half a finger left. Shoot at will. The arrow stuck in the ground had been used up long ago, and now right hands were lowered to the quivers hanging on men's hips. The arrows rustled out and were set on the strings.
Fox! Get ready! The ones who have broken through will be here soon. Hargan shouted. No, they won't. Fox laughed. They're not stupid enough to try breaking through with just 20 men. They'll wait for the others. Blidkard issued a constant stream of commands, altering the direction of fire every second, setting the arrows flying, first upward in an arc that seemed impossibly steep, then straight across, sowing death in the ranks of the attackers. There were even fewer fortunate fellows in the third wave than in the second. No more than 15 men reached the shelter of the ravine. Look out! One of the soldiers cried. The commander of the attackers had kept his bowmen back until the fourth wave. While Blidkard's lads were dealing with the third wave, the fourth, which was armed with short bows that could not fire as far as the dog swallow's weapons, came within firing range. Before he ducked behind the huge wooden shield that had been cobbled together out of planks from the wagons for just this occasion, Hargan caught a glimpse of the flock of hornets heading toward them through the air. The swordsmen fell to their knees, raising their shields above their heads, protecting themselves and covering their comrades. Blidkard's men came off worse. Not all of them were quick enough to put down their bows and pick up the wooden arrow shields lying at their feet. Hargan felt one arrow strike the board, then another. Another buried itself in the ground beside his foot. The soldier beside him, trying to take cover behind a small round shield, cried out when one of the arrows hit him in the thigh, uncovered himself for an instant, and took a second arrow in the neck. He wheezed hoarsely and tumbled to the ground. The bombardment finally ended, and Hargan cast aside the board bristling with arrows. The enemy's arrows were everywhere, in the ground, in shields, in the wall of the fortifications, and in men. Crush those bastards! Blidkard yelled hoarsely. Come on then, you sons of whores! The bowmen took up their bows again. Fire at will! Wencher! Hargan roared. What are our casualties? 18 killed. The answer came back after a while. Mostly Blidkard's lads. I haven't counted the wounded yet. Fire! Slap! 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 The bowstrings thwacked against the mittens and the arrows whistled through the air, drowning out even the howls of the dying. The fifth wave of attackers had taken advantage of the pause in the bombardment by Blidkard's bowmen and fused with the fourth. They were running toward the ravine, with the sixth wave already following them. The enemy's bowmen were no longer firing. They didn't want to become a target for the dog swallows. The wind jugglers began choosing their targets. One of the enemy fell every second, but time had been lost and a large body of men disappeared into the ravine, bolstering their courage by shouting. Wake up, you whores! Keep your eyes open. As soon as the enemy appears, move back behind the swords. Target the sixth line. Together, fire. Stop them shooting! Shouted Sienna, bounding up to Hargan. Her chainmail hood had slipped back off her head, her light brown hair was tousled, her face was pale and determined. Let them get down into the ravine. And as soon as that happens, move back from the wall. Cease fire! Hargan roared. Withdraw behind the swordsman. Cease fire! Withdraw! Withdraw! The order ran along the line. Are you sure you know what you're doing, Lady Sienna? Hargan would be taking a risk by trusting in the young enchantress's talent. Yes. Now just don't interfere. The only ones left by the wall were the enchantress, the two shield-bearers from her bodyguard, and the centurions. The sixth wave slithered down into the ravine, shouting triumphantly. The seventh and eighth waves were on their way. We won't be able to hold them, the commander of Sienna's bodyguard hissed through his teeth. By Sagra, I swear we won't be able to hold them. Hargan didn't answer, hearing only Sienna's whisper, which seemed to drown out even the shouts of the enemy. All of a sudden the fog burst into flames and was transformed into a massive liquid fire, making the ravine look like the inside of one of the gnome's furnaces. The blast of heat struck Hargan in the face and he felt as if his eyebrows and hair had burst into flame. The men staggered back from the heaving fiery abyss, and the enchantress was left alone, staring unflinchingly into the scorching flames. Everybody down below in the ravine must have been burnt to a cinder. Sienna had incinerated about 400 men at a single stroke. The enchantress began slowly sinking down onto the ground, but her shield-bearers dashed over to her and caught her before she could fall. Are you alive, milady? Asked the sergeant from the borderland. Why yes, she said uncertainly, and spat blood. Her hand was clutching the amulet and there were glowing strings of sparks running across the silvery droplet. Quick! Get her to the healer! Hargan barked. After seeing what had happened to their comrades, the seventh and eighth waves were beating a hasty retreat. Blidkard's men managed to fire several times more before the enemy moved out of the range of their arrows. Silence fell in the ranks of the defenders. The opposite side of the ravine and the road were littered with bodies.
The black, charred walls of the ravine gave out a smell of soot and burnt meat. Thick smoke from this hellish scene rose high into the air above the soldiers' heads. "Ah, we gave them a good battering," Wincher said delightedly as he came up to Hargan. "It's just a shame that the swords had no work to do. You'll get your turn. We haven't killed all of them. Yes, there are about 300 left. But they're not likely to attack. They'll wait for the orcs." Morning came and merged imperceptibly into day. But the road remained deserted. The enemy had pulled back and concealed himself behind the dark wood, and the only sound from that side of the ravine was the cawing of the crows feasting on the corpses. By noon the sky was clouded over even more thickly, the rain had become a downpour, and the road was almost invisible behind the wall of falling water. From somewhere beyond the shroud of rain there came the faint rumbling of drums. "Everyone to his station!" yelled Hargan, emerging from under the lean-to and putting on his helmet. The rumbling of the drums was moving closer, the orcs had moved on to the offensive. "Can't see a thing," said a bowman with straw-blonde hair and no helmet, gazing into the white shroud. "Listen, then," barked Bildcard, who was walking along the line of bowmen. "Listen to what your commander tells you." Hargan could not stand giving impassioned speeches. He was not Grok, nor was he some pompous, self-important colonel, to go ranting on about duty, honor, and devotion, but right now he really ought to offer his lads some kind of moral support. "Soldiers, our time has come. Let's show these firstborn what we're made of. Let them break their teeth on our shields. The more of the brutes we kill, the fewer our lads will have to stick and bleed at Avendoom. Let's make Grok's job easier. Slash, stab, and cut. Kill them the same way they kill us. Show no mercy." And, like the last time, the cry echoed down the ranks of men. No mercy. The volley of arrows struck at the orcs, but, unlike the men of the first human assault force, they made rational use of their shields. The huge rectangular sheets of metal covering the heads of the firstborn allowed them to weather the attack of Blidcard's bowmen with practically no casualties. The shields parted, and another swarm of arrows flew out at the humans through the gaps. Now Hargan's soldiers had to hide behind their shields and wait out the bombardment. The orcs seized their chance, losing no time and moving forward to the very edge of the ravine. Another volley from the brigade's bowmen. The impenetrable barrier of the orcs' shields. And an immediate volley in reply. Hargan had no time to hide, and an arrow bounced off his breastplate. He swore vilely as he saw the orcs flood over into the ravine. "Come on, you whores. Shoot. Or they'll roast your heels for you." While the orcs were climbing down and then climbing up again, the bowmen managed to loose off 6 salvos. During the storming of the ravine the shields of the firstborn were less effective, the formation fell apart, and the arrows finally began to inflict significant losses. On the orders of their commander, the wind jugglers once again divided into 2 sections. The first lashed at the advancing wave of the enemy, while the second sought out the archers constantly firing at the men from among the mass of the orcs. Another arrow whistled past Hargan's head and yet another hit the light-haired archer in the stomach. His light chain mail didn't save him and he dropped his bow and fell. "Swordsman!" Hargan commanded. "Another 20 paces back. Maintain your spacing." The order to leave the wall might have seemed stupid to many. After all, this was a spot where you could take a stand and repel attack after attack, while withdrawing meant giving the enemy the chance to maneuver, gather his wits after the climb, and go on the attack. But a simple defensive trick like that wouldn't work against the orcs. The only thing that would save you here was to close formation and strike like a battering ram, and for that you had to move back. The line of men began slowly withdrawing, protected by shields and bristling with spears, swords, and axes. The orcs had already reached the stakes set in the ground and the bowmen's final arrows were striking them, piercing straight through their armor. The bowmen were already running toward the waiting swordsmen, slipping between them and forming a new second line of defense. Hargan withdrew with them, leaving only Fox's crossbowmen behind. "Come on, Fox." But the old war dog knew well enough what to do. 40 crossbows suddenly appeared before the eyes of the startled orcs who had already begun climbing over the wall. Thwack, dot. A massive, invisible chain crashed into the ranks of the firstborn, sending them flying backward so that they knocked their own comrades off their feet and dragged them back down to the bottom of the ravine. The soldiers slung their crossbows behind their backs and dashed toward that secure wall of shields and swords. The first orc climbed over the fortifications and immediately collapsed with an arrow in his neck. He was quickly followed by another 2, then another 4, and then there were dozens of the firstborn jumping down onto the ground. "Swordsman! On one knee!" Hargan barked. The sergeants repeated their commander's order and the front line went down on their right knees. "Fire, you whores, dot." The bowmen standing in the second row didn't need to be reminded of the basic rules of war. If the front line gives you the chance, then lash away at the enemy until your arm is exhausted or he manages to reach you. The arrows whizzed over the heads of the swordsmen and halted the running orcs. Will you look at that? Someone beside Hargan said with a whistle. Stubborn, aren't they, the mangy dogs? The orcs weren't bothered at all by the death of their comrades. There were at least 100 of the enemy facing the ranks of humans now. And more of them kept climbing over the wall of the fortifications. Then the orcs' bowmen appeared on the fortifications constructed with such care by Hargan's soldiers. Before the two forces clashed, Blidkard's men fired for a second time. And while the bowmen mostly tried to pick off the orcs' archers, Fox's lads, who had already reloaded their crossbows, aimed them at the advancing mass of firstborn. Stand firm. Lock shields. Lower spears. Maintain formation. Stand firm. Impact. Shield struck against shield with a deafening, indescribable clatter. Uproar, shouts, the clash of weapons. For an instant the spears halted the avalanche of orcs, then they sank down under the weight of the bodies, and the surviving firstborn came within striking distance for a yataghan. The men withheld the pressure of the enemy for just a few seconds, and then their line snapped under the ferocity of the attack like a flot string. Now there were only scattered groups of soldiers fighting to hold back the pressure, in the best case 10 or 15 soldiers opposing the enemy, and in the worst case only isolated individuals. Somehow they beat the orcs back, somehow the men had successfully weathered the first, most dangerous rush, and they were slowly but surely forcing the orcs back toward the wall. An arrow glinted in the air, then another. Hargan swore, assuming that the orcs had managed to send in more archers, but when he looked, he spotted 30 bowmen led by Blidkard right at the back of his brigade. The bowmen had created space for themselves by moving back to a safe distance, and now they were firing at the attackers, choosing their targets. Several of the firstborn tried to reach the bowmen, but their way was blocked by Wencher's swordsmen, who shielded the wind jugglers. Bolts of lightning began raining down from the dark clouds with a dry crackling sound, striking down the orcs one after another. Armor was no protection against Sienna's magic. Before Hargan's very eyes a bolt of lightning appeared from somewhere up in the sky, divided into branches, and felled 7 orcs at once, leaving behind nothing but black earth and charred armor. The firstborn flinched and faltered, unable to withstand the rain of lightning and hail of arrows. From somewhere behind the enemy, the war drums sounded, calling the retreat. The orcs withdrew tidily, in good order, leaving behind a small detachment to cover the main forces. But the men had taken fresh heart and they struck a crushing blow against the wall of shields, beating down the enemy to right and left, while those bowmen who had not changed their bows for swords in the course of the battle ran up, ignoring the battle raging around them, and began showering arrows on the firstborn who were crossing the ravine. Not one of the detachment of orcs covering the retreat was left alive. Blidkard spat, then he looked his commander in the eye and said, "Don't you go thinking that we've beaten them off. This is only the advance force of the orcs' army. The main forces haven't arrived yet, this lot just tried to take us in a rush. It didn't work. They didn't even have a single shaman with them, otherwise our enchantress wouldn't have got away with much magic. But when the bloody axes or the Grunir gougers get here, they'll brush us aside like a feather. We won't even last an hour against those clans. By the way, how is our enchantress?" "I'm alive," Sienna replied. "I'm glad your health is in good order, and thank you for the help." "It wasn't me," the girl said, embarrassed. "How's that?" asked Hargan, raising one eyebrow. "Then who was it?" "I mean, it wasn't just me." The enchantress became even more embarrassed. "The amulet helped." Hargan glanced at the magical drop of silvery metal. "My teacher said it would protect me against the shamanism of the orcs. The amulet neutralizes that magic if it is directed at me. And it turned out that it also restores my strength. This time I tried to use it in a slightly different way, and it gave me so much power I was almost crushed." The rumble of war drums drifted above a world soaked in blood. During the night the orcs had attacked the humans' fortifications 8 times. They had managed to force their way past the wall 3 times, despite the hail of arrows from the bowmen and the determination of soldiers who stood to the death. Every time the orcs were thrown back the losses had been greater. The firstborn simply went on and on testing the mettle of the dog swallows. The ravine was half full of bodies. There were almost no arrows left and the bowmen had to pick up what the orcs had sent them in order to manage to return the fire from the wave of attackers. Hargan's brigade had done the impossible, it had held out against the enemy for almost 4 days, giving Grok's army a huge start. The commander glanced round at the few survivors. 39 men. 39 tired, bandaged, blood-stained men. The only ones who had survived this far, who had endured. Blidkard was gone. The young borderman protecting the enchantress was gone. And the girl herself had been killed. After Sienna destroyed one of the enemy's shamans, the orcs had set out specifically to hunt her down, and during the last sally they had eventually succeeded, managing to surround her and her bodyguards. But meanwhile, at the cost of catastrophic losses, the men had forced the orcs to show them respect. They had forced a race that despised everyone else living in Ciala to act with caution and not simply come dashing headlong across that cursed ravine. The soldiers would not survive the ninth attack. Everyone who was still alive knew that. "We'll show the firstborn how soldiers ought to die," said Fox, picking up his beloved flails and listening to the rumble of the approaching drums. "Yes, we'll show them," said Hargan, getting up off the ground. "Look, Fox, it's stopped raining. That's a good sign. Raise the banner. Bugler, sound the alert. Bowman to the battle line. Kill the enemy, show no mercy. And the orcs advancing on those cursed fortifications that would not surrender heard the cry that others before them had heard and feared each time they retreated from the walls of the ravine. No mercy. 25. The dancer in the shadows. "Harold," said someone, cautiously touching my shoulder. "Harold, get up." I opened my eyes and looked at the jester, who was leaning down over me. "Clee." I groaned in desperation. "Now why aren't you asleep?" He looked at me reproachfully and made himself comfortable on a saddlebag. "You were shouting last night," said Clee. "What was it, nightmares?" "It was all your fault," I muttered. "Eh? You tell us all those stories, and then they give me no peace all night long." "What stories?" "You mean Hargan's brigade?" "Yes, I was dreaming all night about them fighting the orcs." "Oh ho!" Clee exclaimed admiringly. "By the way, Alistan and the lads arrived during the night," the goblin threw out casually. "Why didn't you say so straight away?" I asked, jumping to my feet. "Shoo!" the Joker hissed, opening his eyes wide. "Don't yell like that. Can't you see everyone's asleep?" It was true. Even though it was already light, everyone was still lying wrapped up in their traveling blankets. Only Delier and Hallis were walking round the border of the camp, keeping watch over our rest. The jester had not lied about our comrade's return. I spotted Markov's huge steed and the horses of the Wild Hearts who had arrived with him. "Then why did you wake me up?" "I told you, you were shouting. And I wanted to tell you before the others what it was that our tomcat sniffed out." "Then tell me." "He was right all along. There was something going on behind our backs. He and Yggdrasil got there just in time. The tracker's instincts led him to a small forest glade quite a long way off the highway. And there were 3 fellows there, every one of them exactly like the sorcerers who sneaked into Stockin's palace. Tomcat says they all had rings like the attackers that night." "What rings do you mean?" "Uhu," the goblin gasped disappointedly. "I can see you just slept through the whole thing. All the men who attacked the palace had rings made like ivy. That's one of the Nameless One's emblems. So that they could recognize each other. Anyway, these lads in the glade had got a fire going and put a pot over it. I don't know what they were planning to cook up, but it certainly wasn't a fancy cake. As soon as the purple smoke started rising out of the pot." "Purple?" I asked. I hated that color ever since Miralissa had sent me off to that incredible vision when I was being introduced to the key. Besides, it's a color for the rich and privileged. I was surprised, too, but that's exactly the way Tomcat tells it. "And don't you interrupt." "Well, then. You've put me off now, Harold." Clee whispered furiously. "Purple smoke," I prompted him. "Ah, right. Well then, as soon as the purple smoke started rising out of the pot, Yggdrasil took his bow and killed the 2 shamans so fast, they never even knew what was happening. Tomcat overturned the pot and stamped out the fire, and then the creature that had been following all the way appeared out of thin air. Tomcat sensed it a long time ago, only it was invisible. It was some kind of tracker dog. Anyway, they killed it and set off to catch up with us. And it took them all this time to do it," I said acidly, completing the goblin story. "Just wait, will you?" Clee said exasperatedly, jumping to his feet. "Now look, you've put me off again. I'm not going to tell you anything." "They set off back to catch us up," I said hastily. "Only they didn't get very far," said the goblin, sitting back down beside me again. "Either Tomcat and Yggdrasil missed one of those skunks, or the elf didn't shoot fast enough, but one of the shamans must have managed to raise the alarm. Anyway, the road was blocked off in front of them and behind them by several squads of men who appeared out of nowhere. And Tomcat sensed that they'd started working their sorcery again somewhere close to the place where he'd just been. There must have been another group of sorcerers in the forest, but so far they'd been keeping quiet, and that was why Tomcat hadn't sensed them. The Nameless One's followers had our lads caught in a trap, so Tomcat and Agrassa had to turn off into the forest to get away from them, and that's why it took them so long to get here. Their pursuers dropped back. There was no point in hunting the two of them through the undergrowth and fallen trees, the elf's too good at confusing his tracks. And a day later, when Tomcat and Agrassa came out onto the road, they ran into Alistan and Eel. And that basically is the whole story. BRRRR. I don't understand a thing. You're not the only one. The jester sighed. The Count and the elves were talking all night. It seems there are more shamans in Valiostre than Doralicians in the steppes of Ungava. And the Nameless One's supporters are absolutely countless. And then there's your master and his henchmen, and the strange magicians in the Plague Village. All hunting us, and all using magic to do it. It's quite likely that if Tomcat and Agrassa hadn't interfered in time with the spell those shamans were working, our group wouldn't exist any longer. But someone has worked the magic. You told me that someone else could have replaced the dead sorcerers. So what? The jester shrugged. You have to understand that shamanism isn't the wizardry of the order, its laws are quite different. It only has to be knocked slightly off course and it turns out quite different from how the person working it intended. Remember the hand monster? Well, it's the same thing here. There's no knowing what it eventually turned into. We're still alive, anyway. Where did you get all your brains from, Kleeklee? From my grandfather, he was a shaman. Yes, so you've told me 100 times. So you think that whoever was plotting against us will simmer down now? Why? Well, you just said that the shamanism didn't work. If it didn't work the first time, it will the second, the goblin said with a shrug. Working magic's no problem for these lads, they'll send some terrible monster with big teeth after us and then just disappear, as if they'd never even existed. The job's done, their master's instructions have been carried out, they can hide away until the Nameless One comes out from behind the needles of ice. They don't have long to wait. That's what I'm saying. We need to get to Rad Spain as quickly as possible and spoil the Nameless One's mood for another 500 years or so, Hallis came up to us. Listen, lads, said the gnome, taking his pipe out of his mouth and blowing smoke rings. It's time to wake everyone up, or they'll sleep until the coming of the Nameless One. Well, let's wake them up then, said the jester, jumping to his feet and completely forgetting all his worries. Don't happen to have a bucket of cold water handy, do you? The complete absence of wind promised a very hot day. Almost as hot as the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, and I could carry on for a long time. No one was particularly surprised when at noon we found ourselves roasting in a charming oven. I personally always anticipated that time of day with a shudder. Neither a wet rag nor the goblin's jokes and jingles were any help. But even so, everyone listened to the jokes and even laughed. Kleeklee really pulled out all the stops in his efforts to demonstrate the skills of a royal court jester. The group was complete once again and, despite the heat, we were in an exceptionally good mood, even me. Only every now and then a shadow of anxiety ran across Miralis's face. Once, as I drew level with the Elphus's horse, I heard a snatch of her conversation with Agrassa. She was still concerned about the shamans cooking up something horrible in their pots far behind us. From what she said it seemed that they wouldn't rest until they had completed their sorcery. I trusted the Elphus's intuition completely. The Nameless One's minions could send some kind of filthy garbage crashing down on our heads at any moment. As they say, the laws of universal beastliness always take effect just when you're not expecting anything. That was why, to keep my nerves nice and calm, I kept glancing sideways at Tomcat in case he sensed anything in advance. But the overweight wild heart and failed magician of the order remained serenely calm, even cheerful. And so the uneasy feeling that had overcome me gradually eased. Hargan's wasteland was a welter of tall grass and low tangles of heather. Sometimes the narrow line of the path was completely hidden under the grassy covering. Our ears were set buzzing by the chirring of thousands of crickets. When we rode into particularly thick grass, the gray-green trilling insects cascaded out from under the hooves of the horses, complaining at our invasion of their kingdom. After a while, we made our way between massive boulders of black granite, each the size of a small house, and came upon a rickety old hut. Honeycomb said that the scythemen who made the winter hay for the surrounding villages spent the nights in it. The long rows of mown hay lying across the grassy meadows confirmed what he had said. It's a long way to the next village, how long will they have to cart it? Uncle asked in surprise. This is the best grass in the whole district. They come here from 20 leagues away, said Honeycomb. And the scythemen come for the whole summer. There's plenty of hay for everyone and to spare. But no cart will get through here. Look how far they have to drive from the road. Half a day at the least, Uncle protested. Ah, it's plain to see that you're no country boy. You're the country boy here, Greybeard. I spent all my young days in mating, said Uncle. An hour after that, when the track completely disappeared and our group had to advance through the meadows of grass and mazes of bushes without being able to see the way, Loudmouth spotted a large herd of cows, about 200 head. The animals were solemnly browsing on the juicy grass, flicking their tails lazily to drive away the buzzing clouds of midges hovering around them. We were seen, and a dozen shaggy, black and white herdsmen's dogs came dashing over, barking at the uninvited travelers. Arnk hissed through his teeth and reached for his crossbow, but a sharp whistle rang out across the meadow and the dogs ran back, growling in annoyance. Only the largest of them, no doubt the leader, stopped not far away from us and began observing our group with cautious interest. Just look at the way that beast is watching us, Delier muttered. Didn't you know they feed on dwarves? Hallis chuckled, earning himself a dark look from his partner. You'll open your mouth once too often someday, Longbeard. I'll take my favorite chair and belt you. The gnome didn't even feel it necessary to respond. The herdsman who had called off the dogs was also observing us, shading his eyes against the sun with one hand. He stared as if he was watching some kind of marvel, as if we were no ordinary horsemen riding by, but the 12 gods of Ciala with the nameless one in tow. The boy herdsman standing beside his older comrade had his mouth open so wide I felt afraid 100 or 200 flies would go flying in. The sight really was an amazing one for them. It's not every century that you come across an entire platoon of strangers from different races, all armed to the teeth, in the heart of a wasteland so far away from the nearest inhabited village that not even every shepherd would risk going into it. Cleekly couldn't resist the temptation, and he stuck his tongue out at the young herdsman, frightening the boy half to death. It was obviously the first time the village lad had ever seen a goblin. Well now, Cleekly, said Eel, opening his mouth for the first time that day, now there'll be talk all winter long. The boy will tell everyone he saw a live ogre. Who's an ogre? The goblin said resentfully. Me? Ogres roar like this, dot. The goblin set up a miserable howling, frightening not only the little herdsman and the dogs, who began barking again, but also half the horses of our group. Quiet down, Cleekly. Marmot said irritably. You'll spoil Invincible's appetite for a whole month. I was only showing how ogres roar, the goblin explained. Ah, come on. You're useless, Delier grumbled. That's the way your dear departed granny roars, not a full-grown ogre. Show him, Mommer. Lamplighter, who was riding behind me, was only too delighted to do as the dwarf asked, and he produced a sound that almost made me fall off my horse. The herdsman's dogs started howling in fright behind our backs. Hey you lot! Uncle shouted to our little group. You drat comedians! Stop frightening the crickets! Oh, come on, Uncle, Delier shouted. There's nothing else to do. The sergeant just flapped his hand at us and gave up. For the rest of the day nothing important happened to our party. Another 2 days of riding across the wasteland flew by. We were crossing a huge area at the heart of Valiostra that people had never got around to developing. The famous impenetrable forests were on our right. The day after tomorrow we ought to reach the highway, Honeycomb said on the 3rd day of the journey. The sooner the better. I want some beer. Delier sighed. I start to get vicious without my beer. The song of a lark trilled out in the sky. There's going to be rain, Tomcat said after a long silence. Everyone looked round at the same time. There was a line of storm clouds expanding along the horizon, dark violet, with occasional patches of blue-black. Hooray! Said Marmot. The coolness we've all been waiting for is on its way. The ling on his shoulder livened up and twitched its pink nose excitedly. Obviously it could sense the approaching storm, too. I just hope we don't get caught out, Tomcat muttered, casting a concerned glance at the black line of cloud. It had already swollen up, like a goatskin filled to overflowing with water, and seemed to have moved a bit closer. This was not just rain coming toward us, it was a genuine tempest. No one heard what Tomcat had said. Well, almost no one. Delier set his hat dashingly on the back of his head and started singing. If you have a rope on your neck, there will be treason under the mountains. If you tread clay with your feet, you'll get a sharp knife in your back. If you fall asleep in disgrace, your dreams will be shattered by an arrow. And you will not forge strong fetters for holding your friends or your enemies. If you do not wish to enter the world of shadows, strike first and kill if you can. Strike first and kill if you can. Why so gloomy? Cleekly asked after listening to the dwarf's simple little song. That's the way it ought to be, Delier said solemnly. That's the war march of the dwarves. It sounds better for marching to the chamber pot than against the enemy, Hallis said scornfully. Some connoisseur of war marches you are. Delier retorted. You bearded midgets don't even have any like that. Shut up. Right now. Tomcat growled. The gnome and the dwarf stopped arguing and gaped at him in astonishment. "Oh, come on," Tomcat Delier said, clearing his throat. "Nothing terrible's going to happen. We've already made up, haven't we, Hallis?" Hallis nodded eagerly. "It's nothing to do with you," the tracker exclaimed, stopping his horse and staring fixedly up at the sky. The storm clouds were closer now, they had licked away a quarter of the blue sky. A distant rumble of thunder was carried to us on a light wind. "What's disaster?" asked Loudmouth, who also had his eyes fixed on the horizon. He had been infected by the tracker's alarm. "Shut up, will you?" Tomcat growled irritably, sniffing at the air. "Speaking for myself, I couldn't smell anything at all. So what if it did rain a bit and we got wet? What was there to get all alarmed and excited about?" "And the day started so well," Cleekly said dejectedly. "Those bastard children of low-down skunks did it after all," Tomcat whispered. He dug his heels into the sides of his horse and hurried to catch up with the elves and Alistan, leaving us behind, bewildered, at the back of the group. Who was that he was swearing about? Hallis asked, staring in amazement at Tomcat's wild gesticulations as he spoke to Miralissa. Whatever it was that Tomcat had sensed, Miralissa and Marcos both looked alarmed. And Elle kept glancing at the advancing clouds. "What did I tell you, Harold?" Cleekly whispered. "What?" I asked mechanically, trying like everyone else to see what Tomcat had spotted in the sky. "Do you ever listen?" I said the shamans would never stop until they managed to work their magic. Meanwhile, the tracker had finished explaining something to Miralissa. She looked at Alistan, and he nodded decisively. "What's happened?" asked Uncle, barely able to contain himself. "Let's go and ask," Arnk suggested wisely. During our journey, a certain order of travel had been established. Alistan and the elves always rode at the front. They spoke about subjects that only interested them and made decisions for us about matters of importance for the group. The wild hearts kept company with each other, trying not to butt into the conversations between the elves and Marcos. There could be no question of simply talking to them on the road, without any special reason. The only exceptions were Eel's long conversations with Elle. It wasn't that the men were shy or they avoided the leaders of our group, it was simply that they felt, clearly on the basis of many years as soldiers, that everyone should do his own job and there was no point in bothering the commanders with petty details. They'd call you if necessary. And while we were on the road, the wild hearts themselves were divided up into little groups. Either according to their interests, or simply on the basis of a natural liking for each other. But that's perfectly normal. On a journey, it's very hard to travel as one big pack. Honeycomb and Uncle Eel, Tomcat, and Arnk. Hallis, Delier, Marmot, me, and Cleekly. Loudmouth and Lamplighter. Although Cleekly was also the only one who dashed from the head of the group to the tail and back on Featherlight, managing to talk to everyone at least 100 times a day. I personally couldn't give a damn for all these rules, but it just turned out that I found myself in a small party that included Marmot, as well as the gnome and the dwarf, with whom I had close connections from the fight in Stockin's palace, so I stuck to their company. Arnka's suggestion that we should go and find out what was going on was not destined to be acted on. Miralissa rode back to us herself. Tomcat says that the advancing storm is artificial in origin. Can you put that more simply? Loudmouth asked plaintively. What's so hard to understand? Tomcat asked in amazement. Someone conjured up these clouds, you thickhead. Shamans? Lamplighter asked with a reproachful glance at Agrassa. Of course, Mommer felt that Agrassa hadn't done enough work with his bow in the forest where the servants of the Nameless One were trying to work their magic. If the soldier had been in the elf's place, he wouldn't have let slip the opportunity to swing his Bidenhander a couple of times. Maybe shamans and maybe not, Tomcat said with a shrug. But it's magic, that much I can guarantee. It has to be shamans, it couldn't be anyone else. Cleekly sighed. Can we avoid it? Asked Marcos, tugging on his mustache. I can't do anything, said Miralissa, spreading her hands helplessly. My skill's not great enough. I can't feel anything, It's weather sorcery. The element of rain is pretty unstable, Tomcat muttered. What's that? Hallis said impatiently. We were taught, Tomcat hesitated for a moment. We were taught that the rain magic created by shamanism is unstable. It lasts for no more than 4 or perhaps 5 hours and is heavily dependent not only on the skill of the shamans, but also on natural phenomena. The wind, for instance. You want to try to get away from these clouds? Asked Elle, one of the first to grasp what Tomcat was thinking. Aha! The wind now is blowing directly to the southwest, so we can gallop southeast. If we're lucky, we'll part company with the storm. Oh, sure, Honeycomb snorted.
It looks like someone's driving it along. Just look how fast it's moving. I glanced involuntarily at the wild weather advancing toward us. And just what can that little cloud do? I couldn't help blurting out. Nothing. Igrasa answered me instead of Tomcat. Then what are we planning to run away from? Asked Milord Marcos, getting the question in ahead of me. From what that cloud is trying to hide, Miralissa answered him in an extremely dismal voice.
That will be an ordinary rain cloud, with ordinary thunder and lightning, Tomcat said.
The worst it can do is soak us to the skin. And if the shamanism is really good, there'll be a really wild storm. But not directly aimed.
That is, it won't try to destroy us especially. It will be an ordinary storm, just like hundreds of others.
If anyone's hurt, it will be by accident. You ought to give lectures at the university in Rannung. I didn't understand a thing. Delier complained. What about the thing the clouds are trying to hide?
A bank of rain clouds with thunder and lightning always covers up any other magic, Miralissa explained.
There isn't a magician in Ciala, even if he's worth 3 of the Nameless One, who can see hostile magic inside a thundercloud until the sorcery is literally right there under his nose. Tomcat senses that the storm was created by shamanism, but he doesn't know what it might be hiding. The shamans could have hidden something that they don't want the magicians of the order to see. Clouds make a magnificent screen.
The nearest magicians are tens of leagues away, they needn't have worried, Arndt growled. Then they must be hiding something that can be seen for tens of leagues, Cleekly disagreed. There were more lightning flashes and rumbles of thunder, still in the distance, but much closer now.
Enough idle talking. Tomcat, since you can sense the storm, you're the one to get us out of this. Let on, said Marcos. He had no intention of waiting for the rain.
And our crazy game of tag with the weather began. Tomcat took control with an assured hand and set the horses a pace no worse than when we were hightailing it out of Vishki. The rumble of the thunder kept getting closer and closer. The wind grew stronger, bending the tall grass right down to the ground. The music of the crickets and the songs of the birds fell silent. Every now and then one of us would look back to check how much farther we could gallop before the rain hit us.
But I just kept looking straight ahead. In the first place, at such a furious gallop, I was afraid of falling off Littleby, and in the second place, the one time I did look round I got such a fright that I almost yelled out loud. The cloudy sky that was dogging our heels was black enough to darken 100 worlds. Even Eel had turned pale, and that was completely out of character for the cool-headed Garakan. The winds changed. Cleekly shouted. To the east. The clouds are being carried off to the side.
I forced myself to look round.
Now, no matter how hard the storm tried, there was no way we could end up at the very heart of it. It had shifted far to the east of us. But our group would still be caught by the edge of the magical tempest, that much was certain.
And though the downpour might be less powerful, the rain would still be pretty substantial, no one had the slightest doubt about that. The menacing clouds blocked off the entire sky. A furious wind tossed up handfuls of sand aimed at my face and I had to pull the hood of my Elfendroker cloak up over my head. Others suffered worse than I did. Delier screwed up his watering eyes and swore non-stop until the sand got into his mouth. The wind flapped Hallis's beard and the horse's manes. Mummer's hat was torn off his head, but he didn't stop to try to take the wind's new plaything away from it. A whirlwind of 1,000 demons howled in our ears and the solid wall of clouds advanced on us like a herd of cattle on the rampage. Again and again the festoons of diamond-bright lightning flashes fused together into broadsheets running across the entire horizon and lighting up the wasteland, which looked even more desolate in the dark. The wind was like an insane cowherd, driving his rain-swollen clouds straight at us. The rain hadn't actually started yet, but soon, very soon, behind the rumbling of the thunder and the flashing of the lightning, streams of water would come cascading down onto the ground that was frozen in impatient anticipation. There was a flash, and we heard an angry rumble on the wind. Another flash. Now there'll be a real bang, shouted the jester. There was a right royal bang. The skies were split apart by the roaring of the gods, and the horses whinnied in fright. Forward! Tomcat shouted from somewhere up ahead, trying to make himself heard above the noise of the wind. An intense peal of thunder reverberated across the sky, hurtling past us like a wild stallion and blocking my ears for a moment. The thunderclap was loudest right above our heads. I barely managed to keep my seat on Littleby, and Loudmouth's horse reared up, almost throwing its rider. Delier was unlucky, he went flopping down onto the ground, and if not for Marmot, who adroitly grabbed the dwarf's horse by the ear, the startled animal would have bolted. Delier showered the stupid beast, unworthy to carry a dwarf on its thrice-cursed hump, with fearsome abuse and scrambled back into the saddle. We all had to make an incredible effort to calm our frightened horses. Forward! Tomcat had no intention of stopping, and he set his horse to a gallop.
The group strung out into a line and followed the tracker. The rain covered us with its wet wings, and the isolated drops were replaced by a roaring cataract cascading down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, everyone who wasn't wearing an elfin cloak was soaked to the skin. The thunder and lightning, the cataracts of water and other attributes of any decent, self-respecting storm shifted farther east. The booming was more distant now, no longer threatening us. But the rain had not gone away. The entire sky was shrouded in dismal clouds that poured water down onto the earth from their inexhaustible heavenly stores. Not a single blue patch, not a single ray of sunshine. Hargan's wasteland was enveloped in a gloomy, autumnal atmosphere. The earth was soaked with water and thick mud appeared out of nowhere under the horses' hooves, completely covering the grass. The weather was foul, cheerless, and cold, especially for men who had grown accustomed to constant heat. Hallis suffered the worst of all. He was soaked right through and shuddering with the cold, and his teeth could be heard chattering 10 yards away. The stubborn gnome rejected Miralissa's suggestion that he should put on a cloak. "Watch out, you'll fall ill, and I won't make a fuss over you," Delier muttered from under his cloak. "Don't expect me to spoon-feed you medicine." "You!" The gnome snorted. "I wouldn't take any medicine from you. I know you're lousy kind. You'll sprinkle in some poison or other and then I'll wheeze, turn blue, and kick the bucket. I wouldn't give you the satisfaction. You're no good to me soaking wet," the dwarf said sulkily. Hallis snorted and didn't say anything else. The group was no longer galloping headlong through the meadows of the wasteland, the horses had changed to a rapid walk. In about 3 hours it would start to get dark, so we would have to stop for the night somewhere soon. "Ah, when's this going to stop?" The gnome finally cried out in exasperation. His lips had turned blue and his teeth were rattling out a tattoo that would have turned the orc drummers green with envy. "Not before tomorrow morning," said Honeycomb, casting a glance up at the gray sky. "Tomorrow morning?" Hallis groaned. "Definitely not before then." As evening came on, the rain grew stronger. It had already completely soaked the ground, and now the meadows were transformed into vast puddles of water. The hooves of the horses stuck in this shallow marsh and the animals began to tire, even though we were moving rather slowly. But after 2 leagues of this, we left the meadows behind us and came out onto something like a track. "These are the remains of the old road. The one that led from Ronning to Avondum," Cleekly declared from under his hood, as if he had heard my thoughts. "It's incredibly well preserved," Marmot muttered. "Almost 500 years have gone by, and it's only been overgrown by grass." "Nothing surprising about that," Hallis grumbled. "It was built by GN gnomes." "Come on, you joker, pull the other one," Lamplighter said dismissively. "I'm not pulling your leg. This is our work. I can smell it." "Delier, you tell him." "Of course it's yours," the dwarf agreed amicably. "But you'd do better to keep quiet and get warm. You can't even keep your teeth together. Why makes you so concerned for my health? If you die, I'll have to dig your grave." Hallis wrapped himself more tightly in the cloak and didn't answer. Despite the rain, mist started rising from the ground. The transparent white wisps trailed across the earth, insinuating themselves between the stalks of grass, enveloping the hooves of the horses. But as soon as a wind sprang up, the mist dispersed and retreated for a while. Markoz rode up to us and reined in his horse. "Hey, Tomcat. Are you sure about those dangers? You didn't get anything confused at all?" "That's right," said Loudmouth, supporting Alistan. "The storm passed over ages ago. We've been getting soaked for the last 4 hours, and we still haven't had any particular problems from the sky." "Well, thanks be to Sagra, let's hope we don't have any for another 100 years, Uncle drawled. "I can't understand what's going on myself," Tomcat replied, sounding bewildered. "I felt it before, but now I don't. There's nothing. I'm beginning to think I must have imagined it." "What about Miralissa and Igrassa?" Mummer asked Alistan cautiously. "No, they don't know anything. So it's past us by then," Loudmouth said with a sigh of relief. "Don't go building your hopes up too high," said Cleekly, putting on a sour face. "It'll pass us by all right, then turn round and hit us really hard. You'll jinx us, saying things like that, you green dummy." Honeycomb rebuked the goblin angrily. "You should just say it'll pass us by, and not think bad thoughts." "Well, of course, I'm an optimist by nature, but traveling with Harold tends to introduce too much pessimism into my character." Cleekly cast a significant glance in my direction. I replied in kind with a look that promised the goblin a wonderful life if he didn't shut up. The jester merely giggled. A goblin's eyesight is about 10 times keener than a man's. What looked to me like a gray shadow barely visible through the rain and the mist was an unexpected discovery to Cleekly.
He cried out in surprise, whooped to his horse, and raced off to overtake the elves. There was something rustling and crunching under the horse's hooves, something in the grass that had grown over the road, as if the horses were treading on a crust of frozen snow. I leaned down from my saddle, but I couldn't see anything except the tall green stems. Little Bee's hoof came down on the end of some kind of stick, and as the horse stood on it I again heard the sound that had caught my attention. After another 10 yards there was another stick. This time I could make it out quite clearly. Blacker than an Ilea willow, irregular and lumpy. It was a fragment of a human shin bone. I turned cold. The horses were walking over bones. We were trampling the remains of dead strangers. I heard that crunching and scraping first on one side, then on the other. May I kiss a frying pan, Lamplighter swore. There was a battle here. Cleekly came back, and his little face was darker than the cloud that had been chasing us in the morning. And what a battle it was, my friend Lamplighter. The Battle of Hargan's Brigade. That's impossible, Marmot objected. In 500 years bones sink deep into the earth. They would have disappeared completely, they couldn't just be lying here as if it was only 2 years since the battle happened. I don't like it here, Loudmouth said slowly. The bones are as fragile as Nizen porcelain, Cleekly muttered. And you're wrong when you say the remains aren't from the time of that battle, Marmot. The ravine that I told you about is just up ahead. But the goblin didn't need to tell us, we could already see for ourselves the obstacle that had appeared in front of us. A deep gap in the body of the earth, the ravine was overgrown with tall grass, as high as a man's chest, with a stream swollen by the rain and babbling loudly. It must have been a truly formidable barrier for the attackers during the storming of the brigade's fortifications. The light mist in the hollow of the ravine thickened, acquiring density and form and almost hiding the bottom. The walls were no longer quite as steep and abrupt as they had been before. In 500 years the snow on the plants had smoothed them out. I didn't even realize that everyone had fallen silent. No one said a single word. We simply stared through the increasing rain at the far side of the ravine, from where centuries ago hordes of orcs had come flooding across to confront 400 men. There must be a lot of bones down below, said Honeycomb, breaking the silence. You can see why a road like this was abandoned. Where there are old bones, there are goals, said Lamplighter, setting his hand on the hilt of his Bidenhander. They're too old. Do you hear the way they crunch under the horses' hooves? There haven't been any goals here for a long time. It's grisly, Tomcat muttered. What is? Asked Lamplighter, jumping down to the ground. I mean it's grisly, them just lying there like that. Not buried. Imagine your remains not lying in the ground, but out in the open for centuries. It's a bit too soon for you to be thinking about dying. Better watch out in case Sagra hears you, said Lamplighter, trying to joke. The joke was a failure. Dead men everywhere. It's wrong to be walking over the bones of soldiers. Tomcat's right, this place has the whiff of death, there's something unnatural about it. Arndt tossed away the grass stalk that he had been clasping in his teeth for the best part of an hour. Who told you the bones were human? Asked El, getting down off his horse. He rummaged in the mud and then tossed something black across to Arndt. Look at that. Arndt caught the object and started turning it over in his hands, then flung it indifferently into the ravine. I just had time to notice that it was a lower jaw with unnaturally large and long canine teeth. Just like the ones El or any elf had. Or any orc. Orcs? Arndt cast with a curious glance at Miralis's Kelisang. Who else? Said the elf, and his golden eyes glittered. There are some human bones, too, but a negligible number compared to the orcs. The firstborn were mown down in large numbers here. Yes, they took a real lashing, There were more than just arrows here. Tomcat nodded to indicate signs that only he could spot. There was magic at work, too. The walls of the ravine have been melted by heat. You see? Someone turned the place into an oven. Hey, dancer in the shadows. Cleekly had come across to me. What are you thinking about? I thought I asked you not to call me that, I growled at the goblin, but the little shit didn't bat an eyelid. Only now he wasn't looking at me, but at the road. Harold, Cleekly said in a very grave tone of voice, as Loudmouth says, we're up the backside now. All the way up. They've outflanked us. And so saying, the goblin went dashing back, yelling as if a giant had stepped on his favorite little bell on his cap. I went dashing after the jester, afraid that he might have lost his mind. Those green creatures are very hard to understand, especially when they're in such a panicky state. When they heard Cleekly's shouts, everyone started staring at him in bewilderment. At least, the expressions on Aliston's and Igrass's faces reflected the same thought that I had had. The jester must have gone insane. Meanwhile, the king's jester reached them and began performing something like a dance by a flea high from smoking charmweed, at the same time yelling all the while that Tomcat had been right about the cloud. When I reached him, he was still howling, and the others were staring at him as if he had the plague.
Harold! Cleekly cried, turning to me. You listen to me at least. The cloud.
What cloud, my friend?
I asked in the most ingratiating voice I could manage, the way they talk to crazy people. Open your eyes and look. Not at me, you idiot. At the sky.
Arguing with someone who's sick in the head is more trouble than it's worth, and so, under the goblin's keen gaze, I started looking at the rain clouds. Several other members of the group followed my example.
But neither they nor I could see anything frightening.
Just the same clouds as an hour earlier, gray, unbroken, spewing rain down onto the ground.
They all look the same to me. That one there,
said Tomcat, pointing way off into the distance with one finger. In response, there was a flash of lightning on the horizon, and immediately one of the clouds was lit up for an instant with purple fire.
Hallis swore quietly.
I was hoping I could be wrong, Tomcat said bitterly. The thing that the storm created by the Nameless One's minions had been hiding had finally reached us, even though it had been obliged to make a substantial detour along the way.
Sagra, save us. What is that rotten garbage, Tomcat? Everyone shut up.
Marcoz roared above the others' howls and questions.
Tomcat, can you do anything about this?
No.
Lady Miralissa, Treshagrassa?
We'll try a dot. Miralissa and Agrassa started drawing something on the soaking wet ground, a cross between an octopus and a star with 100 light beam tentacles. The elfess whispered words rapidly. The lines of the form on the ground began pulsating with yellow flame. I was really hoping that their shamanism would help us. El stood in front of the two working the magic, almost on the very edge of the precipice, holding his bow at the ready, although I didn't think arrows would be effective against magic. The others, including me, crowded together behind the elves and observed the approaching danger. It was making straight for us at full speed. Somewhere inside that seething cloud, at its very center, a purple flame was being kindled, and the cloud was moving against the wind with only one goal in mind: to overtake us. Miralissa stopped whispering and began singing in Orcish. Every word seemed to hang in the air like a tiny, jingling bell, vibrating and humming, its sound reflected in the yellow shape drawn on the ground.
What are those repulsive beasts? Loudmouth gasped.
He was as white as chalk, and I'm sure that right then my face didn't look much better, either. A winged creature dived down out of the cloud.
Then another, and another.
And then there were 10 of the long creatures with broad wings circling in a predatory dance, disappearing into the purple glow and then re-emerging from it. Their flight was smooth and spellbinding, but just then I didn't particularly feel like admiring the creature's fluent grace.
What is that? May an iceworm freeze my giblets?
Honeycomb whispered, clutching his useless ogre hammer desperately in both hands.
I don't know,
said Tomcat, staring fixedly at the creatures. They were small and rapacious, absolutely unlike anything else. Their oily skin had a purple shimmer to it.
And that was what I disliked the most. Salayaga khdar agrt kakang.
Miralissa shouted out the final words of the spell. Something yellow spurted out of the drawing on the ground and went shooting off toward the magic cloud with the speed of one of the gnome's cannonballs. Whatever it was, along the way it grew until it reached the size of a small house. The yellow met the purple and burst straight into the body of the cloud, which shuddered as if it were a living being, and recoiled.
There was a blinding flash inside it. And that was all. The cloud had eaten the elves' creation.
The magical purple glow with those creatures dancing in a circle stopped right above our heads. Then the circle broke up and the creatures attacked. 6 of the 10 flyers soared past high above our heads and 4 dived headlong at us, moving so rapidly that we barely managed to react in time.
A bowstring twanged as El fired at the first creature.
He hit the mark, but the arrow passed straight through the flyer and disappeared, without causing our enemy any harm. The elf just barely managed to jump out of the way of his attacker, saved only by his natural agility. The monster rushed past him, skimming the top of the grass with its belly and shrieking in disappointment, then began gaining height again and joined the other 6 circling above the cloud.
Look out! Delier fell to the ground and pulled down Hallis, who was brandishing his mattock belligerently, by the legs.
The gnome gave a howl of protest as he fell face down in a puddle, and the second creature zipped past just above his head and then followed its predecessor back up into the sky. The 2 other creatures attacked in unison, flying down simultaneously and coming straight at us, choosing their victims on the way. Everybody went dashing in all directions like quail facing an attack by a hawk, but the creatures had picked out their targets. The first was Tomcat, who froze at the very edge of the steep slope, and the second was me.
Click! In the hourglass of the gods, time slowed almost to a complete standstill.
I saw the purple creature fly slow ly toward me. Now I was able to get a look at its face. And it was a genuine human face, the face of a man who was not yet old, frozen so that it looked like a death mask. Miralissa shouted something to us, but I couldn't hear, my gaze was riveted to approaching death. Somehow I knew that after an encounter with this thing, I would not see Sagra, there would be neither light nor darkness, but total, all-consuming nothingness, from which there would be no return. Tomcat waved his hand slowly and a solitary blue spark flew out of his fingers. A desperate attempt to use something from the arsenal of weapons that the magician who never finished his training had been saving for a day like this. The spark touched the creature's face, tearing open the skin and the flesh to reveal the skull, but the creature felt no pain, it probably didn't even know what pain was, and it went crashing into its victim with a howl of triumph. In an instant it passed straight through the wild heart's body like a small cloud of purple mist and then soared back up to the big cloud, while Tomcat, his face completely drained of blood, began slowly tumbling over onto his side. Gay Arret! The jester's shout reached me through the dense jelly of time, and I looked back at the second creature. This is the end. The absurd thought flashed through my head. I realized I'd hesitated for too long. The creature was approaching very rapidly, and I still hadn't jumped aside to get out of its way. I'll help, a painfully familiar voice whispered inside my head. And then the agony came. Hellish, unbelievable pain. My insides were seared with fire, something boiled and seethed up inside me. Then it broke out and smashed silently into the creature, tossing me aside at the same time. A piercing shriek. The winged creature disintegrated like fog in the face of a hurricane. The ground came rushing up to meet me. Click. And time started speeding up again. The impact of my landing knocked almost all the air out of my lungs. I was left cross-eyed from pain and wheezing hoarsely as I strained to restore my breathing. On both sides hands grabbed me by the elbows, lifted me up, and tried to set me on my feet, but my legs were too soft, as if I'd drunk too much young wine. Honeycomb swore as he and Loudmouth began dragging me away from the edge of the ravine. Valder! You son of a bitch, I croaked out loud. You promised to leave me alone. Naturally, no one replied. The magician had gone into hiding, and I couldn't sense him anymore. Only when things had got too hot had he surfaced out of the depths of my own self and saved my skin. Who's that he's talking to? Loudmouth asked warily. Are you sure that brute didn't touch him? I'm certain. Meanwhile the other 9 creatures were circling again, with the clear intention of continuing the attack. The speed of their roundelay continually increased until the creatures fused into a single blurred circle that burst like a soap bubble and they came diving down toward us. Curses! Loudmouth let go of me and pulled out his sword. With no support, I tumbled to the ground, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of weakness. Along the entire line of the edge of the ravine the air suddenly trembled and vague shadows began appearing, human silhouettes armed with bows. With every heartbeat they became more clearly defined. Do you see that? Honeycomb whispered, stunned. I gave a bemused nod, but I don't think he noticed. The purple creatures were still falling from the sky. In real time no more than 2 seconds had gone by, but it seemed like an eternity to us. A voice rang out above the ravine choked with rain. At the enemy. Choose your target. Correction, half a finger to the right. Fire, you whores. The gray shadows of arrows went soaring up into the sky to meet the death that was diving down at us. With a scream of horror and disappointment, the flyers broke apart, dissolving into the air, and the purple cloud groaned. Together, fire. I had heard that voice before somewhere a long, long time ago, probably in a former life or, perhaps, in a dream. We couldn't hear the twang of the bowstrings or the flight of the arrows. There was only the rain rustling on the ground and the cloud constantly groaning like an expiring ghost. The flight of transparent arrows bit into its belly, leaving behind huge ragged holes. The loud, lamenting wail of a doomed creature rolled on and on above the earth, farther and farther. I put my hands over my ears, the sound was so loud and so terrible. I think they must have heard it even in Jashla. The phantoms fired a third time and the cloud flared up as bright as the sun, flooding the surrounding region with purple light. In less than a minute I had collapsed from exhaustion and been deafened and blinded. There was nothing left to do except to curl up in a ball and try to emerge from this appalling nightmare. When I came round, it was all over. There were no more purple storm clouds in the sky, the phantoms had disappeared as if I had simply dreamed them, and even the rain had stopped. The clouds had disappeared, giving way once again to a clear blue sky. The sun was shining straight into my eyes, but the former suffocating heat had been replaced by warm summer weather. I tried moving first one arm, then the other, and then tried my legs. I seemed to be alive. Squinting downward, I saw that I was lying on a blanket and someone's considerate hand had covered me with another one. Welcome back, a voice said above my head, and then Uncle's bearded, smiling face appeared in my field of view.
So you're awake now?
We were thinking of singing you the funeral song of forgiveness. I cleared my throat and tried to sit up. I managed it without any difficulty, which meant that I was already back to normal after the piece of magic that Velder had worked. Once again I tried mentally summoning the archmagician who had swapped the forbidden territory for a life inside my head. But as always, it didn't work. The magician had either hidden himself away and didn't want to answer, or he had simply disappeared.
How long have I been lying here?
It was evening when those purple flyers attacked us, and now, if the gods hadn't changed all the rules while I was out of it, it was early morning.
A little while, said Ollie Stan, walking up to me. How long exactly? I persisted. A little over a day. Not bad going. How are you feeling?
Miralissa had come over with the count, and now she put her hand on my forehead. Her skin was dry and her palm was hot.
I seem to be in good shape. What happened?
We should ask you that, said Ollie Stan.
What happened at the edge of the ravine, thief?
I don't know.
I frowned. I can't remember.
Well, try, Harold.
Markov's voice had an ingratiating tone to it, and he even forgot to call me thief. It's very important. The entire group looked at me expectantly.
First those creatures were flying at us, then Tomcat did something, but it didn't help. Then I saw one of them getting close to me, and then something happened.
Something? Miralissa echoed, raising one eyebrow in surprise. Do you really not know what happened?
I really don't, I said without the slightest twinge of conscience. I genuinely didn't know what the archmagician had done to kill the flyer and toss me out of its path.
So I hardly had to lie at all.
In the 100th part of a second someone created an attack spell of such great power that I thought my hair would burst into flames. Only a very experienced magician is capable of doing that.
Aha! Someone like my friend Valder. Well, it definitely wasn't me who did it.
Naturally, Ollie Stan said coolly.
But we'd like to know who did.
I shrugged.
And the phantoms? What were they?
They're the spirits of the men whose bones lie on this side of the ravine, I said. The soldiers of the Dog Swallows Brigade returned to our world when they sensed the shamanic magic at work. Miralissa kept her pensive gaze fixed on me. I think she knew perfectly well that I wasn't telling her everything, but for some reason she didn't try to shake the truth out of me right there and then. What the Nameless One's shamans created could have awoken the spirits of the fallen.
And what happened to that cloud? I asked.
It disappeared.
And Tomcat? Everyone turned their eyes away.
He's dead, Harold, Uncle answered eventually.
What happened? Somehow I couldn't believe in the death of the platoon's tracker.
That creature, whatever it was, passed through him and killed him.
That's all we know. Are you fit to sit in the saddle, thief? Asked Ollie Stan.
Yes.
Good. We've lost a day and we need to get out onto the highway. Is everything ready, Uncle?
Of course, Captain, the sergeant of the Wild Hearts said with a nod. Get up, Harold, we need to see a soldier off on his last journey. They had buried Tomcat before I came round. He had found his final resting place under a young rowan tree with silvery bark and branches that spread out above the large gravestone. On the stone someone had traced the words Tomcat, brother of the Wild Hearts.
Minus 1123 ED.
Goodbye, Uncle said for all of us. Sleep well, Miralissa whispered, passing her hand above the grave.
Cleekly was blinking rapidly, trying to hold back the tears. Arnk was clenching and unclenching his fists helplessly. Delir and Hallis looked like twins now, both small, sullen, and somber.
And then Lamplighter launched into the song Forgiveness. The song that the Wild Hearts sing over the bodies of their brothers, no matter whether they fell in battle or died of old age.
It's a strange song, not really suitable for warriors. After all, how can warriors forgive their enemies?
But this song was as old as the Wild Hearts and the Lonely Giant, and it had been sung since such hoary old times that now no one knew who first sang it to see warriors off on their final journey. Cleekly and Ollie Stan and Miralissa and the elves and I listened to this strange song that seemed so incongruous for soldiers, and yet wrung the heart in such bitter enchantment. After the first couplet all the Wild Hearts joined in. When the song came to an end, only the chirping of the crickets disturbed the silence of the morning. No one said a word, no one wanted to be the first to break the silence of mourning. Our group had lost a comrade.
But would he be the last?
No one knew who or what was waiting for us up ahead. We still had so many obstacles to overcome in order to reach the forests of Zagraba, where the burial chambers of Rad Spain lay concealed.
That's it. Uncle's voice sounded like flint paper. Time to go.
Have a good winter, Tomcat.
Cleekly turned away, trying to conceal his tears. I had a bitter feeling in my heart. As well as the pain of loss, we all felt a violent, seething anger.
If the creators of that cloud had been there then, I swear I would have torn them limb from limb with my bare hands.
The group wrote almost all day long without talking.
Hallis and Delia stopped arguing. There were none of those interminable little songs from Lamplighter's reed pipe. Cleekly forgot about his jokes and sniffed occasionally, with his eyes noticeably redder than usual. Marmot frowned darkly and stroked Invincible, who was frozen as still as a statue on his shoulder.
I rode apart from everyone else, immediately behind Uncle and Honeycomb. I was in a foul mood and didn't feel like talking to anyone.
My solitude was only interrupted once, when Olistan rode up to me. Somehow he appeared out of nowhere on my right and we rode together for several leagues. I didn't object to his silent company and was actually a little surprised when he broke the silence.
"You know, Harold, Tomcat's lying in a good place." "Is he?"
That was all that I could force out to express my surprise at his words.
"Beside the grave of heroes. He has good neighbors."
"For him, yes," I replied after a moment's pause.
"But who will remember him in 10 years' time? A grave in a wilderness."
"Perhaps one cowherd a year ever finds his way to that spot." "You're wrong, thief, he'll be remembered in the force," said Uncle, who had heard our conversation. "Beside the slopes of Mount Despair, not far from the Lonely Giant, there's a graveyard. That's where all the warriors of the force rest. It doesn't matter if their bodies are in the graves or were left behind forever out in the snowy tundra."
"Tomcat will be remembered."
For the rest of the day we didn't exchange a single word. After all the rain that had poured down on the earth, the unbearable heat seemed to have receded.
In the days that followed we traveled in relatively warm and very pleasant weather.
The meadows of luscious green grass and impassable thickets of bushes were left behind and the open wilderness was replaced by sparse pine forest. The mood of the group was gradually restored. Tomcat's death was not forgotten, it was just that the problems of the day pushed it into the background. Conversations sprang up, first on one side, then on the other. Delia and Hallis started bickering again because they couldn't agree on whether they'd seen poisonous toadstools or edible mushrooms growing in the little meadow where we spent the night before. Out of the kindness of his heart, Cleekly got Elle up in the morning with the help of Delia's hat, which was full of water. For this escapade the goblin very nearly caught it in the neck from the elf and the dwarf, but he managed to hide behind me in time, lamenting that no one appreciated his talent. Several times during the journey I caught Miralissa's thoughtful gaze on me, but she didn't ask me anything, evidently waiting until we would be alone together. So I took pains to avoid her company. Without knowing why, I didn't want to tell anyone about Velder and the help he had given me. We lengthened our journey by traveling parallel to the highway and taking our time before riding out onto it. Day followed day, and I was already thinking I would never lay eyes on the main road that we had all been longing to see. However, on the 8th day of the journey, already well into the second half of July, Cleekly gave a howl of joy and pointed to a light strip that had appeared between the trees. We had finally emerged from Hargan's wasteland onto the highway. And it was only then that I noticed what the goblin was holding in his hand. "Where did you get that from, Cleekly?" I asked when I recovered the power of speech.
"What do you mean?"
The jester asked, and then he followed my glance, understood, and said, "Ah, you mean this trinket? You'll never believe it. While you were lying there out cold, we started looking for a spot for Tomcat's grave, may he dwell in the eternal light. I walked away from the others a bit and I noticed this thing." "You just noticed it?" "This was lying on a stone that was covered with moss. There were even words written on the stone, but I couldn't make anything out." "So you took it?" I asked. "And why not?" The goblin said with a shrug. "You can see what a beautiful thing it is. Why should something that good go to waste? I'll be able to sell it." "Don't sell it, Cleekly," I said in a soft, insinuating voice.
"You don't think I should?"
The jester cast another curious glance at his find, then fastened the chain round his neck and hid the silvery, drop-shaped amulet under his cloak.
"Miralissa told me the same thing. Are you two in cahoots, then?"
"No, just trust me.
Perhaps someday it will save our lives."
Cleekly looked at me seriously. "You're full of riddles, dancer in the shadows. We're all full of riddles and mysteries, Cleekly."
"I am, and Miralissa is, and you are."
"It's true, isn't it?"
"Uh-huh," he agreed, then suddenly smiled and said, "So you don't object to my calling you dancer?" "What good do all my objections do? They don't stop you anyway. Call me whatever you like. In any case, now I'm going to do everything I can to retrieve the horn."
"And that's another of the prophecies of the shaman Trey that has come true," the goblin said triumphantly. "The dancer in the shadows has accepted his new name and decided to go through with things to the end."
"There you go again, you and your stupid book."
I flared up immediately.
What if somebody else takes the same name?
First you find me the idiot who would agree to do it, Cleekly said. What a pity that the little wretch managed to dodge my hands and avoid a good solid smack. Early on the 28th of July, the walls of a city emerged from the morning mist in front of us.
Our group had reached Ronnung. Moscow 2002. Glossary.
Annals of the Crown, the most ancient and detailed of the historical chronicles, maintained by the elves since they first appeared in the world of Ciala. Avondum, the capital of the northern kingdom of Valiaster. The largest and richest city of the northern lands. Battery sword, a variety of sword with a mid-sized blade that can be wielded with either one hand or both. Beaver caps or beavers, soldiers of Valiaster, armed with heavy two-handed swords. Each soldier bears the title of Master of the Long Sword and wears a beaver fur cap as an emblem to distinguish him from the soldiers of other units. These forces are used as a reserve striking force, to recover all kinds of difficult situations in battle. During military action, the beavers are also accorded the honor of guarding the banner and the king, taking the place of the royal guard. Bidenhander, a two-handed sword with a blade that can be a yard and a half long. They usually are designed with a massive handle, a heavy counterweight that is usually round, and a broad crosspiece. Sometimes the armorers would add massive metal spurs to prevent the blade running right through the opponent. Border Kingdom or Borderland, the kingdom beside the northern outcrops of the mountains of the dwarves and the forests of Zagraba. Borg's Link, named after a general of ancient times who invented the chain formation, in which every single soldier plays an indispensable part in repelling an attack. Brother and sister swords, the names of the two swords in the special school of swordsmanship that is widespread among the nobility of Garrick. During combat the weapons are held at different heights in relationship to each other. The brother, a narrow, double-sided blade held in the right hand, is used both for slashing and for thrusting. The sister, a shorter blade with no cutting edge, is used only for thrusting blows. The weapons are either carried behind the back or in a double scabbard. Canyon forge work weapons made from the steel mined in the steel mines of Icilia. The steel is worked in the famous smithies of the kingdom's capital, Cania. Following special processing and forging, it acquires a ruby color and a unique quality. On encountering steel of a different type, it emits a melodic ringing sound like small bells, or a shriek of fury. For this reason, Canian forged steel is also known as singing steel, shrieking steel, or ruby blood.
Chapel of the Hands, the assembly of the supreme priests of Sagat. Cold Sea, the northern sea of the Western Ocean. It washes the shores of Valiaster and the desolate lands. Commission, the agreement that is concluded between a master thief and his client. The thief undertakes to supply the item required or, in case of failure, to return the client's pledge and a percentage of the total value of the deal. The client undertakes to make payment in full on receiving the article in which he is interested. A commission can only be abrogated by the mutual consent of both parties. Crayfish dukedom, the only state in the desolate lands. Crayfish grip, call. A grip from which it is impossible to escape. The expression derives from the common saying that the men of the crayfish dukedom have a strong grip, and once they take you prisoner, you will never get away alive. Crayfish sleigh, in the crayfish dukedom, men who had been executed were transported to their graves on sleighs. Hence the meaning of this phrase: if the crayfish sleigh has come for you, death is at the door. Crest of the world, the highest mountain chain in Ciala. It runs from north to south across almost the entire continent. The crest is very difficult to cross and the lands beyond it are almost entirely unexplored. Defender of the Hands, one of the highest positions in the hierarchy of the priests of Sagat. Desolate lands, the forests, stretches of open tundra, and ice fields in the far north. They have been settled by beings of various kinds, several of which constantly attempt to gain entry to the northern lands of Ciala, and only the unassailable mountains of despair, the lonely giant fortress, and the wild hearts hold back their invasion of the world of men. Ogres, giants, svens, hvars, winter orcs, and dozens of other races and varieties of creatures inhabit these vast territories. People also live here, savages and barbarians who are subjects of the Nameless One. In all the desolate lands there is only one human state, the Crayfish Dukedom on the Crayfish Claw Peninsula. In the far north of the desolate lands, beyond the needles of ice, lies the dwelling of the Nameless One, whom savages captured by the Wild Heart Scouts mention only in reverential whispers. Disputed lands, the lands lying alongside the forests of Zagraba, between Miranue and Valiaster. Janga, a rapid, rhythmical dance, very popular in Zagari. Jashla, the kingdom of the mountain people that lies alongside the crest of the world. Jock Imargo, or Jock the bringer of winter, the man who supposedly killed the prince of the House of the Black Rose. The long winter began as a result of this murder. Doralitians, a race of goat people who live in the steppes of Ungava. Doralitian horses, a type of horse bred in the steppes of Ungava and valued throughout the northern lands for their beauty, speed, and stamina. Drokra, an elfin fabric that is proof against water and odors and does not burn in fire.
Sandor, Orsish, or the slumbering forest, a forest that lies in the desolate lands, close to the spurs of the mountains of despair. Dwarves, the race of short beings living in the mountains of the dwarves. They are quite different from their near cousins, the gnomes. It is astonishing how their short, thick-fingered hands can create the most wonderful items, which are valued highly in every corner of Ciala, whether they are weapons, tools, or works of art. The Era of Dreams, the final age of Ciala. The events described in this book take place in the final year of the Era of Dreams. This age was preceded by the Era of Accomplishments, the age during which men appeared in Ciala, about 7,000 years ago, the Grey Era, the age deemed to have begun with the appearance of orcs and elves in Ciala, and the Dark Era. It is not known who, apart from ogres, lived in Ciala in these distant times and what happened then. Elves, the second young race of Ciala. The elves appeared almost immediately after their relatives, the orcs. After living in the forests of Zagraba for several thousand years, the elves became divided into light and dark. The light elves were dissatisfied with what they could achieve using shamanism and set about studying wizardry, basing their approach on the magic of men. The dark elves, however, felt the light elves had betrayed the memory of their ancestors. They continued to make use of the primordial magic of their race, shamanism. The names of all dark elfin women begin with M and the names of the men begin with E. If an elf is a member of the ruling family of the Dark House, then SSA is added to the name. Empire. Following the birth in the imperial family of twin boys, the empire split into two states, the near Lakeside Empire and the far Lakeside Empire. These two kingdoms are constantly warring with each other to unite the empire under the power of one of the two dynasties that traced their descent from the twin brothers. Eyes of Death, when dice are cast and they show two ones. Field of Sora, the field on which the battle between the gnomes and the dwarves took place in 1100 ED. Cannon and battle-matics clashed with poleaxes and swords. In this battle there were no victors. Finland, a kingdom lying along the southern spurs of the mountains of the dwarves. Forbidden, secret, territory or the Stain, a district of Avendum created as the result of an attempt to use the rainbow horn to neutralize Kronkimor in 872 ED. The secret territory is surrounded by a magical wall, through which almost no one dares to pass. Evil is said to dwell there. Forests of Ialila, these forests lie in the northern lands of Ciala, beside the crest of the world. The Light Elves moved here from the forests of Zagraba following the schism between the elfin houses. Forests of Zagraba, these evergreen forests cover an immense area. In some places beautiful, in others terrifying, they conceal within themselves a host of secrets and mysterious creatures. The forests of Zagraba are home to dark elves, orcs, goblins, and dryads. Garak, a kingdom in the southern region of Ciala's northern lands, powerful and thoroughly militarized. The Garak nobility are regarded as extremely quick-tempered, dangerous, and unpredictable. Garak's dragon, King Garak's guard. Garanch, gnomish, literally guardian of the chests, a creature that lives in the steppes of Ungava. A trained Garanch makes an excellent guard for stores of treasure. Giants, one of the races that live in the desolate lands. Ghouls, carrion-eating scavengers. These creatures are usually to be found on battlefields or in old graveyards. If their source of food fails for some reason, ghouls are capable of hibernating for several years. Gnomes, like their larger cousins, the dwarves, gnomes appeared in the world of Ciala immediately after the orcs and elves. Both gnomes and dwarves settled in the mountains of the dwarves, burrowing deep into their heart. Gnomes are stunted, quarrelsome creatures with beards. In the mountains of the dwarves their position was that of younger brothers. Gnomes are poor craftsmen, and they have never been able to produce such beautiful and delicate wares as the dwarves. However, gnomes are magnificent at working with steel and mining or in other riches of the earth. They are good builders and diggers. After living in the mountains of the dwarves for several thousand years, the gnomes finally left their old home following a decisive falling out with their relatives the dwarves. The race of gnomes found itself a new haven in the steel mines of Icilia. For the right to live in the mines they pay the kingdom an annual tribute and also supply it with steel. The gnomes invented the printing press, and then discovered how to make gunpowder. The dwarves claim that the gnomes stole the secret from a dwarf who was on his way home from a journey beyond the crest of the world. The fierce battle that broke out between the estranged relatives on the field of Sorna, 1100 ED, was inconclusive. Both sides returned home having suffered immense losses. The gnomes jealously guard the secret of gunpowder and sell cannon. They have no magic of their own, since their last magician was killed on the field of Sorna, and the gnomes' books are hidden deep in the mountains of the dwarves, in a safe hiding place that they cannot reach because of their enmity with the dwarves. Goblins, small creatures who live in the very depths of the forests of Zagraba. The shamanism of the goblins is regarded as the most powerful after that of the ogres, but it includes almost no common attack spells. Grey Stones, the most terrible and impregnable prison fortress in Valiostra. In all the time that it has existed, no one has ever managed to escape. Greenleaf, one of the Dark Elves' most terrible tortures, which they only use on orcs, the one exception being Jock Imargo. Almost nothing is known about it, but rumors speak of the infernal torment of the victim. The torture can continue for years without interruption. Grok I, the legendary general of Valioster who held back the army of the orcs at Avendoom until the Dark Elves arrived to help in the final year of the Quiet Times, 640 ED. A statue in his honor was erected in one of the central squares of the city. 2. The younger twin brother of the General Grok, who bore the same name, i.e., the magician who was dubbed the Nameless One. Hand and Orcish military leader. Hospital of the Ten Martyrs, the Avendoom Municipal Hospital, founded by order of Grok on the precise spot where a detachment of orcs that had broken through the defenses of the human army was halted by 10 warriors from the Avendoom garrison, 640 ED. Radspain, Ogric, or Palaces of Bone, immense underground palaces and catacombs, where ogres, orcs, elves and, later, men have all buried fallen warriors. H. Sankor, Orcish, or Fearsome Flute, a man-eating monster that lives in the forests of Zagraba. Imperial Dog, a type of guard dog bred in the Empire. Innocent as Jock the Winter Bringer, a common saying. Jock Imargo was the man accused of the murder of the Prince of the House of the Black Rose. He was handed over to the elves, who executed him. After that, from 501 to 640 ED, the Dark Elfin houses of Zagraba had no contacts with Valioster. It subsequently emerged that Jock was innocent. Irilla, Orcish, or Mist Spider, an emanation generated by the shamanism of the ogres. To this day no one knows for certain if it is an immaterial substance or a living creature. Isolina, Orcish, or Black River, this river starts in the mountains of the Dwarves, runs through the eastern section of the forests of Zagraba, crosses Valioster, then forks into a left branch and a right branch, which both flow into the Eastern Ocean. Icilia, Orcish, a kingdom bordering on Valioster and Miranue. Icilian marble is mined in the southern spurs of the steel mines. Walking across this stone generates a powerful echo. It is generally used for protection against thieves, or to prevent the approach of assassins, or even simply for its beauty, despite the unpleasant sounds that have to be tolerated. Jolly gallowsbirds, former convicts, criminals, and pirates who have been recruited to serve as soldiers. On joining the ranks of the army of Valioster they are pardoned for all previous transgressions. They perform the military functions of marines. Kelisang, Orcish, lit. Ever faithful, an elf who has sworn an oath of fealty and engaged himself as a bodyguard to an elf of a more noble line for 9 years. If the ever-faithful elf is killed during his period of service, his entire family is accepted into the clan of the elf whom the Kelisang was protecting. Kronkamor, the shamanism of the ogres. Labyrinth, an ancient structure erected by the orcs, located in the forests of Zagraba. The orcs release prisoners into the labyrinth and place bets on which of the unfortunates will survive longest. Languages of Siala. There are 3 main groups of languages in Siala. The first group is the Orcish languages, spoken by orcs and elves. The second group is the Gnomish languages, spoken by gnomes and dwarves. The third group includes all the human languages. There are also other languages and dialects, for instance, the languages of the ogres and goblins. Like looking for a smoking dwarf, a saying based on the fact that dwarves do not smoke and they regard smokers with a certain degree of disdain, since the first beings to take up smoking were the gnomes. Following the gnomes, men also became addicted to the habit. Ling, a small animal that lives in the tundra of the desolate lands. Very like a shaggy-haired rat, but with much larger teeth and claws. Lonely Giant, the fortress that closes off the only pass leading from the desolate lands through the mountains of despair to Valioster. Long Winter, the name given by the elves to a period of 140 years from 500 to 640 ED. The Long Winter set in following the grotesque death of the elfin prince of the House of the Black Rose in Rondning during festivities in the town. It came to an end in the final year of the Quiet Times, 640 ED, during the Spring War, when the elves came to the aid of Grok and his men in the battle against the army of the orcs. Grok was presented with the rainbow horn to confirm that the long winter was over. Lowland, the kingdom lying beside the forests of Isla. Lowland masters, master craftsmen from the lowland, famous throughout Siala for the dishes and tableware they make from a special lilac-colored porcelain. Market Square, a famous Avendoom square where theatrical performances constantly take place. Master of the Long Sword, a title that is given to soldiers who have completely mastered the 3 techniques for using the two-handed sword: classical grip, single fawn grip, staff grip. The hilt of the sword is decorated with an embossed gold image of an oak leaf. Maticman, a name sometimes used for the gnomes. Their favorite weapon is the so-called battle matic, which combines a large cutting blade with a warhammer. Morangrad, the capital of Miranue, a kingdom located beside Valioster. Miranue, a kingdom bordering on Garrick, Icilia, and Valioster. Constantly at war with Valioster over the disputed lands. Mountains of Despair, the low but unassailable mountains that separate Valioster from the desolate lands. There is only one pass through them, and the lonely giant fortress is located on it. Mountains of the Dwarves, an immense mountain chain, so high that only the crest of the world compares with it. It runs from east to west through the northern lands, dividing them in two. Zamdamort, or the Castle of Death, is the tallest and most majestic peak in the mountains of the Dwarves. Nameless One, the title given to a Valiostran magician after he committed treason in the final year of the Quiet Times, 640 ED. Needles of ice, icebound mountains far away in the desolate lands. Ober, a gigantic bear from the forests of Zagraba. Ogres, a race from the desolate lands. The only old race of Ciala still remaining in this world. From the very beginning the ogres were granted a very powerful and destructive magic, Kronkamor. They are regarded as distant relatives of the orcs and elves. The elves say the gods took away the ogres' intelligence. If the ogres had remained as clever as they once were, they would have captured and destroyed the entire world of Ciala. Owel's diggings, stone quarries lying at a distance of 6 days' journey from Avondum. They were named after their first owner. The stone for the city's legendary walls was quarried here. Nowadays Owel's diggings are abandoned. Orcs, the first new race of Ciala. The elves regard them as their archenemies, although they are directly related to each other. The orcs say that they were here first and should rule the entire world, and all the other races are an unfortunate mistake made by the gods. In addition to the forests of Zagraba, orcs also live in the desolate lands, the winter orcs. Order of magicians, there is an order in every kingdom, the only exceptions being Zagari and Jashla. Each order has a council of archmagicians and is headed by a master. Within the order there is a strict division according to rank, and ranks are marked on the magician's staffs: magician of the order, 1 ring; elemental magician, master of the specific skills of several schools, 2 rings; magician with right of access to the council, 3 rings; archmagician, 4 rings; master, 4 rings, and a small black figure of a raven on the top of the staff. Purple Years, a period of time during which the dwarves and the gnomes waged a series of bloody wars against each other, and as a result the gnomes withdrew from the mountains of the dwarves. Quiet Times, the period from 423 ED to 640 ED, during which Valioster did not wage a single war. These were times of prosperity when the kingdom flourished. They came to an end when an immense army of orcs from the forests of Zagraba invaded Valioster. Rainbow Horn, a legendary artifact created by the ogres to counterbalance their own magic, the Kronkamor, if it should ever get out of control. The horn was captured by the Dark Elves, who later gave it to men, in the person of Grok, as a token of their good intentions and the conclusion of an eternal alliance between the Dark Elves and Valioster. Every 200 or 300 years the horn has to be saturated with magic in order not to lose its powers. Following the creation of the secret territory, the horn was buried with Grok in the Rad Spain. It is the horn's magic that keeps the Nameless One in the desolate lands. River of the Crystal Dream, a narrow little river in Avondum. It runs through the port city and falls into the cold sea. Royal Guard of Valioster, the king's personal guard. Only nobles are recruited to serve in it. The guardsmen wear the king's colors of grey and blue. The guard is commanded by a captain. Royal Sandmen, the king's secret police, who defend the interests of the state and the sovereign. Their nickname is derived from their emblem, an hourglass. Sagat, one of the 12 deities of the world of Ciala. Patron of thieves, swindlers, rogues, and spies. Sagra, one the 12 deities of the world of Ciala. Goddess of war, justice, and death, and also patroness of soldiers. Shamanism, the primordial magic of Ciala. It was first used by the ogres, then the orcs, the dark elves, and the goblins. The magic of men and the light elves is derived from shamanism. Shamar, the capital of the border kingdom. Ciala, the world in which the events of this book take place. Silna, the goddess of love, beauty, and nature. Eskash, Orsish, a sword with curved blade. It is sharpened on its inner, concave edge and usually has teeth like a saw. Sklot, gnomic, lit. Corkscrew, a heavy military crossbow designed to puncture the heavy armor of warriors walking the front ranks of an army. Soulless huntsmen, units of the army of Valioster. In times of peace they perform the functions of the police. They are employed in military actions, and also assist in suppressing revolts and conspiracies, as well as capturing and exterminating dangerous gangs and individual criminals. Spring War, the war that began in the final year of the Quiet Times, 640 ED. Men and dark elves fought on one side, and the orcs of Zagraba on the other. The War of Shame is the name that orcs use for the Spring War. Stalkens, the royal dynasty of Valioster. Steel Brows, the heavy infantry of the Wild Hearts. Steel Mines, the mountains and mines in Icilia that produce the finest steel in the northern lands. The race of gnomes lives here. Steppes of Ungava, the steppes on the very southern edge of the northern lands. Sudar, Ogric, or the Icy Pass, the only route through the needles of ice from the desolate lands to the citadel of the Nameless One. Sultanate, a state located far beyond the steppes of Ungava. Svens are chanters, creatures of the desolate lands that resemble shaggy flying spheres. When the freezing conditions in the open expanses of the desolate lands are at their fiercest, they appear, chanting a song that kills all living things. Thorns, the soldiers of this detachment carry out reconnaissance work and raids deep into the territory of the desolate lands. The Thorns have a reputation as daredevils and swashbuckling desperados. Tresh, Orsish, a polite term of address used by elves to an elf of noble birth. Sometimes used by other races when addressing highborn elves. Vampire, a creature of legend. Even today it is still not known if it exists in reality or only in the tales told by drunken peasants. According to the legend, only human beings and dark elves can become vampires. Vampires are credited with magical powers, such as the ability to transform themselves into a bat or mist. The Order of Magicians regards the existence of vampires as doubtful. Vastar's bargain. In 223 ED, Vastar, the king of Garrick, concluded an alliance with a dragon so that the creature would assist him in attacking neighboring kingdoms. The agreement, however, proved worthless to the king. The dragon failed to engage the humans in battle and Vastar's army was routed. The term Vastar's bargain signifies any similarly disadvantageous agreement. Wild Hearts, the detachment of soldiers who serve at the Lonely Giant. Wind Jugglers, the name given in the army to experienced bowmen, no matter to what detachment they belonged. Even when there was a strong wind interfering with the flight of the arrow, the jugglers almost always hit their mark. Wizardry, the magicians of men and the light elves possess a higher magic, based on the earlier magic, or shamanism, of the orcs and dark elves. Zaggery, or the free lands, the lands beside the southern spurs of the mountains of the dwarves. All who are discontented with the rule of the authorities or the laws of the kingdom flee here: peasants, younger sons, courtiers in disgrace, adventurers, and criminals. Such people can always find land and work in the free lands. Zamdamort, Gnomish, or the Castle of Death, the highest and most majestic peak of the mountains of the dwarves.